Hello, I'm Rob Matheson. This is Al Jazeera with our continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. Here are the latest developments. Donald Trump demands Iran makes a deal to end the war or, quote, a whole civilization will die. Pakistani mediators have proposed a deadline extension. Tehran and Washington are reviewing the offer. The US and Israel carry out a wave of strikes on Iran, targeting bridges, railways and its oil export hub on Kharg Island. Explosions in Baghdad after drone and rocket attacks on Iraq. Interceptions have also been reported across the Gulf region.
And in the court of public opinion, can Donald Trump win the war with Iran? On This Is America, we'll look at how the conflict has divided Americans and if that will become a driving force for the president.
A whole civilization will die tonight. The US president's warning to Iran unless an agreement is reached to end the war and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. With less than 2 hours to go before Donald Trump's deadline, there is hope for a pause in fighting. Pakistan says it's asked Donald Trump to extend his deadline by 2 weeks. And in the last few minutes, Iran's ambassador to Pakistan says talks have taken a step forward. US media, quoting the White House, say that Trump is aware of the proposal and his response will come soon. But in capitals across the region, explosions have been heard. Qatar, the UAE and Kuwait say they've intercepted missiles and injuries have been reported. There's been a rocket attack in Iraq and Bahrain says its main port is going to cease operations in the coming hours. Still, a defiant Iran vows to deal with infrastructure linked to the US and its regional allies, quote, in a way that will deprive them of the region's oil and gas for years.
The wave of effective and devastating attacks by the Iranian armed forces against the military, security and economic infrastructure of the Zionist regime in the occupied territories and centers associated with the criminal America in the region will continue to be heavier and more extensive. We will target the infrastructure of the United States and its allies to deprive them of the region's oil and gas for years and force them to leave the region.
Now, we have correspondents in Baghdad and in Doha, Washington, D.C. and in Tehran. We're going to start in the Iranian capital with Mohammed Val. Mohammed, let's talk about these reports of a Pakistan proposal to extend the deadline. What more do we know?
Here in Tehran, there is no mention of that progress except for that short tweet by the ambassador in Islamabad. That's where the news should come from regarding the negotiations. But here in Tehran, all the leaders, both political and military, are speaking in one voice, which is a voice of defiance. At the same time, they say they want peace, they are also ready for war, and they are waging that war. As we speak, they are retaliating, they are striking at the targets across the region. And in terms of how they perceive or see what's going on, I have this statement by the Iranian Vice President Mohammad Reza Arif. The government has taken necessary measures in detail for all scenarios. National security and infrastructure stability are part of our precise calculations. There is no threat that exceeds the level of our readiness and supervision. So that's the message here. Ready for peace, but also more even ready for war. And that's also reflected in the military, as I said, and in the statements by the politicians. They are saying that they still have the capabilities to continue this war and that they're not ready to compromise on the sovereignty of Iran and its status of respect among nations. They think that the points that they have pushed to the intermediaries summarize what Iran needs, and they're going to continue this war until there is a response, a favorable response to their demands that they have pushed to the Pakistanis over the last few days.
OK, let's move west from Tehran. We're going to go to Washington, D.C., and let's bring in Mike Hanna. So what are you hearing there about any sort of response to Pakistan's request?
Well, we haven't heard any formal response as yet from the White House. The president did reportedly speak to a reporter from a U.S. news network in the last hour. All we have is the paraphrasing of that particular conversation, in which the reporter said that he wasn't going to put odds on it, referring to President Trump and referring to possible negotiation at the last moment. However, he quotes Trump as continuing to say, if we get to that point, there's going to be an attack like they have not seen. We also heard earlier from the White House press secretary, and she said the Iranian regime has until 8 p.m. Eastern time to meet the moment and make a deal with the United States. And perhaps summing it all up, only the president knows where things stand and what he will do, or what he will do.
We appear to have lost our feed to Mike there in Washington, D.C. We're going to go back to Mohammed Val in Tehran. Talk to us about how Iranians are reacting to these threats from the White House and from the U.S.
Regular people have been to the streets during the day and also during the night. We have seen them doing that many times during the nights since the beginning of the war. But tonight we have seen more people, more flags, and they have even come with their children to the public squares to show that every Iranian, regardless of age, are concerned with what's going on, and they are ready to defend the nation. We've heard also that there were chains, human chains, that were formed around some of the bridges, a symbolic move to show that they are ready to die to defend the infrastructure and the vital interests of the country. We don't know whether that's something that is going to continue throughout the night until the time of the strikes, but at least it happened. And also on the local social platforms, one of those platforms has seen millions of people, some said 7 million people registering there to show their readiness to defend the country in whatever way is required from them. So the public here, in general, what is visible is total unity and total support for the government and total support for the continuation of defiance and war until Iran manages to come out from this war victorious.
Mohammed, thank you very much indeed. Mohammed Val there, bringing us up to speed from Tehran. I'm pleased to say we can go back to Mike Hanna back in Washington, D.C. Mike, you were in the process of telling us what the response of the White House was going to be to that Pakistani proposal that there is a ceasefire for about 2 weeks in order for some sort of negotiations to go on. And I think you were talking to us about an interviewer from an American network who had been talking to the president and was paraphrasing what the president had been saying.
Yes, good to be back with you. The reporter was saying that the president, speaking about the possibility of a last-minute negotiation, says he wasn't going to put odds on it, but he said 8 p.m. is happening. If we get to that point, the president reportedly continued, there's going to be an attack like they have not seen. And early in the day, we also heard from the White House press secretary saying that the Iranian regime has until 8 p.m. Eastern time to meet the moment, as she put it, and deal with the United States, and then summed the whole thing up by saying that only the president knows where things stand and what he will do. So no official response to these latest reports about a possible Pakistani request for an extension of this deadline, yet another deadline. What I can tell you is that the president is not in the West Wing at the moment, no Marines standing guard outside the door, which assumes that he is monitoring events from within the residence itself. But the clock is ticking, less than 2 hours now before that deadline that the president imposed of 8 p.m. Eastern time. And that is when perhaps we will find out what the president's position on this last-minute bid to get an extension is.
Mike, I'm glad you were able to come back to us and give us that breakdown of what was going on there. Mike Hanna at Washington, D.C., thank you very much. We're going to go to Axel Zaimovich, live for us here in Doha. We were mentioning earlier there have been explosions across capitals in the region, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, all saying that they've intercepted missiles. Just bring us up to speed with the latest about what's been happening in Qatar and the wider Gulf countries.
Well, that's right. We just got a statement from the Qatar's Ministry of Interior. They said they are closely following developments on the ground following the interception of those Iranian missiles just a few hours ago. What we understand that a residential house was hit by one of the falling debris, and 4 people have been injured, including a child, and now they are receiving medical treatment. So that happened in a very central area in an established neighborhood here in the capital, Doha, some 3 to 5 kilometers away from the location where I'm standing right now. So authorities once again are urging the public to try to stay away from the locations of the impacted site. If they see any falling debris, if they see any elements, unknown elements, to start immediately reporting to the authorities. And during the night, we've seen a large military activity across the region. In the United Arab Emirates, officials there, they're reporting they're dealing with a large number of missiles and drone threats. But also we're hearing that in Bahrain as well, the air raid sounds have been heard across the country, with people are told to move to safer areas. But also before that, we understand that the U.S. had advised its citizens to shelter in place. But also in Bahrain, the main port is set to suspend operations as a precaution. In Kuwait as well, authorities are urging residents to stay indoors starting from midnight to early mornings as a safety measure. But what we're seeing right now is the region on edge, because we're just a few hours left before the deadline. The U.S. President Donald Trump imposed on Iran, saying that the Strait of Hormuz needs to be fully reopened. And but that warning is also, in a way, shaping the security posture across the region. And right now, what we've seen across the Gulf during the evening is that there's a fear that this war is escalating, it's spiraling out of control, and there's also concern that this war might be entering another, even more dangerous phase in the coming hours.
Axel Zajmovic there talking to us from Doha. Axel, thank you very much indeed. Ilya Burmer is a former major in the U.S. Air Force. He's also a Republican strategist. He's joining us live from Colorado. Our senior correspondent, Osama bin Javed, is here with me in the studio. Gentlemen, thank you for being with me once again. Osama, I want to come to you because I want to talk to you about this ceasefire proposal that's been put forward by Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Just for viewers who may be just joining us, just give us an upsum of what we know is in this.
Well, as the clock ticks to this deadline set by the U.S. president, in the last couple of hours, we've heard a last-ditch effort is underway, which has been made public by the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. He made that announcement in a tweet saying that this is a 2-week deadline. The deadline needs to be extended by 2 weeks by the United States, and in turn, as goodwill, Iran could open the Strait of Hormuz for that period of time. So far, we've heard positive signs from both sides. I spoke to a source in Pakistan who told me that this is the effort that they have been doing behind closed doors for the last few weeks. And because the rhetoric was becoming more and more towards an escalation, that they needed to make this public. They needed to address the detractors, as they call them, on both camps, in Iran and in Washington, D.C. And they want to tell the world that there are still off-ramps available. According to these sources, Pakistan is trying to play the role of a mediator, not just at its own behest, but it has the backing of regional powers. It is strategically placed right off of the Strait of Hormuz, so it is a neighbor of Iran, has an open line of communication with Iran, is also favored by the U.S. administration, both the Pakistani policymakers in policy circles as well as the military chief is favored by Donald Trump. And then they have an open line of communication with China, and they have the backing of Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states as well. So this is why Pakistan feels that it is in a position where it can bring those sides to the table. Pakistan believes that it can carry on this role because the option on the other side is just too horrific and horrendous, where a war of annihilation, as the U.S. president has alluded to, and a retaliation that Iran has promised, it does not bode well for either side of the conflict.
Eli Bremer, so Mike Hanna, our correspondent in Washington, D.C., was describing to us earlier an interview that an American journalist had been able to have with President Trump, who didn't appear to be particularly optimistic about the chances of a last-ditch effort at a ceasefire. He said he was going to have a look at it, and that's as much as we know at the moment. Do you think that it is fair to say that the president has committed himself so much to this that it is going to be almost impossible for him to try to look at any sort of ceasefire negotiation?
Well, I don't think it's that he's committed himself to it. I think it's that he's committed to a certain outcome. And the problem with the negotiations right now is that President Trump is viewing that he is militarily getting accomplished what he wants to accomplish, which is the disarming of Iran. And so sort of stopping before that is completed totally is counterintuitive to the way he's prosecuting this war. So I think it's more of that he's looking at it and saying, okay, if you take out the bridges of Iran, if you take out their power infrastructure, then Iran really can't rebuild the nuclear program. They can't rebuild ballistic missiles. They can't rebuild the drones as they've been building them. So he sort of doesn't have a lot of incentive right now to stop, given that the next phase would probably render Iran basically incapable for years and years, if not decades.
Eli, we were hearing from Osama there that one of the reasons that Pakistan brought this ceasefire to the fore at this point was because of the rhetoric that was coming from the US, particularly. There has been rhetoric, of course, on both sides, but Donald Trump's apocalyptic statements that he's made, he's been issuing texts and tweets with swearing in them. Now, his critics are suggesting that this is a sign of immense pressure that he's under and a frustration that he can't find an off-ramp with this. Other people are saying, no, this is a negotiating tactic. He's just putting that verbal pressure on whilst the negotiations are going on in the background. What's your assessment as a Republican strategist? How do you think this is playing out?
I think it's a pressure tactic. I don't think that he is discouraged that there's no off-ramp. I think he is intent to see this all the way through to the full disarmament of Iran. And if you look at it, Iran's rhetoric has been, incredibly hyperbolic as well. Although there's really nothing to back it. They're talking about, bringing hell down on the United States, and yet, what they can do is they can launch some missiles. Some of them get through. They can launch some drones. Some of them get through on their neighbors, who now are frankly getting very fed up with them. So I think it's more hyperbole from President Trump. I think it's more style to show the Iranian leadership that he can act. He can act very brazenly as well. I think it's designed to send a message. He sent a message when the negotiations were going south before. I predicted that would lead to armed conflict, which it has. I think he's sending a message that he is deathly serious, that they shall disarm, they shall give up their nuclear ambitions, their ballistic ambitions, and reopen the strait, or there will be dire consequences.
Osama, we're not just, of course, talking about two parties in this. We're not just talking about Iran and the US. We're also talking about Israel. Although Israel doesn't really get a lot of press at the moment for some reason. There's not a lot of focus on the role that Israel has played in this, and yet there seems to be a general consensus that it was Benjamin Netanyahu who encouraged Donald Trump to be part of this and to some extent led him into this conflict. If the US and Iran are having these negotiations, do we have any indication, perhaps from Pakistan, how they view Israel's position in this and whether or not the US is able to speak for Israel?
Well, what you just described is not just speculation and analysis. This is the sound and the reverberation that is coming from the Trump base. You're hearing MAGA voters and recognizable voices from the Trump voter base saying that this is a war of choice that the U.S. was dragged into by Israel. If you look at the way that the region is treating it, if Pakistanis are concerned, they call Israel the biggest detractor of all, that the Israelis do not want peace. They want a protracted war. They want the Saudis and the Emiratis and the Qataris and the Kuwaitis to be at war with the Iranians. This is, according to them, the message that they've been carrying. And don't forget that in the last few hours, there's been a flurry of diplomatic activity, phone calls between the Pakistani Prime Minister and Mohammed bin Salman, phone calls between the Turks, the Egyptians, the Pakistanis, and the Saudis in the last hour or so. Because as this clock ticks, as this very serious threat comes from the U.S. president, I think that the region is bracing itself that what is going to happen next. You have to remind ourselves that what is at stake here. There's a combined 170 million people who are waiting with bated breath of this strategy of annihilation, all dependent on the words of one man. And a lot of people in the region believe that the U.S. has the power to rein in Israel as well. If the United States decides that it is going to call it off or it's going to go for a pause, it is ultimately the choice of the U.S. president, and he still has that power. Now, he has to make that call. And in the last 6 weeks, what you have seen is not just empty rhetoric by both sides. What the Iranians and the Israelis have proven is that the Israelis can hit nuclear sites and get away with it. What the Iranians have proven is that they could announce hitting critical infrastructure affiliated with the West, as they call it, and hit it time and time again, whether it's Kuwait or United Arab Emirates or Qatar or Saudi Arabia. And they've also been able to continue to hit Israel, including its nuclear research facilities. So it is a very real threat that is on the table. This region has not seen this level of being on the brink, on the precipice of a conflict that could spiral out of control. You're hearing from the Qatari Foreign Ministry say that time and again. And taking you back to where it all started, the Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesman said today that from 2023, when Israel launched its war on Gaza, this is what the Qataris have been telling the people in the region and beyond, that if this escalation goes unchecked, then it'll go to a point where nobody will be able to scale it back.
Eli, I want to come back to what you were mentioning before about the aims of the US within this conflict. Now, you said that the primary aims had been to remove Iran's ability to develop its nuclear program and to get rid of the threat from its missile program. What it has also done, of course, is allowed Iran to create a chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz, which has had an extraordinary impact on the economies of the world. To some extent, could the US actually be able to say that it has achieved its goals if all it's done is actually given Iran the ability to not just affect the local region, but actually to affect the entire world?
Well, I don't think the United States has given Iran the ability to choke up on the Strait of Hormuz. I think Iran had that inherently, and that was always a weapon in their arsenal. But I think that also goes to show, what Iran's true intentions are. Iran is absolutely set on destruction. They have an unfriendly relationship with their neighbors. They have a desire to destroy the United States. They have a desire to destroy Israel. And so at the end of the day, the problem is with Iran's policies and their desire to destroy America, to destroy America's friends and allies in the Middle East and the Gulf states. And that's what Iran is going to do. And so at a certain point, you just have to ask the question, can the United States tolerate living with Iran? They're welcome to have those views as long as they don't have any ability to impose their will on anybody else. And so the United States is getting very close now to the point where Iran has chosen to maintain those views without a regime change. I think President Trump would like to see a regime change, but they will potentially exist now in perpetuity with those desires to harm their neighbors, but with very few threats other than potentially trying to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Now, if the conflict ends and they still try to do that, I think the Gulf states are very likely to band together and try to find a solution to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, because this hurts the Gulf states, it hurts Europe, it hurts China way more than it hurts the United States.
Osama, just a final one to you. We have about 90 seconds or so, but I just want to get an idea of how you feel with regard to the differing goals that we have between Israel and the United States, because as Eli was just describing, the US has specific goals that it has been trying to achieve. We know that Israel's goals are different and more long-term. Is there a risk that even if we do get to a point with the ceasefire that Pakistan is putting forward in whatever form, that it could be derailed by Israel in the same way that there have been allegations that Israel has been attempting to derail nuclear talks that have happened in the past?
But I think you have to look back at the history of what Israel has been doing, whether it was the possibility of a breakthrough in talks when Israel attacked Doha here in Qatar for the first time. You look at the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh in Iran when there was the possibility of talks. And then you look at the assassinations which happened in Iran when there was some dialogue which was being talked about by all sides. So Israel, I think, has been very consistent in what it wants. It wants regime change. It wants an annihilation of Iran. It wants to continue to expand its territory over Lebanon and other places as well. But what we're seeing from the United States is a changing goalpost, which started off with regime change, ballistic missiles, a complete surrender, and now sending them back to the wiping off a civilization. So it is a difficult goalpost to manage, and that is why you're seeing all of the allies that have traditionally been allied with the United States falter on the wayside.
We're just going to leave it there, but I appreciate it. Osama bin Javid El Abrama, thank you very much indeed for being with us. At least 3 people were killed after several explosions rocked Iraq on Tuesday. 5 others were injured across the capital, Baghdad, in rocket and missile attacks. The U.S. Camp Victory base was also targeted by drones. And this comes after officials said angry protesters stormed the Kuwaiti consulate in the Iraqi city of Basra. Mahmoud Abdulwahid is live for us in Baghdad. We're hearing about these explosions in Baghdad and reports that the consulate in Basra has been stormed. What more do we know?
Rob, another night of attacks and counterattacks. The latest spate of attacks targeted the Victory camp or base. This is the military base that is part of the Baghdad International Airport. A number of drones and projectiles were intercepted in the skies of Baghdad. Some of them landed inside the base, causing material damage and fire. Others were shot down, and they fell in residential areas across Baghdad, causing 2 deaths and several other injuries. Now, the counterattacks by U.S. airstrikes, according to security sources belonging to the Ministry of Interior, targeted locations and headquarters of the popular mobilization units in several areas in Al-Taji, north of Baghdad, and also in Abu Ghraib, west of the capital, Baghdad, causing several injuries among popular mobilization units personnel, and also material damage, including ammunition depots. Also here in the capital, Baghdad, one headquarters belonging to the Al-Nujaba Brigade, which is one of the Iran-aligned armed groups, was also hit by a U.S. airstrike, according to security sources, causing fire in the headquarters. In Basra, south of Baghdad, the Kuwaiti consulate was subjected to it was stormed by Iraqis, angry protesters, that followed an attack, an airstrike that targeted a house and killed 4 Iraqis in the southern city of Basra. Many people those angry protesters who tried to storm the consulate in Basra believe that the airstrike was initiated from Kuwait. Many here believe that Kuwait hosting U.S. military bases, which is also part of the campaign targeting locations in Iraq and Iran.
Mahmoud Abdulwahid in Baghdad, thank you very much indeed. Earlier on Tuesday, Iranians formed human chains around power plants following Donald Trump's threats to strike energy infrastructure. Officials say millions signed up nationwide, though the figures could not be independently verified. Images showed people gathering at key sites, including Bushehr, Tabriz and Mashhad. And recovery teams rushed to several sites in Iran that have come under U.S.-Israeli attack. One of the strikes hit a Jewish synagogue. Iranian media reports the building was completely destroyed and Torah scrolls remain under the rubble. Alak Hashem's been to the scene.
This is one of many attacks at the Iranian capital. Since this morning, there have been attacks on the airport, Mehrabad airport, also on different areas. People are trying to find out whether there's anyone around on the rubble. Also, there are many people who live in the area.
I think they targeted it because they don't want our friendship or coexistence with the Iranian people to continue. Maybe they hit it so that we would be afraid and stop coming to these places. Because throughout the 12-day war and over the past 38 days until now, our synagogues and schools, everything has remained open. None of our places had been closed.
More people getting to their homes, maybe, to check what's left. At the end, it's just a reflection of what's going on in Iran on a daily basis. Ali Hashim, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
You're watching Al Jazeera. Reminder about top stories this hour. With less than 2 hours to go before US President Donald Trump's deadline for Iran, there is hope for a pause in fighting. US President Donald Trump demands Iran makes a deal to end the war or, quote, a whole civilization will die. Pakistan says it's asked Donald Trump to extend his deadline by 2 weeks. Iran's ambassador to Pakistan says talks have taken a step forward. The White House says President Donald Trump is aware of Pakistan's proposal for an extension to a deadline he imposed on Iran, and a response will come soon. And there's been more Iranian attacks across Gulf countries. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait and the UAE have warned residents of incoming threats. In Qatar, 4 people were injured from debris after interceptions of Iranian missiles. Now, with the war in Iran at risk of seeing a major escalation as Trump's deadline for a deal looms, the conflict's causing intense political controversy in the U.S. This is America.
Hello, this is America, where President Trump is warning that an entire civilization will die in Iran. What do the American people make of that? This war has divided this country, not just along party lines, but within the Republican Party itself. The polls are there, the numbers are there. Question is, will that make any difference to President Trump's rationale? We're going to start digging into that right now with me, Phil Lavelle, and in the studio, my colleague, Anna Burns-Francis.
Thanks, Phil. As the world waits to see what happens next in Iran, Americans fall firmly divided over the state of their republic. Kimberly Halkett will be joining us from the White House in just a moment, and Richard Gaisford is live for us in Washington, D.C. It's not just concerns about being stuck in a foreign war. Fuel prices are at a 4-year high, and looming fertiliser shortages will impact food security. The economic fallout is threatening to cast a shadow over November's midterm elections. And while a good result for Republicans would be a good result for the president, a bad one could lead to catastrophic outcomes, both personal and political.
Seems ill-advised, ill-organized, and I don't even know what the word is.
Very dismayed, very concerned.
We don't want a war, we want a peace. Integrity for all of the peoples around the globe, right?
I don't think it's the right decision to go to war, but I realize that that country and that regime had its problems, and we need to maybe not rush to action, but action needed to be taken at some point.
While there are a lot of people that are happy about the idea of that regime being wiped out, the way it's being done, I don't think that was the intention.
At this point, the majority of Americans don't even think the US should keep going in the war, despite it so far failing to achieve its stated outcomes. 66% say they want out now, even if it means the US does not achieve all its goals in Iran. But despite the majority of the public calling for an end to the war, time and time again, Donald Trump has repeatedly threatened escalation.
They're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah. The entire country could be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
That same Ipsos poll we just showed you found 60% disapprove of US military strikes against Iran. While Republican support stays strong, the number of Democrats in favour is in the single digits. So how does this all play out, where politics and public opinion coincide? In a moment, we'll go to Richard Gaisford, who's at Eastern Market in Washington, D.C. But first, let's go to Kimberly Halkett, who joins us from the White House. Kimberly, President Trump's public messaging on Iran, is that rhetoric ramping up?
There's no question that that is what is the view of some top Democrats in the U.S. Senate. In fact, so much so, given the incendiary language of the president, that it's prompted Senate Democrats to issue a joint statement condemning Donald Trump's threat to extinguish the Iranian people. Top Democrat Chuck Schumer saying that it is sick, and every Republican in the U.S. Senate who fails to help vote to stop the war owns every consequence of it. Another Democrat, Chris Murphy, calling this morally wrong, and Democrats should say this loudly. But I should point out that Republicans in the U.S. Senate feel very differently. In fact, in a statement, they said that they believe that Iran has harmed Americans, and they are grateful for a president that will defend Americans. But this has led to a breakdown in diplomacy between the United States and Iran, direct communications and indirect communications. And so we reached out to the White House press secretary for her reaction. She said that the Iranian regime has until 8 p.m. Washington, D.C. time to come up and meet the moment of the United States. But only the president of the United States knows where things stand and what he will do.
Quite a lot of division at the top then. Richard, I'll bring you in here because we know what the polls say. What are people then telling you about how they feel about the war in Iran?
Yeah, it's been absolutely fascinating these last few weeks, being here in Washington, travelling outside of the capital, talking to people about their feelings around this war. For so many of them, and I would...
You're watching Al Jazeera. We're bringing you some breaking news that's coming out of the United States. These are lines that are coming from the Reuters news agency. We understand that Donald Trump is quoted as saying that he has agreed to suspend bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. Now, this is following a request that was made by Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who had requested an extension of the deadline that Donald Trump had originally set in order for further talks to take place. Donald Trump is apparently quoted to have said that this will be a double-sided ceasefire. Now, he may well be referring to a request that had been made by the Pakistan Prime Minister to Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz for a corresponding period of 2 weeks as a goodwill gesture. The other lines that we're getting through Reuters saying, we have received a 10-point proposal from Iran. We believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of the past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran. He then goes on to say, we are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning a long-term peace with Iran. I want to go to Osama bin Javid, who's our correspondent, who's joining us here in the studio. It was only just a matter of minutes ago that you and I were discussing the possibility of this ceasefire being put into place. And there was a lot of speculation it was coming too late. You described it as a last-ditch effort by the Pakistan Prime Minister in order to try to get some sort of negotiation. It does seem as though, if these lines are to be believed, that it has had a positive response from Donald Trump.
Well, it does indeed. And I think that is going to be a big sigh of relief collectively from the region and beyond, because the alternative was so horrific. As you've seen Donald Trump time and again talk to his social media base and take the rhetoric to a notch where everybody would essentially, there was the level of anxiety around the region was extraordinary in the last few hours. And Donald Trump was the only man who could defuse it, because he's the one who lit the fuse in the first place. Those words, the first post about using swear words on the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and then saying that he's going to wipe out an entire civilization, just gives you an idea of how much was at stake. So this is, and again, you have to now acknowledge the role relentlessly that was played by the mediators, because as we've been speaking to officials in the last 72 hours, they've been telling us on how uphill this task was in negotiating with both the Iranians and the Americans, because they were essentially talking about egos, not regular diplomacy.
I want to just leave it there for a moment, because I do want to go to Mike Hanna, who's joining us from the White House. As I say, Mike, we're just getting these lines now that are coming out. Are you able to confirm what we're hearing?
We cannot confirm as yet. There's been no formal statement out of the White House. Obviously, these lines have been coming out from Reuters within the last few minutes. We are waiting to hear formally from the White House, the spokesperson, or indeed even the president himself, who is due to make a decision at 8 p.m. That's in just over 1 hour's time. But just to look at these points that are coming out of Reuters, very, very important. First of all, that President Trump is reported as saying he will suspend the attack on Iran for 2 weeks. That's an absolutely critical issue. He says that he believes the 10-point proposal he received from Iran is a workable basis on which to negotiate. So it's going past what is an apparent ceasefire here. It's going towards the nuts and bolts of a possible negotiated lasting solution. We also hear via Reuters President Trump saying that a 2-week period will allow agreement to be finalized and consummated. He then continues, or is reported to continue, we are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran. Now, the key word there is definitive. All of this coming, as I said, just little over an hour before that deadline that President Trump had set has expired. So we will try and get formal confirmation from the White House. Perhaps we're going to get that formal confirmation from the president himself. Just to stress, what we are reporting here are lines that are coming out of Reuters reporting how they got these particular points. Not clear at this moment, but we will definitely find out exactly what the source is, or confirm that these are the words of President Trump within minutes, one would hope.
Mike, for now, thank you very much indeed. I want to go to Mohammed Vol, who's joining us from Tehran. One of the lines that's coming out, Donald Trump saying that this is going to be what he's calling a double-sided ceasefire. We know that Pakistan's Prime Minister had made a request of Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz for 2 weeks in order to, as he called it, a goodwill gesture. Is there any reaction coming out from Iran?
Rob, it's too early to talk about a reaction coming out from Iran. But even for us journalists, we are still reading these lines by Donald Trump and trying to understand them fully, because he talked about suspending the bombing. And it's not clear, at least to me, whether he's suspending what's already going on since the beginning of the war entirely, or he's suspending or he's extending the deadline for that ultimate destruction of the power plants. I mean, I think it is the first option. So Iranians are going to read this, maybe read it again and again to see between the lines, and also to read what is clearly there written. And they're going to look at it and probably going to react it in the next hour or so, or maybe longer than that. Because the Iranians are, again, let's remind everyone and ourselves that the Iranians have always been talking about lack of trust. They don't trust Donald Trump, and they don't seem to be ready, at least from what they have been saying since the beginning of the war. They don't seem to be ready to take his words at face value. But this is a serious offer tonight, and there is a serious deadline. There are only maybe a couple of hours before that bombing that he has been threatening to wage on Iran. He's going to plunge the country into darkness, because it's going to affect the electricity grids in the country, across the country. So this is a serious moment in this war, and the Iranians, I suppose, are likely to take it seriously and look at it and respond to it before the expiry moment of that deadline. It's too early to talk about an official reaction from Iran. But just a while ago, before these lines came out, they were talking again and continuously about defiance, readiness for peace, but also readiness for war. We have seen people taking to the streets, and we have seen statements from almost every single field commander talking about only the option of war as the only guarantee for the Iranians, the only thing they can control, and the only thing that they think will serve their purpose. They have been talking about the other side being the one that is in desperate need for the ceasefire and in desperate need for a deal. They think that Donald Trump is stuck in a quagmire because of this war that has been imposed on him and imposed on the region in general. And he's more desperate for a way out of this war than the Iranians themselves. They have lost a lot in this war already, and they think they can continue because they believe they have what it takes militarily and also the resolve of the nation to suffer any amount of destruction and loss in order to go until the end and in order to make sure that this war is not going to end in a final defeat for Iran and the situation where it can continue to be bombarded even after a ceasefire. We have seen that in Gaza, we have seen that in Lebanon, and those are strong lessons for Iranians here. They believe that Iran should not be subjected to the same kind of fake deals that we see across the Middle East when Israel and another party to a conflict are involved. And that's why Iranians are afraid of a situation where the country will be continuously bombarded after a ceasefire has been signed.
Just very briefly, Mohammed, you mentioned, of course, there that it's still very early in the morning. You haven't yet had an official response to this announcement that that is being reported to have come from Donald Trump. We have a Truth Social post that he apparently has posted. They're giving more details. At the same time, we're getting a line from Reuters saying that Israeli military says it's identified missiles being launched from Iran towards Israel. This is going to be a dangerous period, isn't it? Because until Iran is able to say officially that it agrees with this ceasefire, it is very likely that there will still be attacks going from Iran to other countries.
Well, that's right. That's the problem. And also, I didn't mention Israel. Israel is the factor for many people here. Israel is the factor of complication and complexity in this situation. It's the elephant in the room. It's the party that hasn't been talking about peace. Instead, reports suggest that Israelis have been pushing hard that Trump doesn't agree on a ceasefire with the Iranians. And also about these missiles, we don't have a confirmation about the timing of those missile launches. But it's very understandable that the Iranian military is still not fully aware of this, and it is not even already an agreement. It is an offer, probably, seemingly by President Trump. We don't know whether this offer is based on an agreement behind an agreement that we don't know about already by the Iranians there in Islamabad. We don't know if this is something that is reciprocated already. And we're still waiting for the Iranians to make clear whether they have, a priori, whether they have agreed to it or not. So the military are understandably still engaged in this fight. And it will take time for this news. If the Iranian side is on board for this, it will take time for the military to be informed about it and to be given the right orders to stop the launches. But as I said, the problem is we don't know. President Trump didn't mention Israel in this tweet. He didn't mention that the three parties in this war are on board, of course. And that means the Israelis probably are going to continue also to launch attacks on Iran. And that's going to make this situation very complicated even for the American president.
Mohammed, for now, thank you very much indeed. We're going to go back to Mike Hanna, who's outside the White House. So you were giving some updates on the little that you've been able to establish so far, because you're outside the White House. This is all coming from Truth Social. Do we have any more information?
Well, yes, we do. We have the Truth Social report on the president's social media page, which is given added veracity by the fact that the White House has now formally posted it out, in which it is confirmed that President Trump has agreed to this 2-week ceasefire at the request of the Pakistani Prime Minister and the Field Marshal of Pakistan, Asim Munir. But there is a catch in it, a very important point that wasn't made clear in the original reporting a few minutes earlier. He says, agreeing to the complete, immediate and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. This is one of the conditions for the ceasefire that the president has just expressed. So this is very important because President Trump is saying, yes, I have agreed to a 2-week ceasefire on condition that the Iranians immediately open the Strait of Hormuz. He then goes on and makes clear that this is far more than just a temporary ceasefire being envisaged. It is, from his social media post, the possibility of the beginning of a longer negotiation process, because what he says is that the U.S. has received a 10-point proposal from Iran, which it believes is a workable basis on which to operate. And he adds, a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. So this is a very significant point as well, because what President Trump is announcing here in his social media message is, A, there will be a 2-week ceasefire. I have agreed to that on condition that the Strait of Hormuz is opened. But then he goes on to say that this 2 weeks will be allowed for further negotiations on the basis of a 10-point Iranian proposal, which has been received favorably, it would appear, by the United States. So this very significant. Obviously, we're less than just over an hour away from that imposed deadline by President Donald Trump. And here he is now saying that he has agreed to this 2-week ceasefire on condition that, I keep on stressing that point.
Mike, for now, thank you very much indeed. Mike Hanna there outside the White House. Let's come back to Osama bin Javed here in the studio. Mike was giving us the broad outline of what we were seeing in the Truth Social and mentioning the fact this is conditional on Iran saying that it will open the Strait of Hormuz. What was interesting to me, and I just briefly, if you don't mind, he was talking about this 10-point proposal for Iran. They've had that for 2 or 3 days, and all of a sudden, just an hour before this deadline, he's saying, actually, this was a very good plan that we got from Iran, and we can build on it. This is a good foundation, and so on. Just talk to us about where you think these negotiations actually have been in reality.
Well, I think what is the most important part of this is essentially Trump backing off of the ledge that he'd put himself and the rest of the world. Now, everything else is semantics, which can be worked out. What the Pakistanis had been working on was to bring him and the Iranians off the ledge, off of this extraordinary theater of war that they were willing to expand to. You heard the U.S. was going to hit all of the sites, including bridges, railway stations, nuclear sites, power plants, ports, everything that is required for the Iranian people. This is not things that are controlled by the IRGC. And Iran, in return, was going to hit everything in this region, including desalination plants. I've been hearing from people in the region who've been stocking up on supplies all day, getting water and basic supplies in, asking questions about what happens if there is a radiation fallout off of this. So a social post by Donald Trump just put everybody on edge, and he had the power to bring them off. Now, the maximalist positions for both sides still stand. Yes, the Iranians will come out now and most probably going to say, well, the Strait of Hormuz is open for business, apart from the people who are our enemies, and they'll still have to get our permission. You've seen them in the last 48 hours talk to the Omanis about finding out a mechanism with which they can man the strait. You've heard from the GCC countries who want to be in on this because they don't see a solution without their input on it, because they're unwilling participants in this war because they've been at the receiving end. You're hearing the security map of this region perhaps changed forever. This region was built on a security shield which was guaranteed by the United States. The United States has failed to uphold its part of the bargain. And you're hearing murmurs from the GCC that U.S. is not protecting them as it is protecting Israel.
Osama bin Javed, thank you very much indeed for the moment, because I want to bring in Eli Bremer. He's a former major in the U.S. Air Force. He's also a Republican strategist, and he's joining us live from Colorado. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. And I know, of course, that you've been with us over the last 2 or 3 hours as this has been escalating towards the deadline that was set by Donald Trump. Give me your reaction, given the conversations that we've had in the past, and there seemed to be an inevitability that there was going to be military action happening in the next few hours or so. Give me your reaction to what we've just been hearing.
Well, I think what we're seeing is just part of the story. There's clearly a lot of negotiations going on in the background. And like I've said before, I did not think that the United States and President Trump would blink unless they believed that they had gotten enough out of these negotiations and out of the war in order to justify sort of moving on, because I don't think President Trump wants to just kick the can down the road on this. So in reading his statement, it does look like President Trump has gotten certain assurances. It looks like Iran has agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which is their the main thing that they can actually do to inflict pain on the United States politically and on the rest of the world economically. So What we don't know is what's actually happened in the background. Clearly, there's a lot going on. I do believe this means that President Trump believes that Iran has credibly come to the table and is now willing to effectively disarm. I don't think he'd do this unless he saw that.
Eli, you mentioned that this was, well, we should stress actually that this is being done subject to Iran saying that it is willing to open the Strait of Hormuz. And our correspondent Mohammed Val was saying it's very early in the morning in Iran. There isn't an official response from that yet. In the event that Iran, for whatever reason, decides that it is not prepared to open the Strait of Hormuz to the president's satisfaction, do you see him going back in and continuing this military action?
Absolutely. And I think probably it will be much worse than it would have been before. President Trump doesn't like to bluff. He likes to be very direct with his negotiations. He's a pretty straightforward negotiator. So my guess is that if Iran doesn't come to the table and open up the Strait of Hormuz, the consequences are going to be really dire. And that was probably why President Trump used such incredible hyperbole going into this, as he wanted them to know he was very serious about it. So, hopefully for the region, hopefully for all the parties involved, Iran is serious about it. They reopen the strait, and then that would be potentially the beginning of the end of the conflict.
Really good to get your thoughts on this. Eli Bremer, we appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Well, Rob McBride's joining us from Amman in Jordan. There's going to be a lot of speculation, of course, about how Israel is likely to react to this. Has there been anything that you have seen to show how Israel might respond to this?
Yeah, I mean, there's been lots of indications about Israel's position when it comes to taking part in now a large-scale demolition, effectively, of Iran's infrastructure. It seems to be very gung-ho. It seems to be very upbeat about the whole project. And in some ways, it has been preparing for this moment. The deadline is just over an hour or so away from now. And Israel seems to be ready to go. All the reporting seems to indicate that it's been working through its own lists of targets of critical infrastructure to hit. There's more reporting that says that it has been coordinating that planning with their US allies, and in some ways with the various strikes that we've seen in the last day or so confirmed by the Israelis, it almost seems as though they have begun the demolition of this critical infrastructure. We've heard about strikes now on at least 8 bridges, which, according to the Israelis, have been used for the transport of Iranian military hardware and weapons, and therefore it is a justifiable target. In addition to that, various road and rail links. And then this comes after a week or so of where we've seen a general expansion by the Israelis against general infrastructure targets, such as petrochemical works and so on. So it does seem as though they've already almost in some ways begun on the path towards this. They will not be very happy about a ceasefire. Many people, especially the more hawkish figures in Israel, about suddenly pulling the campaign that it seems to be about to start with a ceasefire, all the way up to and including Benjamin Netanyahu himself. There has been talk that he has been trying to advise against a ceasefire, holding conversations with Donald Trump as recently as Sunday, when he spoke to congratulate Trump about the recovery of the missing airmen inside Iran. He also used that phone conversation to again reiterate that there shouldn't be any ceasefire. It's not in their interest, the US, and certainly not in Israel's interest. And it's also questionable about whether they would go along with this if a ceasefire is declared by Donald Trump with the agreement of the Iranians, whether they would go along with that. There's also a concern about whether this would cover Lebanon, because, of course, that is now increasingly the more concerning project for Israel. It regards it as its personal project, attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon. They would not want to have that thwarted by any ceasefire here. As
Rob McBride bringing us up to date there from Amman about the situation in Israel. Recovery teams rushed to several sites in Iran that have come under US-Israeli attack. One of the strikes hit a Jewish synagogue. Iranian media reports the building was completely destroyed and Torah scrolls remain under the rubble. Ali Hashim has been to the scene.
This is one of many attacks at the Iranian capital. since this morning. There have been attacks on the airport, Mehrabad airport, also on different areas. People are trying to find out whether there's anyone around on the rubble. Also, there are many people who live in the area.
I think they targeted it because they don't want our friendship or coexistence with the Iranian people to continue. Maybe they hit it so that we would be afraid and stop coming to these places. Because throughout the 12-day war and over the past 38 days until now, our synagogues and schools, everything has remained open. None of our places had been closed.
More people getting to their homes, maybe, to check what's left. At the end, it's just a reflection of what's going on in Iran on a daily basis. Ali Hashim, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
Well, it's 23 GMT and you're watching Al Jazeera. If you are just joining us, Donald Trump has agreed to extend his deadline to launch a massive attack on Iranian critical infrastructure. He says he will agree to a 2-week ceasefire if Iran opens the Strait of Hormuz. He made the statement on social media just 90 minutes before the midnight GMT deadline was due to expire. So posting on Truth Social, the president wrote this, quote, "I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated on behalf of the United States of America. As president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution." All right, we have correspondents in Doha, Amman, Riyadh, Washington, D.C., and Tehran. We start, though, in the Iranian capital with Mohammed Val. So, Mohammed, we have this statement now from the American president. Do we have any reaction from the Iranian side?
Yes, there are two reactions that we have right now. One of them is on the national TV here in Iran, saying that President Trump has accepted Iran's conditions, Iran's 10 demands, and that's a victory for Iran. Also, we have a statement that came from the Supreme National Security Council right now. I haven't read it yet, but Ali Reza, the producer, is telling me that it's mostly positive, and it is also talking about victory for Iran in this. So we have still to read that long statement from the National Security Council, the Supreme National Security Council. But what I know from it now is that it is basically positive, and that it is talking about Trump agreeing to what Iran has demanded, and that it is a victory for Iran. So, I mean, we can build on this to say that probably Iranians are already on board before President Trump announced that ceasefire. We're just inferring that, and that means that probably this ceasefire is going to happen. But again, we don't know, because he said it is a double-sided ceasefire, double-sided proposal, and we don't know what the Israelis are going to say. I just want to go back to President Trump's tweet to highlight one line that he said: almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran. So I think that's an outstanding statement. He said that the Americans and the Iranians have already agreed on all the outstanding points of contention between them. So that means that the Iranians are on board. We're going to read this long statement by the National Security Council, and we're going to come back to you with more details from it. But I think there is something positive going on right now.
All right, Mohammed, stay with us. Let's go over to Mike Hanna, who's at the White House. So, Mike, we have this Truth Social statement from the president. Do we have any more clarity from the White House on what may still be outstanding and what there still is to hammer out over the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, that is something that will be coming. We do not have any details, and the White House has not presented any of those details at this point, apart from President Trump's Truth Social posting. But I think it's very important to get a context here and an understanding of what this means when the President Trump says almost all of the points of contention have been agreed to. He says specifically that the Iranian 10-point proposal is a workable basis for negotiation. Now, just to remind you, what is included in those 10 points of the Iranian proposal passed through Pakistan intermediaries to the US government. It includes a permanent end to the war rather than a temporary ceasefire, the lifting of all sanctions, and guarantees against future attacks. Key demands also include ending Israeli occupations in Lebanon, reopening the Strait of Hormuz with a $2 million fee per ship, and utilizing these funds for regional construction. Now, very importantly, we have that statement from President Trump in his Truth Social report saying that almost all of the various points of contention have been agreed to, also making very clear that he's agreeing with the Iranian proposal that this ceasefire, this 2-week ceasefire, be a period in which those outstanding points of disagreement can be ironed out. Now, the fact that President Trump indicates that he thinks this is possible, he says it is workable, indicates that these points of disagreement would appear to be relatively minor at this particular point in time. Certainly minor enough to be worked through within the 2-week period of the ceasefire. So what we are looking at here is, first of all, the president's agreement to a 2-week ceasefire on condition that the Strait of Hormuz is immediately opened. And then we have the confirmation that this is not just a ceasefire, it is the beginning of a long-standing negotiation process to end in a permanent resolution of the disagreements between Iran and the United States. Whether Israel is part of it, that is something that is going to be asked in the possibly minutes, hours, and indeed days ahead. But just to remind you of the importance of all of this, let's remember that the day began with another posting by President Trump on Truth Social saying that a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. It's a long way from that statement to what we have just read on his Truth Social page now. And that deadline, less than an hour now, we do expect to hear something from the president in the next hour or so.
Yeah, it is pretty remarkable to see how fast we can come, clearly, how far we have come, excuse me. Clearly, a lot has been happening behind the scenes that we have not been privy to. So, Mohammed, look, there are not just two parties to this agreement, of course. It's not just the Americans and the Iranians. There are also the Israelis involved in this. From the Iranian side, are there indications that Tehran actually has faith that the Israelis may also actually abide by this ceasefire?
Well, that's not clear so far. That's not clear. But we have from this statement that I haven't been able to read thoroughly, but the gist of this statement is that by the Supreme National Security Council is that what's happening today, what's happening tonight is a result of the sacrifice and efforts of the sons of Iran in this war, and that they have been patient. They have rejected all the previous offers of ceasefire because they don't consider them serious. So there is a positive thing about the statement now by the National Security Council, enumerating several points and saying that what's happening is a result of the war effort and the resilience and the steadfastness of the Iranians in this war until they get what they want from this war. About the Israelis, I'm sure that the Iranians will be still doubting the intentions of the Israelis, because the Israelis have been insisting and pushing, according to all the reports that we get, that President Trump should not sign a deal with the Iranians until the goals of the war, the objectives of the war are achieved, and should not sign a deal that is going to look like a compromise regarding those objectives. So they will be waiting to see what the Israelis are going to do, or what the Israelis are going to say in the next few minutes or hours, to judge whether this is something that is going to stand or whether it is something that is going to be lopsided a partial deal with the Americans, which means that the war will go on, because remember that Iran is demanding among those 10 points that this war should be, any end to this war should be final, should be comprehensive, and should include the other conflicts in the region, by which they mean, of course, Lebanon, Iraq, and Yemen. So that means if the Israelis are not on board, and if they are going to probably separate their approach from the Americans, that means this war is not going to end. Fighting in Lebanon, continuation of fighting in Lebanon means continuation of war between Iran and Israel. This is what we have been hearing from officials here every single day. So a comprehensive peace agreement, a final comprehensive peace agreement, or no peace agreement. This is going to be the main problem, the main issue tonight. We don't see any clarity in the statement by President Trump about the Israelis. He did not even mention them in this. So are we in front of a situation where the Americans are pulling out of this conflict and leaving Israelis to go ahead and continue the fighting and continue the bombardment, which is going to be almost basically the same for Iranians? The same amount of firepower, the same amount of missiles and bombs that are falling on Iran. There is no distinction for Iranians here between the Americans and the Israelis. They don't even know who is bombarding these infrastructure facilities over the last few days. So if Israel continues and is not on board in this agreement, that means this is not the end that Iranians are looking for, and this is not an end to the war.
Yeah, a lot of question marks, certainly a lot of moving parts. Let's see if we can get some information from Rob McBride. He's following the Israeli government's reaction from the Jordanian capital, Amman. So, Rob, do we have anything so far from the Israelis?
Yeah, we're still waiting for the official Israeli reaction to this. What we do have so far is quotes being carried on Israeli media from a U.S. official saying that, in his view, Israel has accepted that this ceasefire is going ahead, will go along with it. Now, it remains to be seen if that is the case, because we do know, of course, over the previous weeks and indeed months, Israel has been very much against negotiations, first of all, brokered by Oman, has arguably was instrumental in getting Donald Trump to back away from negotiations, to choose the path of conflict, to go into this war. Even as recently as the weekend, when Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, spoke to Donald Trump to congratulate the US about the retrieval of the downed airmen inside Iran, he also apparently used that phone conversation to once again reiterate about the importance of not getting into a ceasefire with Iran, that they still have unfinished business. And indeed, we've been hearing various reporting that the two militaries have been working very closely, finalizing their target lists for all of the broader infrastructure projects that they want to go after. And in some ways, with the Israeli strikes in the past couple of days against bridges, against road and rail links, it could be argued that maybe they have already started in a small way on going through their list. Now, it remains to be seen whether or not they do go along with this. A lot will depend on Hezbollah and Lebanon, whether that is included in this ceasefire agreement. And there are mixed messages on that. There are some sources inside Israel that are saying that that in any ceasefire that would not be included, and it's understood that that's very much something that is existential to Israel, that it's very much their personal project. They would want to keep attacking Hezbollah, but as we've heard from Mohammed Val there, the Iranians would not want to delink it. It is all very much of a piece with the conflict between the United States, Israel and Iran, that they wouldn't be able to separate it out. So that remains a very thorny subject. If the United States, as a senior partner, has agreed on a ceasefire, and Donald Trump says that there will be a ceasefire, it is hard to see how Israel could hold out against that. It did do so in the so-called 12-day war last June, when a ceasefire was agreed between the three warring parties, and Israel and Iran continued their exchanges, accusing the other of breaking the ceasefire. And eventually it was a personal intervention by Donald Trump to Netanyahu to tell tell him to get in line that brought the Israelis kicking and screaming into agreeing to a ceasefire finally. It remains to be seen whether this, if there is a ceasefire, will be cleanly adopted and accepted by Israel, or will have, again, the same messiness and the same resistance by Israel wanting to continue the fight.
Yeah, though, Rob, of course, we have also had this ceasefire, quote-unquote ceasefire in Gaza for some time now, and yet the Israelis have violated this ceasefire almost on a daily basis. So I want to ask Mike Hanna, who's with us again from Washington. So, Mike, look, does the U.S. have the ability, if Israel is insistent on continuing this war, and again, there's a lot of question marks about this, but if Israel insists on continuing this war, does the United States have the ability to tell the Israelis, no, it's over?
Well, that's a very good question, and one that we're going to have to wait to see answered, because until then it is pure conjecture. But generally, Israel has tended to follow the directions of this particular administration, although some have argued that this administration is in the war because of Israel's urging. Be all of that as it may, first of all, there's an important detail here. The White House has just announced a lid. That means formally that there will be no more formal pronouncements from the White House in the course of the evening. That does not obviate the possibility of more social media posts coming out from the president. Another detail that's just happened, I see that the Marine Guard has taken up a position outside the West Wing doors, which means that the president has moved from the residence to the West Wing within the last half hour. But to get back to this issue of whether Israel would follow U.S. direction, I think, once again, very important to look at those 10-point plan that Iran handed over via the Pakistani mediators to the United States, that President Trump says in his Truth Social piece provides a workable point of negotiation, of potential agreement. Now, among those 10 points are very, very critical ones. An end to regional strikes, an end to Israeli strikes in Lebanon against Hezbollah and other allies. Then as well, stop regional fighting, cessation of all regional fighting against Iranian allies. There you have both the situation in southern Lebanon and a potential situation in Yemen. So these are points appear to be covered by those 10-point proposal by the Iranians, which President Trump, and I've got to keep on putting all of this together, says is a workable basis for a long-term solution. Now, also in those 10 points is the demand that this not be a temporary ceasefire, that it be a lasting end to hostilities, a point at which President Trump, once again in that Truth Social media posting, appears to agree with, saying that within the next 2 weeks, this time can be used to put together those holes that remain in the points of dispute between the United States and Iran. So he is seeing this, along with the Iranian proposal, as not a temporary situation, but as a period in which a lasting, long-term agreement can be reached. Now, what role Israel plays in the next 2 weeks in terms of reaching that long-term agreement, well, once again, that is an issue that is very much up in the air.
All right, Mike, I want to go back to Mohammed Val for us in Tehran. So I just want to clarify a point here. So in the Trump Truth Social post that you have on the screen there, he says that, look, for the next 2 weeks, the Strait of Hormuz is going to be open. I just want to clarify that the Iranians have agreed to not only open it, but open it without any sort of tolls or tariffs. And is there any indication coming from Tehran that that may be the status quo that they may agree to in whatever deal they ultimately agree to?
Yes, we just have a tweet now by the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, in which he thanks the Pakistanis for their efforts for peace. And basically, he said something very close to what you have asked about. He said that, number one, Iran will be ready to stop the defensive action in this war. That means to stop attacks on the other side. If they stop the attacks on Iran, then Iran will be ready for the next 2 weeks to stop also its defensive action in this war. That's one point. The second point, he also said that Iran will be ready to allow passage across through the Strait of Hormuz, basically to open it, but it will be in coordination with Iran. So the passage of ships will be in coordination with Iran. I mean, there is no clarity about what he means exactly. He did not talk about fees or anything. He just talked about broadly about coordination with Iran. I have also, by the way, a few points from the National Security Council statements that confirm and solidify the understanding that Iranians have been on board for this agreement. Point number 2, they say achievement of goals. The statement of the National Security Council asserts that Iran has largely achieved its war goals, bringing the enemy to a state of helplessness and defeat. The unified support of the Iranian nation is emphasized as crucial for this outcome. So just as the Americans might consider this a victory, the Iranians are considering that this agreement and this achievement tonight is a victory. Negotiation plans. Iran plans to hold negotiations. Okay, that's also a good point. Iran is ready for negotiations now, after many, many weeks of saying it's not ready for negotiations. In Islamabad, to finalize details that will solidify its military victories into political agreements. These negotiations are expected to occur within 15 days. 10-article plan. Iran has drafted the 10-article plan presented to the U.S. through Pakistan, which includes demands such as controlled passage through the Strait of Hormuz, withdrawal of U.S. forces from the region, compensation for damages, lifting of sanctions, and the release of blocked Iranian assets. So there is the understanding about this point is that these are being seen favorably by the other side. These are Iran's demands, and they are being considered in an earnest and positive manner. Binding resolution. The approval of these terms in a Security Council resolution would turn them into a binding international law, representing a significant diplomatic achievement for Iran. Number 6, U.S. acceptance. The Prime Minister of Pakistan has communicated that the U.S. has accepted these principles as a basis for negotiations, indicating a shift in their instance. So Iranians see that the Americans have now come down and accepted the principles that Iran has advanced, and that has been that echoes what President Trump said, that there is a general agreement on those terms and those demands. Well, they are still talking about distrust in negotiations. The negotiations will begin with a complete distrust of the U.S. with a duration of 2 weeks that can be extended if mutually agreed upon. So that means also, that implies giving some benefit of the doubt, but also keeping that lack of trust that the Iranians have been talking about since the beginning of this war. About the continuation of the war, it says it is emphasized that these negotiations do not signify an end to the war. Iran will only agree to cease hostilities once its principles are accepted and finalized in the talks. For Iran, this is not the end of the war until they see during these 2 weeks how genuine the other side is in terms of accepting the principles and in terms of agreeing on what Iranians think is necessary for them as a condition for ending this war.
All right, Mohammed, we're going to let you run for now to go and work your sources. In the meantime, joining us from Washington, D.C. is Trita Parsi. He is the Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, and also our senior correspondent, Osama bin Javed, is here with me in studio. Osama, let's start with you. Do we have any sense at this stage as to how the Pakistanis were able to make this happen?
Well, I think we need to all take a moment to let this sink in, that from the brink of and from the precipice of an all-out war of annihilation, the world has stepped back, as Donald Trump has announced it in his Truth Social post. You're hearing from the National Supreme Committee of the Iranians that on April 10th, a 2-week dialogue is beginning in Islamabad. I think that is the most significant outcome of all of this. This essentially underlines that they've agreed to this ceasefire. They've agreed to the terms that were presented to them. Now, the Americans are at a 15-point plan. The Iranians are at a 10-point plan. What the Pakistanis had been insisting all through this was that find common ground that you agree upon. Forget the parts that you disagree with. Find a strand that you agree upon. Come to the table, talk the other things out. The alternative is that you are going to go to war, spend billions of dollars, kill millions of people, put this region into a war that it might not be able to come out of for years, if not decades, and then you will, in the end, come to the table. And it seems that at the last moment, that sense seemed to have prevailed. And this is why you're seeing the Pakistanis being thanked by Donald Trump, they're acknowledged by the Iranians. And I think Islamabad being playing that crucial role, not just in the talks, but as a venue for negotiations, it is significant.
So you have a 15-point plan, a 10-point plan that we're trying to kind of reconcile here. Do we know at all where the points of disagreement may still lie?
Well, I think there's 25 points of disagreement between these two plans, because you see the maximalist positions that both sides have taken. They've dug their heels. The U.S. president knows that this is an election year. He is going to be able to have to sell to the American public that he went for a war that was, in his words, necessary and to prevent harm to Americans, whereas the Iranians are saying this was a complete war of choice. I was in Geneva when these talks were happening. The Iranians were quite confident that they've agreed to most parts of what was being put on the table. Going into this, they know now that for the last 6 weeks, they've been able to hold off and resist one of the largest armies in the world. They've been able to resist the Israeli attacks. They've went through a regime change operation, if the Americans want to call it that, whereas it took the Americans 20 years to replace the Taliban with the Taliban, but in the last 6 weeks, they've essentially replaced Khamenei with Khamenei.
Trita, you're there in D.C. I wonder, in your estimation, why do you think the president agreed to extend this ceasefire, or I should say, I guess, agreed to a ceasefire at all?
Because Donald Trump does not have any good options. He was talking a big game about escalatory steps, but everyone in the region knew that if he went after Iran's energy resources, power plants, etc., the Iranians would retaliate against GCC states, and we would have a much, much worse energy crisis than we have now. Oil prices would reach $200 in a prolonged way because oil infrastructure would be taken out, and this would destroy Trump's presidency. He needed to get out of this. He made these threats earlier today to give the appearance that the agreement that he would come to by this evening was done on his terms. But when you actually look at it, it does appear that it wasn't, because he, even in his own tweet, says that the negotiations are going to be based on the 10-point plan of the Iranians, which is a much more reasonable plan. It has a couple of very aggressive proposals, whereas the American plan was really maximalist from the beginning to end and really not a serious proposal. Now, that doesn't mean that these negotiations in any way, shape, or form are going to work. The Iranians are going to be tremendously suspicious that this is going to be the same thing the U.S. and Israel has done in Gaza several times. Use a ceasefire just to catch up, regroup, rearm, and then relaunch the war. So this is going to be very tough, and Pakistan has its work cut out for it. But we should all be thankful that there are still countries around that are willing to stick out their neck and use their diplomatic offices to help bring about some form of a reduction of tensions.
Who do you think's in a better bargaining position?
Well, I think at this point, the Iranians have managed to take away the potency of American military threats from this equation. Because even if the U.S. continues to issue threats going forward in these talks, how serious would anyone take them after it's become so clear that the United States, with all of its firepower, still cannot bring the Iranians to their knees? The U.S. Navy was 3,000 kilometers away from Iran's shorelines out of fear that Iranian missiles would sink a couple of American ships. So I think what has happened here is that the military option has been tested and it has failed. And this is going to change the dynamics in the negotiations in a profound way.
Osama, look, Iran has been insisting on basically reparations for the damage that's been done thus far in the war, and essentially saying, look, we should be able to turn the Strait of Hormuz into a toll road in order to pay for those reparations. Do you think that that is one point where they're likely to be flexible?
I think they will have to be flexible and they have been showing flexibility on that because they're working on a joint mechanism with the Omanis. You'll have to see the region come into play in all of this. You see, when I was saying that Pakistan is significant, it is not just because of its geography, but it is because of its ties. It's got a defense pact with the Saudis. Today, you heard the Pakistanis say that if there is an escalation, they will not abandon them. It has a line of communication with the Chinese, who essentially want free and safe passage because China is dependent on the Strait of Hormuz. It is not going to be willing to pay a premium to let its ships go past. So Iran will definitely be able to maintain some sort of control of the Strait of Hormuz, but I don't think that it's going to be millions of dollars each ship. But what is significant here is that this region has been changed forever. It is not just the United States that is leaving with a bloody nose. What has happened to Iran is extraordinary. What the blunt force that has been hitting Iran. You're talking about the supreme leader being taken out. You're talking about the chain of command going fragmented. The new supreme leader, rumors about his health. So Iran will have to recalibrate and reassess because it was on the brink of seeing its regional powers, people who have so far refrained from conflict and shown, and you have to give the GCC a lot of credit here that it did not get dragged into this war, as was being mentioned earlier. But now will be the time to reassess. This whole region will have to reassess its security and economic priorities. You're already seeing murmurs of avoiding the Strait of Hormuz and building pipelines and structures for the future. The damage that has been done is tremendous, and the region would not want to go back to it. Just in Qatar, the Ras Laffan trains that have been damaged, the liquefied natural gas trains, $26 billion worth of damage. In terms of revenues, about $20 billion a year for the next 3 to 5 years. There is tremendous toll, and that is just one of the oil and gas infrastructures that have been hit. So there is a lot at stake. I think all sides have now realized what this conflict costs, including the Americans and the Iranians, and these 15 days are going to be the litmus test whether they believe that the lessons learned will be applied to the future.
Trita, I want to ask you about a pretty remarkable answer that the president gave in his press conference yesterday in D.C. He was asked why the Iranians would go along with regime change when the Americans have been bombing their countries and were threatening to bomb, bridges, power plants, things like that. And President Trump said, quote, they'd be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. And he insisted that there were actually Iranians who wanted the bombing to continue. Do you think that this deal is an acceptance or that maybe that was hyperbole? Is the idea of regime change effectively dead here?
I think it is completely dead. And I think it was actually dead on arrival. And you can see it in the New York Times reporting today that was part of the proposal that the Israelis sold Trump that generated the most skepticism, outright skepticism. The CIA director called it farcical from Trump's advisors. Trump, it's not clear whether he fully was bought in on or not, but he clearly was bought in on the idea of war. He thought the regime was going to collapse. At this point, I think the Islamic Republic, the theocracy internally is stronger than it was before. And we may very well end up seeing a more hawkish and more radical Islamic Republic version of the Islamic Republic going forward. That, I think, would be very devastating for the region as a whole, because as the previous guest mentioned, there is a dire need right now to make sure that the region comes together, builds its own security architecture, not dependent on outside forces, in order to make sure that they can safeguard the security in the region and never end up in a scenario like this again. And that's going to require flexibility from all sides, including the Iranians.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you there. You heard our colleague Mohammed Val talking about the Iranian demands, one of them being that the war in Lebanon also ends. How likely do you think it is that that will ultimately be a sticking point? Because after all, this was never America's war. Americans have not been dropping bombs on Lebanon, only the Israelis have.
That is true. I think there's several reasons why the Iranians include this. One is to show their sympathy and solidarity with the people of Lebanon. But it's also important because if the Israelis continue to bomb Gaza, bomb Lebanon, bomb Syria, that is going to be a source of instability in the region that will in and of itself risk expanding the war onto Iran once again. And if you truly want to find an end to the war, not just a ceasefire, then it's necessary to recognize these connections between the theater in Lebanon and the theater in Iran. And as a result, I'm not surprised that they're making that demand. Now, whether the United States can deliver on that demand is a different story, if it wants to deliver on that demand. But there is a clear connection that we saw already from October 7th, that as long as those conflicts were continuing, the Israelis were bombarding these countries, the risk of regional spillover was massive. We have now seen it happen twice. If you want to avoid it in the future, you have to address that issue as well.
Osama, part of the irony of this conflict is that you had Israel bombing energy facilities inside of Iran, critical infrastructure inside of Iran just in the last 24 hours. And yet you had Saudi Arabia, which is no friend of the Israelis, that were ultimately taking the blowback from the Iranians for that. What do we know about the Gulf's role in pushing for a resolution to this? How involved have they been? What leverage have they had, and have they been able to effectively use it?
Well, in the last few days, I was in Islamabad talking to various sources about that particular point. And according to the Pakistanis, the role that they've been playing is not just of the mediator, but essentially going to Gulf states and convincing them that it is not in their interest to get involved and dragged into a war. One official told me that they reminded people of what happened in the 1980s, where Saddam Hussein was egged on to go to war with Iran, and then the ladder was pulled from beneath his feet. And that is why there's been wisdom, there's been determination to stay on the sidelines, even despite coming under attack. And you saw how angry the Saudi foreign minister was when there was a meeting in Tehran of foreign ministers of the region and the Iraqis and the Turks and the Pakistanis, and the Iranian bombs were falling on Riyadh and during that day. So the region has shown a lot of restraint, but that does not mean that it is going to be unlimited. That is why you're seeing from the GCC calls that they are going to be behind any sort of off-ramp that can be provided to Iranians and the Americans. But in the aftermath, the day after, they want to be part of a negotiated solution because they are ultimately paying the price. What they had built as shields around them, as the United States had told them, were essentially targets painted on their backs that the Iranians kept on hitting over and over again. And the United States was not able to give them the kind of cover that they expected that it was giving to Israel. Although the Americans said that, look, the 90% of interceptions you're making is because we are providing you with military hardware, and that relationship is not going to go anywhere. But I think what you're going to see in the region is more diversity, not just in economic ties, but in security ties as well. You're already seeing it with Turkey, you're seeing it with Europe, and now perhaps you'll see China become a player.
Trita, there's still a lot of question marks about the Israeli answer to all of this, but I just wonder, how likely do you think it is that we may find ourselves in a scenario where the Israelis ostensibly agree to a ceasefire deal, but then a few weeks later, when Washington's not paying attention anymore, they sort of go back to a bombing campaign in Iran, like we have seen, for instance, in Gaza, and previous to that, like we saw in Lebanon as well? How likely do you think that that scenario is? And do the Americans really have the ability or the leverage over Israel to say no?
So on the first scenario, I don't think it is as easy for the Israelis to restart the war with Iran as it is for them to just bomb in Gaza and Lebanon. Because every time the Israelis have attacked Iran, they have had to coordinate with the United States because they need the U.S.'s help in order to protect them against the incoming retaliatory missiles from Iran. So I don't think that the Israelis actually can sustain themselves in a war with Iran without active American support. And if they are doing it against American wishes, then obviously they would take a huge risk of seeing potentially the United States stay out of that war. And then the Israelis facing Iran alone is not a scenario that they want to be in. Now, can the United States rein in Israel? Absolutely it can. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that if the United States really wanted to, it would do so. The question is, what is the political price the president and his party would pay if they were to do so? And are they willing to pay that price? We have seen that Trump, on occasion, actually has reined in the Israelis in a rather humiliating fashion, such as when he forced them to read an apology to the emir of Qatar after the Israelis had attacked Doha. And then released the pictures of it to make sure that there was no doubt that this was actually happening. But we haven't seen Trump being able to sustain that pressure on the Israelis. And in this scenario, in order to make sure that this deal is sustainable, that pressure has to be sustained.
Yeah, how could you forget those photos of the president holding the base of the phone in the White House while the Israeli prime minister read his apology to the Qataris? All right, Trita Parsi there in Washington, Osama bin Javed here in Doha. Thank you both for that. We'll keep an eye. All right, you are watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of the latest developments now. Donald Trump has agreed to extend his deadline to launch a massive attack on Iranian critical infrastructure. He says he will agree to a 2-week ceasefire if Iran opens the Strait of Hormuz. He made the statement on social media just 90 minutes before that deadline was due to expire. Iran's Supreme National Security Council says it has accepted a 2-week ceasefire and that it will negotiate with the U.S. in Islamabad on Friday. All right, let's bring in Rasul Sardar. He's in the Saudi capital of Riyadh. So, Rasul, there have been strikes there in Gulf countries throughout the day, here in Doha as well. Have we been getting any reaction from Gulf countries to this 2-week ceasefire now?
Indeed, as of now, so we haven't heard any official statements yet from the leaderships across the GCC countries here. So rather, still there are condemnations regarding the attacks, and these are the latest statements. But here, in President Trump's social media post, he's saying that on behalf of the United States of America as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. So he's claiming that he is speaking, he's talking on behalf of the Middle East countries as well. Perhaps here specifically, it means the GCC countries. So here, the GCC countries have been pushing a lot for the diplomacy and also for a diplomatic resolution through all of this process. But they also have been quite clear. So they said that when the war is breaking up, it is breaking between the United States and Iran, or Iran and Israel, so it is the GCC that is paying the highest price, and economically, militarily, at the societal level. So that's why they have been quite consistent that they will be a part of the whole process that is going to the ceasefire, or later they want to be at the negotiating table to communicate their demands. So here, President Trump is saying that Iran, throughout these 15 days of the ceasefire, have agreed for a complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. That is essential for the GCC countries here. But then the statement that is coming out of the Iran National Supreme Security Council is still insisting that Iran is going to keep control over the Strait of Hormuz. So that perhaps is going to be one of the tensiest points between the GCC and Iran, because the GCC countries have been quite clear that Strait of Hormuz is the lifeline of their economies, and they will not accept any change in the status of the Strait of Hormuz, saying that it is under the guarantees of the international conventions, and they will not accept any single party's control over the Strait of Hormuz. And then the Iranian statement that is released by the National Supreme Security Council, talking about all access. I mean, the Iranian allied groups across the region also are going to be included in this ceasefire, and it's like a congratulations to that allied groups. But here, GCC's another demand was that these allies, these armed groups that are affiliated with Iran, are also a threat to the GCC countries' stability, because throughout these almost 40 days, what we have seen was not that the attacks only from Iran toward the GCC, but particularly in case of Iraq, there have been the armed groups affiliated with Iran attacking the GCC countries, namely particularly Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. So another demand from the GCC countries is the Iranian missile program. So they're saying, well, these missiles have been intensively used against the GCC countries, and they want the guarantees that when the war ended, when there is an agreement, that Iran's missiles program is not going to be remaining as a threat over the GCC here. So all these demands are there. And so now the President of the United States saying that he's speaking on behalf of the Middle East countries as well. So by 10th of April, when the negotiations are going to start in Islamabad, so we're going to see if there will be representatives of the GCC at the table, or whether that's going to be a bilateral negotiation between the Americans and Iranians. But in any way, the GCC countries are quite clear about their demands. But overall, what we have seen throughout this crisis for the GCC countries is, first, they have struggled to come up with a unified position. But then there have been some major regional countries, Turkey, Egypt, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia stepping in. So for the GCC countries, integrated with these major regional countries, they also are preparing for the day after, because they know that this region has changed dramatically, and they want to have a word, have a saying in the future of the region. And to do that, so the GCC, not to stand alone, but integrating the efforts with the other major countries, they are also repositioning themselves for the day after.
All right, Rasul, sit tight. I want to bring in Axel Zaimovich. He is live for us here in Doha. So, Axel, over the past couple of weeks, Doha, Qatar, has been pretty quiet, with the exception of today, where there were interceptions just hours before the U.S. president decided to extend this deadline. What do we know about those interceptions, and have we gotten any formal statement from the Qataris on their reaction to all of this?
Well, Scott, we actually had a statement coming from the Ministry of Interior. They put out a statement out there giving a very limited information regarding this attack. What we know that a central residential area in Qatar was hit by a falling debris. 4 people have been injured, including a child. They all have been receiving medical treatment. But authorities, once again, have urged everybody in this country to exercise caution, to be careful, to avoid those sites affected by falling debris. But also, the latest updates that we're getting from the Ministry of Education in this country is saying that the schools and nurseries will remain closed for the rest of the week, just to preserve the safety of students and the teachers. So this is the only statement that we received from the officials during the night. But it's really important to mention that across the region, we've seen a large number of attacks and military activities. It's really fair to say that those attacks have been recorded right before U.S. President Donald Trump extended deadline for these so-called negotiations. Regarding what's happening across the region, we heard that air raid sirens were sounded in Bahrain. We also seen that there was a large number of attacks in Saudi Arabia. 5 missiles were intercepted by their air defense systems. So there's as well in Kuwait, authorities urged the public to stay home overnight, to exercise caution over there. So this is the scene that we've seen across the region. There was a clear sense of tension and uncertainty. But regardless of these developments tonight, it's really important to see that these countries will continue to defend their skies, but also try to protect their populations during the night.
All right, Axel, appreciate the important reporting as always. All right, Kenneth Katzman is a Middle East policy analyst and a senior fellow at the Soufan Center. He joins us now from Washington, D.C. Kenneth, thank you so much for being on the program. Why do you think that President Trump agreed to this ceasefire?
Well, I think, thank you for having me. I think he did not want to follow up on his threat to start bombing civilian infrastructure. Even many of the Republican team, several Republican senators, did not think that that was the way to escalate. And so, and I think he felt that the bombing had achieved quite a bit of what the objective was. And we had the very successful rescue mission over the weekend. I think that cannot be discounted. The fact that the Iranian military was nowhere to be found and performed very poorly in that operation. in that rescue, and that humiliated the Iranians. And I think Mr. Trump felt that he has enough leverage now. He's not withdrawing the U.S. military. It's a 2-week ceasefire. Let's see what Iran agrees to. Obviously, Mr. Trump is going to be looking for a lot of give on the nuclear side. I'm sure he's going to want to insist that that stockpile of enriched uranium be brought out, maybe by the Atomic Energy Agency, International Atomic Energy Agency. Other conditions, Iran may get some assets unfrozen in any deal. I don't know. Mr. Trump is not withdrawing the military. It's still there. If Iran doesn't go forward with its promise to open the Strait of Hormuz, the military is still there to intervene on his orders.
Kenneth, this war is hugely unpopular in the United States, but in Israel it is hugely popular. Given that, do you think that it's likely that the Israelis will ultimately go along even with this 2-week ceasefire period?
Oh, absolutely. And Netanyahu has said he defers to Mr. Trump. If Mr. Trump says there's a ceasefire, there's a ceasefire.
Now, I mean, but he hasn't always deferred to the president. I mean, he's kind of gone his own way in several instances.
Well, I think to violate the ceasefire, to not have a ceasefire would be a pretty big transgression against Mr. Trump. I don't think he's going to do that. But what I was going to say is I think Israel will probably continue on the covert side. They've been doing that for many years. They probably will continue to do that. They may even conduct some sort of covert operations against remaining leadership targets in Iran. That's probably the direction I expect them to go, but not to overtly keep bombing while Mr. Trump has stopped bombing.
Yeah. I just want to ask you about some of the concerns that have been raised about this entire scenario in Washington. You had the Democratic House Minority Leader, for instance, Hakeem Jeffries, who wrote on X that the president was, quote, completely unhinged. And he said that the statement that the president had made about wiping out a civilization, quote, shocks the conscience. He was calling for action from Congress. Do you think that this 2-week ceasefire period and the potential of a longer-term deal, do you think that that makes these real concerns about the sort of extremist position that President Trump had been holding? Do you think that those concerns now go away?
Well, nothing goes away. I mean, I think it's going to depend on what Iran offers. And as I said, particularly on the nuclear side, and there the Democrats, most of them are united that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon and should not even have an enrichment capability, and certainly must yield that stockpile of enriched uranium. I think there's a lot of bipartisan comedy on that issue.
Where do you think that the Iranians are likely to give on all of this? They want the war in Lebanon to end. They had been asking for a toll, effectively, on the Strait of Hormuz. Do you think that these are areas where they may be open to negotiation, or do you think these are red lines?
They will not get any end to the Lebanon war. That is an issue where the Beirut government actually agrees with Netanyahu and the United States that Hezbollah must no longer be allowed to drag Lebanon into a war with Israel. There is strong consensus on that. So Iran is going to get absolutely nowhere on that issue. On reparations, Iran is going to get nowhere, as I said. But as I said, they may get some unfreezing of some of their blocked assets. I believe they have a lot of money of their money in Japanese banks and maybe European, Turkish banks. They may get some unblocking of those assets that could be used potentially for reconstruction. Maybe. What you mentioned, the Strait of Hormuz? No, the Strait has to be open, unfettered, free passage. Mr. Trump is not going to be conceding any points on that.
Where do you think that the Americans will ultimately have to cede some ground?
Well, as I said, the sanctions relief that has always been on the table. And it's going to depend on what Iran gives on the nuclear issue, on the missile issue. I mean, we're going back to negotiations that Mr. Biden was conducting and Mr. Trump was conducting last year before Operation Midnight Hammer. It's the same basket of issues. The U.S. leverage, what the U.S. gives is sanctions relief. That's always on the table for Iran, but they have to verifiably prove to the international community that they cannot have any pathway to a nuclear weapon under any set of circumstances. And if they can do that, they will be offered sanctions relief.
Do you think the pressure from Gulf countries ultimately helped get this deal over the line?
No, I don't think the Gulf countries, they didn't really. UAE was about to join the United States in attacking Iran. Saudi Arabia was urging Mr. Trump to continue. So I don't see that the Gulf states really were urging this. I think this came from Pakistan, Egypt, Turkey, the idea of, ending a conflict and giving both sides some sort of honorable way to end this, or at least bring a ceasefire forward. I don't think the Gulf states were necessarily instrumental in this, no.
Do you think that there's a scenario where perhaps the Trump administration may have to give a little bit more even than just sanctions relief, like, say, closing down some bases in Gulf countries and saying, look, we've done such a great job, we don't need these anymore? He can count that as a win. The Iranians can say, look, the Americans are less powerful in the region. They can count that as a win as well. Do you think that that may be a realistic scenario that the Americans have to look at?
Well, I don't think any of the Gulf states want any of the U.S. bases to leave. So I think that's
but I just wonder why you think that, because it seems to me like over the course of this war, those bases have given them nothing but grief and really put their citizens in danger.
Well, it also offered a lot of air defense. I mean, most of the Iranian missiles and drones were intercepted. The overwhelming majority were intercepted. And Iran's fire against the Gulf states was militarily ineffective. And yeah, they did hit some targets, they hit some things, yes. But militarily, they did not stop any operations. And it only made the Gulf states even more angry with Iran and less trustful, and even questioning their own outreach to Iran over the past few years. So I don't see any repositioning of American bases resulting from any of this.
So last question, Kenneth. As we move ahead over the next 2 weeks in these talks taking place in Islamabad, who ultimately is in a stronger bargaining position?
Well, again, as I said, Mr. Trump, he's not taking the military out. And just 2 days ago, he had U.S. units 40 miles from Isfahan. They could have marched. If he had sent the Marine Expeditionary Unit to that little makeshift airbase, they could have walked into Isfahan and basically captured Iran's second most important city. So I think that's quite a bit of leverage. Now, if Mr. Trump takes the military back, pulls it back, that would be a different story. So I think Mr. Trump is still, if he keeps the military there, I think he's in a very strong position to get a good agreement that he can sell as a good agreement for the United States persons, U.S. people.
All right, Kenneth Katzman for us there in Washington. We certainly appreciate the analysis. Thank you. Okay, let's go back now to Rob McBride. He's in Amman. He's following the Israeli government's reaction to this. Rob, I understand you have some news. What do you know?
Yeah, we're still waiting for official reaction from the government itself. What we have is various statements coming out from unnamed sources, from officials, from other figures who often contribute speaking on the media. It does seem as though Israel itself has been caught wrong-footed by this, caught out in a sense of surprise by the speed of this. One senior official, again unnamed, but quoted in a fairly reliable mainstream Israeli media source, television source, saying that Israel is completely surprised by this decision, that they learnt about it themselves from last-minute notifications, adding that it's a decision that came after, particularly surprising because it comes after everything had already been decided, presumably referring to these established plans that have been worked out in detail between Israel Israel and the US military about this extensive bombing campaign that was now going to get underway, in fact, in a few minutes' time, against critical infrastructure. Israel, in some respects, almost had seemed to had already begun on its own list of infrastructure in the last 24 hours, hitting a number of targets such as bridges, road and rail links, and the military and the administration in Israel, and also, it has to be said, a lot of the public society, a lot of the media very much behind this. One television station even having a countdown working towards this deadline, which was due to start in a few minutes from now, looking forward, it seems, to this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, as most of Israel sees it, of really degrading the whole ability of Iran to continue as a functioning society. But we have had it confirmed by Yadiot Oronot that one of the points in this 10-point plan put forward by the Iranians that the US seem to have agreed on does cover Lebanon. Now, that's going to be a real issue for the Israelis moving forward. They have begun this process of taking on Hezbollah, of driving them further north. It is only just building momentum now, and they would not want to see that being thwarted. So that is going to be a sticking point. But it does appear if the senior partner, the United States, has decided there will be a ceasefire, Israel will have no choice but to go along with it, grudgingly. And you get the sense that they're going to try, as they have done before now, to try to talk the US out of it.
All right, that's Rob McBride for us. They're reporting from Amman. Still a lot of questions to be answered from the Israeli side, but we are starting to get some clarity. All right, we're going to take a short break now. We will be back in just a minute from now. We will be live in Tehran, Washington, D.C., and right across the Middle East as our extensive coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran continues. Please don't go anywhere. We will be back in just about 1 minute from now. Stay with us.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Diplomacy, yet again, was used as a ruse for war.
Critical debate.
Who betrayed the table? Who attacked the negotiations for the second time? For the third time during the talks we should be attacked? Who is talking about a greater country for itself? Israel, not Iran.
Iran has been a huge supporter of terrorism over the years. I really have to take exception to the idea that Iran is innocent in this.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
On Counting the Cost, the Iran war has sent Africa into an energy shock. Governments across the continent are scrambling to secure oil and gas supplies. Even producers like Nigeria are struggling to meet demand. So what are the options? And what does Africa need to become energy independent? Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera. Hey there, I'm Scott McLean. This is Al Jazeera with our continuing coverage of the war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. The U.S. and Iran have announced a suspension of all attacks for 2 weeks and to allow safe transit through the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. President Donald Trump says massive strikes on Iranian infrastructure will be suspended to allow a long-term peace agreement to be finalized. Iran is claiming victory and says planned talks in Islamabad don't mean the end of the war is guaranteed. And Al Jazeera reports from a synagogue in Tehran completely destroyed in an airstrike. Well, Donald Trump has agreed to suspend all strikes on Iran for 2 weeks if Tehran grants ships safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. In a post on social media 90 minutes before his deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz, he announced a 2-week pause that will allow a long-term peace agreement to be finalized. He had warned that a whole civilization dies tonight. That's a direct quote. If Iran did not agree to a deal by Tuesday evening, Washington, D.C. time. And Iran appears to have agreed to those terms. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi tweeted a short time ago that Iran would allow safe passage for shipping through the Strait of Hormuz for a fortnight. That's 2 weeks. Posting on Truth Social, the president, Donald Trump, said, quote, "I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran, and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized." All right, we have correspondents in Doha, Amman, Riyadh, Beirut, Tehran, and Washington, D.C., where Mike Hanna joins us now from the White House. So, Mike, what more do we know from the Americans?
Well, let's start with President Trump's first message on social media of the day, in which he said, "The whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again." Now we've got the president putting out on his social media that a 2-week ceasefire has been agreed to, not just a ceasefire, but a period in which the remaining differences between the U.S. and Iran can be ironed out, leading to a long-term and lasting resolution of the disputes between the two nations. This is a lot of movement in one particular day. The White House has formally declared a lid, which means there will be no more formal statements from the White House in the course of the evening. That does not obviate the possibility of any more social media messages coming out from President Trump. But clearly, this is a deeply significant outcome, given the fact that this was the time at which President Trump had vowed to obliterate Iran if they did not agree to the U.S. proposals for negotiation. But what has in fact happened from the president's social media posting is that the U.S. has agreed to Iran's 10-point proposal, which was communicated to the U.S. by Pakistani mediators. And these 10 points are very significant, carrying with them the promise that this is not a temporary ceasefire. Iran would not agree to a temporary ceasefire, but it wanted negotiations leading to a lasting, long-standing end to hostilities between the U.S. and Iran. And also with the Iran 10 points, which President Trump appears to have agreed to, since he says they are a good basis for a negotiation, is restrictions on Israel, in particular its operations in southern Lebanon, in particular its operations against other allies of the Iranians. So all of these are included in the Iranian 10-point plan, which I keep on repeating are the 10 points that President Trump has now agreed to largely. He did say almost all at one stage. So there are still points of difference, clearly, but none that the president himself does not appear to believe cannot be ironed out within this 2-week window of the ceasefire to allow the negotiations to move forward, providing a complete resolution, the removal of all disagreements between the U.S. and Iran.
So, Mike, we have, it seems, a broad framework here, but there's obviously a lot of details that still need to be worked out and agreed upon. Sit tight for a second. The Iranian foreign minister has responded with a statement, and on it he thanked the Pakistani mediators and went on to say this: if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations for a period of 2 weeks. Safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible. All right, let's bring in Mohammed Val, who is with us from Tehran. So, Mohammed, what more are we hearing from the Iranians?
Yeah, aside from what you have just mentioned, in that tweet by the foreign minister, you have mentioned the Strait of Hormuz. We have to say that he made it clear that the Strait of Hormuz will be open for transit of energy supplies, but in coordination with the Iranians and with consideration of the technical issues that might arise. That means the Iranians are not saying right now, until this moment, they're not saying there will be an unconditional and complete opening of the Strait of Hormuz. They are making those little two caveats. There should be cooperation or coordination with the Iranians, and there should be consideration of the technicalities that might hinder the passage at certain moments. And that's key because for the Americans, it almost forgot about every other objective in this war, and the concentration was mainly on the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, even though the Iranians, they repeat saying that it was open before this war, so it was not one of the reasons why the war was waged on Iran in the first place. Also, the Supreme National Security Council has enumerated lots of points, the points that show the Iranians that Iran has come out victorious from this war, thanks to the long patience and steadfastness of its armed forces and its people, its unity regarding this war. And they have basically said that right now everything seems to be positive in this agreement or this potential agreement, but it doesn't mean the end of war until it is solidified into a final and comprehensive agreement, which means that Lebanon and other fronts should be included in that, even though we haven't heard much from the Israelis so far, whether they were part of the negotiations before this announcement by President Trump, and whether Israel will really agree to what the Iranians want, which is a complete withdrawal from Lebanon, something many commentators see as very difficult at the moment. But we don't know. We have to wait and see. In general, the Iranians are positive tonight, and they see this as a breakthrough and as a sign of victory for their efforts. We know that Iran has borne the brunt of this war, lots of destruction that has been going on, even until just hours ago. Lots of bridges, lots of schools, universities, and other facilities, power facilities, have been destroyed in this war. Leaders have been assassinated. Dozens of them have been eliminated in this war. So a huge cost that Iran has borne in this war, and it is looking forward to a kind of compensation, not directly from Americans and Israelis, but through the Strait of Hormuz, which is something the Americans are saying might happen. In the conclusion, the Iranians are saying that they are going. This is between the lines. I'm reading between the lines. They are giving some benefit of the doubt after weeks of refusing and after weeks of expression of mistrust. They are going to give some benefit of the doubt to the Americans for the period of 2 weeks, but mistrust is there. The underlying feeling among Iranians is continuation of mistrust until they see what the Americans are going to do during the negotiations.
Mohammed, we have seen the Iranians take a pretty defiant approach over the last 24, 48 hours, really right up until this deadline was almost upon us. In one case, you even had an Iranian official seeming to mock President Trump's tone on this. Do you get the sense from Tehran that the Iranians believe that they are, in fact, when they go to Islamabad, in a better bargaining position than the Americans?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what they are saying here. They are saying that this is a victory for Iran, that Iran has been steadfast, and it is thanks to its military might and its resolve and its patience in this war that they are now coming to these results. Remember that when the American president says that basically most of the points of contention have been agreed on, most of the points that Iran has submitted are now being seen favorable as a solid, good basis for negotiations. This is a source of pride for Iranians, that everything they suggested or everything they proposed as a means to solve this problem or to end this war has now been accepted by the other side. They look at it as a sign of victory for Iran and defeat, by the way, for the Americans, who have waged this war, according to Iranians, on behalf of the Israelis. They keep saying that this is not America's war, and that it has been imposed on the Americans, and that they have been desperate to find a way out of it for the last couple of weeks. The Iranians have been refusing again and again to sit to the negotiation table or to accept the idea of a ceasefire because they don't trust the Americans because of what happened in June and what happened on the 28th of February. So for them, this is the ultimate. Not the ideal, but the beginning of something of what they have been wishing for to see as the result, as the end game in this war for Iran, despite the losses, despite the huge losses, that at least now their demands are being seen favorably and being accepted by the other side. They see it as a victory for them and as a defeat to the Americans.
Mike, the Iranians, as you heard there from Mohammed, think that they're in a better bargaining position than the Americans. And I know that we're not expected to get any more, correct me if I'm wrong, from the White House tonight. But I wonder if you can just take us a little bit behind the scenes of who's been doing the talking on behalf of the Americans over the past couple of weeks to bring us to this point. Obviously, there's been talk that J.D. Vance has been involved in this, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. What have been the pressure points and the competing personalities behind the scenes that have brought us here? And do we know anything about who might be representing the Americans in Islamabad?
Well, it does appear from comments made by President Trump during various media interviews with U.S. outlets that these negotiations have been led by Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, the two close confidants of the president, who it would appear, according to President Trump's own words, have been leading these negotiations. You mentioned as well there were other individuals involved, certainly the Secretary of State. J.D. Vance, at one stage, it was reported, was the preferred mediator by the Iranians because both Kushner and Witkoff had been involved in negotiations that were severed when the U.S. launched surprise attacks on 2 occasions. Just to take it back here, very instructive when events are moving so quickly, to just put this all into a slightly wider time frame. One must remember that Iran delivered its 10-point proposal via the Pakistani intermediaries nearly 48 hours ago. Now, after that proposal was delivered, some administration figures were saying that this is a maximalist set of demands. In other words, that they are unreasonable. Now, those demands, one would imagine, were in the president's hands for a long period of time, at a time when he was putting out threats to completely obliterate Iran, to destroy civilization within Iran now and forever. And yet, less than 2 hours before the deadline that he said expires, he is announcing agreement to the 10-point Iranian proposals. And I cannot emphasize this enough. President Trump did not phrase it as an Iranian agreement to what the U.S. had proposed. He said, he made very clear, it was U.S. agreement to those 10 points that had been put forward by Iran through the Pakistani mediators to the U.S. Negotiators. So this is a very important difference, because it does appear that having initially rejected or treated the Iranian proposal with some degree of scorn, the president somehow found his way around to less than 2 hours before the deadline that he said expiring, agreeing to the 10 points, or largely agreeing to the 10 points, pointing out that there are still gaps that need to be filled in, but they are narrow enough to be filled in within the next 2 weeks during the ceasefire. The president agreeing with the Iranian proposal that this is not just about a temporary halt of hostilities, it is the beginning of the process of forging a lasting agreement, once again referring to President Trump's posting on his social media that most points of dispute between the U.S. and Iran have been resolved within the negotiations, those mediated negotiations that have happened in recent days, and may be finally closed and completed within a 2-week period of the ceasefire that the U.S. has agreed to.
Yeah, and that lasting agreement may, in some ways, be at odds with what the Israelis are hoping for out of this conflict, but we will see. All right, Mike, Mohammed, if you get new information, please keep us posted. In the meantime, Iran has been hit by U.S. and Israeli strikes for nearly 6 weeks. One of the strikes this week hit a Jewish synagogue. Iranian media reports the building was completely destroyed and Torah scrolls remain under the rubble. Ali Hashem has been at the scene. Watch.
This is one of many attacks at the Iranian capital. Since this morning, there have been attacks on the airport, Mehrabad airport, also on different areas. People are trying to find out whether there's anyone around on the rubble. Also, there are many people who live in the area.
I think they targeted it because they don't want our friendship or coexistence with the Iranian people to continue. Maybe they hit it so that we would be afraid and stop coming to these places. Because throughout the 12-day war and over the past 38 days until now, our synagogues and schools, everything has remained open. None of our places had been closed.
More people getting to their homes, maybe, to check what's left. At the end, it's just a reflection of what's going on in Iran on a daily basis. Ali Hashim, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
All right, Rob McBride is following the Israeli government's reaction from the Jordanian capital, Amman. So, Rob, what have the Israelis been saying thus far?
Yeah, we are still waiting for official reaction from the Israeli government, but we're seeing all sorts of reactions from commentators, from political figures, other figures inside Israel, and from various media there. One unnamed official has been quoted as saying that as far as they're concerned, this came as completely as a surprise. It came to them as a last-minute notification, as it did apparently for everybody else, and it's completely surprising, especially after everything that had already been decided, presumably referring to all of these very elaborate and detailed plans for this continuation of their air campaign, but now expanding it to hit the critical infrastructure of Iran, which seems to be now on hold. And this comes as Israel, in the last couple of days or so, already seems to have begun on its own list of civilian dual-use infrastructure that they say was also being used for the transport of military equipment, and therefore it made it a justifiable target, such as nearly 10 or so bridges and various road and rail links that they have been targeting. So they will not be happy with talk of a ceasefire. They believe there is unfinished business to do. They do not believe they've come to the end of their list of infrastructure and to the project to completely debilitate the whole of Iran as a functioning society, which seems to be ultimately their goal at the end of this. So there is concern about where this leaves them, but there's also concern now about this 10-point plan, because one of the points there is about stopping attacks in regional allies or regional proxies of Iran, which includes, of course, Hezbollah in Lebanon. And this is a project that increasingly Israel has been building momentum, putting more forces into southern Lebanon to drive back Hezbollah groups further north into Lebanon and create this buffer zone. Now, it remains a big question about whether this will be acceptable to Israel, if this is going to become part of the negotiations. It remains unclear whether this has now been accepted or whether this is just the basis for the start of talks. And if so, Israel will be working very hard over the next couple of weeks to try to get back to the position where Donald Trump found this completely unacceptable, it seems, just a few hours ago, as we were just saying there. So there will be a lot of work to be done behind the scenes by Israel to try to force, I think, the U.S. position away from this ceasefire. Benjamin Netanyahu was talking just at the weekend when he spoke on the phone with Donald Trump, congratulating him about the operation to rescue the downed airmen in Iran, using that opportunity to once more try to force him away from the ceasefire. But it is going to be a struggle at the moment. I think Israel will be just trying to work out where it leaves them in all of this, and whether they can resist the instruction if a ceasefire has been agreed and Donald Trump and the United States as a senior partner says there will be a ceasefire. It's going to be difficult to see how Israel can resist that.
Yeah, and it is worth making clear again to our viewers that the joint strikes carried out by the Americans and the Israelis have been on Iran. Israeli strikes, and only Israeli strikes, have been taking place inside of Lebanon. This is not America's role. And I want to ask Heidi Pett about that. She's our correspondent in the Lebanese capital of Beirut. So, Heidi, you have this Israeli troops deep inside of Lebanon establishing this buffer zone. You have more than 1 million people who have been internally displaced or inside or outside of Iran, according to the United Nations. What does this agreement mean for Israel's attacks on Lebanon?
Yeah, there's been a lot of speculation about that in the hour and a half or so since Trump's announcement. But a very short while ago, we had a statement from Shehbaz Sharif, who's the Prime Minister of Pakistan, which, of course, has been key in this mediation and, in fact, will be the arena for these talks between the US and Iran beginning on Friday. Now, he said, "I am pleased to announce that the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America, along with their allies, have agreed to an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and elsewhere." So we know that Iran's National Security Council said in their announcement about the 10-point proposal that it included the necessity to end the war against all components of the axis of resistance, that is Hezbollah, here in Lebanon. And US President Donald Trump has described that proposal as a workable basis to negotiate in those talks that will begin on Friday. So signs are positive that we will see an end to Israeli attacks here in Lebanon. But it is unclear yet how immediate that will be, per the announcement from the Pakistani Prime Minister, because in the hour and a half or so since the announcement by President Trump about the ceasefire, there have been at least 2 Israeli airstrikes here in Lebanon, one in the city of Tyre, which hit near a hospital, and another in the town of Mashgara in the Bekaa Valley. And an Israeli drone continues to fly low and loud over the capital right now.
Okay, so some indications that the Americans and the Iranians, according to the Pakistani Prime Minister, have agreed to stop fighting in Lebanon. But of course, the Israelis have to agree as well. And it seems, based on your reporting, these 2 strikes, since this has been agreed to, maybe the Israelis have other ideas about this. Obviously, Heidi, the humanitarian situation inside Lebanon has been horrifying. Can you just describe what things look like inside the country after almost 6 weeks of fighting?
Yeah, Lebanon passed another grim milestone today with 1,530 people killed since this 6 weeks of war began, among them 130 children, 57 medics. Large parts of the southern suburbs are in ruins. Southern Lebanon is the scene of this fighting between Israel and Hezbollah, but also the scene of systematic destruction, the detonation of homes in villages along the border, Israel targeting civilian infrastructure, including several bridges across the Litani River. So there is significant damage here in Lebanon, and the humanitarian situation is dire. As you mentioned, more than 1 million people have been displaced across the country. The Lebanese state is struggling to respond to the magnitude of that crisis. Only about 5% of people are in official shelters. Many of them are with family and friends in overcrowded apartments. They're struggling to afford skyrocketing rents. And what we know from Israeli leaders and the statements that they have made in recent weeks, they're saying that the people who have been displaced from southern Lebanon, which is more than half of that 1 million people, will not be able to return until they deem northern Israel to be safe. So it very much remains to be seen whether this 2-week delay, this 2-week ceasefire is going to meet that standard. But what it looks like will happen is at least another couple of weeks of displacement for many hundreds of thousands of people here in Lebanon.
I want to bring back in Rob McBride. Rob, again, correct me if I'm wrong. You will obviously know better than I, but we have heard precious little, it seems, from Washington on its stance on the war in Lebanon. Does Washington have an official stance on that war? And does it have the levers, or does it have the leverage to tell the Israelis, look, it's over?
They have allowed Israel to basically get on with it when it comes to Lebanon. It's more of a sideshow with regard to the conflict and the war being waged against Iran. For Israel, obviously, this is for them almost an existential issue. They believe that this conflict has given them the chance in a generation, basically, to try to once and for all debilitate and destroy Hezbollah as a threat from the north, to really push them back. You'll recall that they have claimed victory as recently as the end of 2024 after another clash with Hezbollah, that the organization had basically been put back decades. According to the defense minister, it had actually been destroyed, but clearly not. And it is an ongoing cause for concern, not only for Israelis living in northern Israel, many of who have had to evacuate from northern towns along the border, but for Israelis generally. They see Hezbollah as a threat. threat as they see Iran as an existential threat that has to be dealt with, and this is their opportunity to do that. So I think there is a feeling that they've been allowed to get along with this, but if this is now incorporated in these negotiations and they are told by the United States that, I'm sorry, this is part of the agreement with Iran, you're going to have to stop the offensive inside Lebanon, that is going to be very difficult for the Israelis to accept, but they have accepted it before now. You recall that at the end of the 12-day war last June, when again we had these three players involved in that conflict, Iran, the United States and Israel, that the United States eventually put in place a ceasefire. The Israelis and the Iranians accused each other of breaking that ceasefire and then continued to strike each other, and eventually it was Donald Trump, personal intervention, telling Prime Minister Netanyahu to toe the line, that eventually pulled the Israelis kicking and screaming into agreeing to the ceasefire. So it can be done with pressure from the United States, and Israel knows that. But they also know that as we get into these negotiations, if this leads in the ceasefire to the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, that is going to put an awful lot of pressure now on Israel, that it has to basically go along with this. It can't do anything to jeopardize that, because they know of such importance to Donald Trump to keep those the Strait of Hormuz open after being closed for so long with all the disruption it's caused. It doesn't actually mean that much to the Israelis. They don't get that much of their own stuff through the Strait of Hormuz. They're obviously impacted by the rising oil price, but they think it's worth it if they can continue their attacks and their strikes against Iran. But obviously it's going to be very difficult for them if this ceasefire does lead now to the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, for them to do anything that now jeopardizes that.
All right, Rob McBride for us there in Amman. Rob, thank you. So while we obviously keep our eye on the American capital and the Iranian capital and what the Israelis are saying, I also want to bring in Axel Zaimovich. He is watching what's happening in the Gulf for us. He's with us here in Doha. So, Axel, it's been a loud day in the Gulf. You have had a period of relative silence broken inside of Qatar today with some missile strikes, or some attempted missile strikes here. What more do we know about the strikes here and elsewhere across the region?
Well, that's right, Scott. Well, just a moment ago, we received another message coming from the authorities here in Qatar. They were saying that the threat, we received an alert basically that there was an imminent threat coming from the direction of Iran, that threat has been eliminated. But that follows the interceptions that we've seen in the few hours ago. And there was a statement coming from the Defense Ministry, a very limited information at this stage, but they say that falling debris actually fell on a residential area in central Doha, and 4 people have been injured, including a child, and all of them have been receiving a medical treatment at this stage. So very, very limited pieces of information regarding this attack, but also it's really important to mention that throughout the night, before U.S. President Donald Trump announced this deadline, the extension of this deadline, we've seen a large number of attacks, military activities across the region. But also what's really important, that it seems that these attacks have been kind of keep going in the past half an hour or so, because we're getting reports that in Bahrain, in the United Arab Emirates, air raid sirens have been sounded across the country. There's a potential imminent threat that their air defense systems have been activated at this stage. But before that, we've seen that a large number of attacks in Saudi Arabia, for example, 5 missiles were intercepted. In Bahrain, again, we saw that the U.S. embassy, they pretty much alerted its citizens to stay indoors, and everybody in the country advised to shelter in. But also in Kuwait, one of the main port is temporarily suspending its operations for the time being. So regardless of these developments we're seeing throughout the night, it's really important to mention that these countries are still on high alert, and they're still exercises caution because all of these air raid sirens have been coming and alerting people to stay indoors, to shelter in. It really goes to show that these countries are still focused on protecting its people and defending its skies. And regardless, as I said, of these developments tonight, they are still prepared from these attacks that there could be like a possible imminent threat to come in the coming hours or so.
Yeah, so Axel, sorry, just stay with me for 2 seconds just to clarify this point, because obviously the phones have been going off now. We're now about 2 hours or so since the U.S. president agreed to this deal. Just to clarify the point that you've made, we have seen incoming in the last 2 hours inside Gulf countries. Is that what you said?
So yeah, we're getting reports that their air raid sirens have been sounding in half an hour or so in the United Arab Emirates and also in Bahrain. But before that, before the deadline I was speaking, we've seen a large number of these attacks across the region. So regardless of these developments tonight, it doesn't really seem that the situation is kind of calming down in the region. So that's the reason why we're going to see a lot of countries are still exercising caution and defending their skies throughout the night.
Certainly some cause for concern there. All right, Axel Zaimovich for us in Doha. Please keep us posted on the latest. All right, in the meantime, let's bring in Rasul Sardar. He's in the Saudi capital of Riyadh. So, Rasul, what kind of reaction have we seen to this deal from Gulf countries?
Well, so far, regarding this ceasefire, there haven't been any official reactions yet. But as of this moment, just 20 minutes ago, again and again, we have received the early warnings issued by the Minister of Defense here and in Riyadh, in the capital of the country, in the eastern province of the country, particularly in Al-Kharj, where a huge American air base is located, and also in the city of Yanbu, which is on the western side of the country. So despite the ceasefire, we've seen that still there are incoming missiles and drones here. But overall, for the GCC, despite being the main target of the Iranian projectiles, indeed nearly 7,000 of them. So we're talking about hundreds of missiles, drones, and rockets being fired at the GCC. So the GCC countries have shown a great deal of restraint. And they have said that again and again, they prioritize the diplomacy, and any armed conflict must be resolved at the negotiating table. So here, they had difficulties to create a unified position. We have seen the divergence of the positions among the GCC countries, but Qatar and then Saudi Arabia particularly, they were clear about the diplomatic path, while some other countries like United Arab Emirates were a little bit adopting a more hawkish language and even talking about the possibility of joining a US-led coalition for reopening the Strait of Hormuz. But at the end of the day, there have never been any retaliation from the GCC countries here. However, having said that, they also have been clear about their demands. So the first is no change in the status of the Strait of Hormuz. And they have said that the Strait of Hormuz is under the guarantees of the international conventions, and any attempt to change the regulations or come up with new protocols is not going to be accepted, categorically rejecting that. And the reason for that is because it is 20% of the crude oil globally and 20% of the LNG passing through this choke point, and overwhelming majority of them is from the GCC countries, while Iran announcing that it wants to keep its control over the Strait of Hormuz. That, according to the GCC countries, practically means charging the Gulf Arab countries, and that they say that is not acceptable. And then they had another condition that Iranian ballistic missiles or the missiles program overall should not remain as a threat for the GCC security. And then they also have been expressing their concerns about Iran-allied armed groups across the region, particularly those in Iraq, because throughout the last 6 weeks, we have seen again and again attacks coming from the Iraqi groups, drones being fired by them, particularly toward Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. So these demands are there. And they have also been clear. That is why They want to be at the negotiating table. However, what we understand from the post, from the statement that was posted by President Trump, he's not talking about the GCC countries being at the table, but he is saying that on behalf of the United States as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East. So it seems that these concerns, these demands have been communicated with the United States, and they are going to be discussed at the table. So these are going to be quite huge issues that the GCC countries are going to insist on. And that's why there is a cautious optimism here. Perhaps that is the reason that we are not seeing official statements from the leaderships of the GCC yet, because still it is unclear whether these demands are being properly addressed or not.
All right, Rasul Sardar for us there in Riyadh. Rasul, thank you. You are watching Al Jazeera. I just want to pause for a second, remind our viewers of the situation this hour. So Donald Trump has agreed to suspend all strikes on Iran for 2 weeks if Tehran grants ships safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. president announced the pause in a post on social media 90 minutes before his deadline for Iran to open the strait. Trump says it will allow a long-term deal to be finalized. According to U.S. media, a White House official says Israel has also agreed to the terms of the ceasefire agreement. There have been celebrations in the Iranian capital Tehran after that announcement. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Iran would allow safe passage for shipping through the Strait of Hormuz for 2 weeks. Pakistan's prime minister has confirmed Lebanon will be included in the U.S.-Iran ceasefire. Israel has invaded southern Lebanon and warned that residents will not be allowed to return. Okay. All right, joining us now from Washington, D.C. is Alan Iyer. He is a distinguished diplomatic fellow at the Middle East Institute and a former senior diplomat on the U.S. negotiating team for the 2015 JCPOA Iran nuclear deal. And, of course, we have Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed with us in studio as well. Osama, I want to start with you. So Axel Zaimovich, our colleague, has been reporting these, I don't want to call them strikes, but at least these air raid sirens still taking place in parts of the Gulf. Is that cause for concern?
I don't think it is, because this is what you're seeing is a fragmented chain of command that Iran had devised from the very onset of this war. So for that order of a ceasefire to translate throughout the chain of command, it could take somewhere between 2 to 24 hours. So you're going to see these air raid sirens still ring across Israel, across various other countries, but that is going to stop once this message goes across to all of those various chains of command. But it is a significant development because in the last few hours, we've gone from the brink of World War III, of the danger that all of the desalination facilities, power plants, nuclear plants could be wiped out in Iran. The region could fall into months, if not years, of a perpetual war, to now us talking about what are going to be the points on the agenda of these talks that are going to take place on Friday in Islamabad. So a significant night where fast-moving developments, and we've been seeing diplomacy at work. And this is what we had all been hoping for, that as you're seeing more and more boisterous language coming to the fore from the Iranians, you're seeing swear words, including in social media posts from the person who claims himself to be the leader of the free world. Sense has prevailed for at least 2 weeks. Now, the real question is that the Israelis are not part of this. Will they abide by what the Americans promise? Are they going to continue to, as the Pakistanis put it, spoil the path towards peace? Or are we going to see some concrete resolutions?
And a lot of people, of course, will be hoping that your assessment that it takes a minute for word to get through to all the different Iranian actors is in fact true, and that we may actually be seeing a pause here. Alan, to you, our colleague Heidi Pett, who was live for us a moment ago in Beirut, said that since news broke that this ceasefire had been agreed to by the Americans and the Iranians, there had been at least 2 strikes that she is aware of inside of Lebanon. Is that, in your view, cause for concern?
Not especially. I think all ceasefires are tenuous, and I think Israel has a history of violating ceasefires. but it's so early after the announcement, I think that it's going to take a while for it to take hold. If it continues to happen a day from now, 2 days from now, then that's another issue. But in the next few hours, I think there could be warnings and still possible strikes. But for a variety of reasons, it doesn't give me undue concern, no.
So it is remarkable that the Americans and the Iranians have agreed to stop the war in Lebanon, but the Americans have said really precious little about that situation. It seems like they've been content to let the Israelis do what they like inside of that country. Do you think that there is a good chance that the Israelis will be convinced to, in fact, stop their military operation or their war inside of Lebanon?
I don't think so. I think the Israelis see their actions in Lebanon as fundamentally different than what they're doing in Iran. I think, as one of your previous correspondents said, the Israelis are probably very unhappy with this ceasefire. Let's not forget that their strategic goal in the Iran war was to collapse the state, to make Iran a failed state or a near failed state, and they're not there yet. And with Lebanon, they have their own strategic objectives that they still haven't fulfilled in terms of the security south of the Litani River. So I think that because President Trump has told Israel to stop and Prime Minister Netanyahu to stop, they will now, but they'll always be thinking, how do we finish the job?
So obviously it is well documented the Israeli influence in Washington, D.C. How much appetite do you think there is amongst lawmakers and those power players inside of the White House to really twist Israel's arm into saying enough is enough?
I think it's essential. I think President Trump was justifiably terrified at the worsening economic consequences of Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz and of this war in a greater sense. And so he realized that he had to declare victory and stop, which is why it's so reassuring that he backed down from his cataclysmic threats to end civilization and bring Iran back to the Stone Age. We're fortunate he didn't follow through on that. So best case, he declares victory and we try to fix the mess he's left behind. But yeah, he's the only person who can tell Netanyahu, Prime Minister Netanyahu, to stop, and Prime Minister Netanyahu will stop, but he'll have to keep that pressure on.
So the deadline was 8 o'clock Eastern time in Washington, or midnight GMT. But throughout the day, Osama, we have seen, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but primarily Israeli strikes on infrastructure inside of Iran. What should we read into that? I mean, they didn't even wait for the deadline to be over to start striking.
Well, 8 hours ago, I was talking to some sources who were involved in this mediation process, and they were telling me that 4 events happened in quick succession this afternoon, that there was an Israeli strike on the railway infrastructure in Iran. There was an operation that was carried out in Istanbul against an Israeli consulate. Then there was the strike in Saudi Arabia by Iran, and then came the Trump tweet. All of those 4 things, I was told, should be taken into context because there are detractors who want to stop the process of peace. There are people in Tehran, there are people in Washington, D.C., and there's obviously in the entirety of Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu's cabinet, which do not want to see any de-escalation. Because as you're hearing more and more from U.S. sources, that the Israelis are extremely unhappy. They did not want this war to end because they've not been able to achieve any objectives. And if you look back at the history of what Israel had been promising that it has achieved, it has not been able to stop the rocket fire from Lebanon. Hezbollah is still firing them. It has spent a lot of political capital because of the genocide in Gaza, and it is still occupying large chunks of that territory, and it has not been able to achieve complete victory over there as well. It has occupied more territory outside of Golan Heights, and it has not been able to complete that operation as well. So Iran was going to be one of those things that they could put a feather in the hat and say that we were able to get a regime change. It has not happened. So that should be the cause of concern because of those unfulfilled promises that Benjamin Netanyahu had made, as you've heard in U.S. reporting, to Donald Trump and to his own electorate as well, because that is the one thing that people will be watching. I've been speaking to people in Pakistan who tell me that the detractors of Iran and D.C. one side, the Israelis have been sabotaging this all along, and they've got a long track history of making sure that if both sides are coming towards a resolution, they torpedo it.
So, okay, so what is what are we likely to see then over the next couple of weeks if there is a really strong core inside of Israel that does not want to see this conflict end? Is there a risk of, say, false flag attacks? Is there a risk of things like that?
Well, I think there's a multitude of things which could happen. Remember that even when the attack happened in Kuwait against a desalination plant, the Iranians were quick to point out that it wasn't them that were targeting critical infrastructure in the GCC. I've been speaking again to the Pakistanis who were mediating this, who were going to Riyadh, who were going to Abu Dhabi, to Doha, and to Kuwait City, and telling people that there's no one victor out of this apart from the state of Israel. The plan all along, according to these sources, was that the Israelis want the region to attack Iran and Iran to retaliate, and in this war of attrition, they deplete their resources and then ask for more weapons from the United States, which did not work. So as you mentioned, the number of threats, that is going to be the foremost threat. In terms of what is the day after, these states are going to be looking at how do they want to restructure their security apparatus. So this was built on the protection by the United States, as you've been seeing, whether it's David Sling or Iron Dome in Israel, which was not the case, or whether it was Doha or Riyadh. So a lot has changed, possibly forever, but the next 2 weeks are going to be crucial because the region is going to want to have a say. The US president is going to want to have a say. Obviously, the Iranians, who feel they have the upper hand in the last 6 weeks, are going to have a say. So where do all of these lines converge, and what part of the divergences they can put on the shelf to be solved later?
It is obviously tempting to feel a lot of optimism about this ceasefire deal. Surely there's a lot of relief being felt throughout the region right now, but it is also hard to unsee the social media post, Alan, made by President Trump threatening to wipe out an entire civilization. Even though we're talking about peace right now, how much damage do you think that that has caused to U.S. standing in the world?
Oh, there's been tremendous reputational damage from the statements of this administration and from President Trump over the last 5 or 6 weeks. To include the latest couple of statements, his latest, at best, was intemperate hyperbole. At worst, it was in itself a war crime by what he said. So, no, there's been a tremendous own goal by this whole war, which was illegal, immoral, and unnecessary, has done serious and sustained damage to U.S.'s position in the world. And even if the strait opens up fully tomorrow, the Strait of Hormuz, it's going to have lasting economic consequences.
Who do you think has the upper hand? I mean, there's plenty of reporting and plenty of indication from our colleagues that the Iranians feel that they have the upper hand going into these talks to sort of hammer out the finer details in Islamabad. Do you agree that the Iranians ultimately hold more cards than the Americans at this stage?
Well, I think Iran feels that its ability to withstand all these kinetic attacks while still threatening the Strait of Hormuz, which has turned out to be their main strategic leverage, gives them momentum and gives them initiative. I think they feel that President Trump has tired of this war. He wants to move on. He's accepted the Iranian plan as a basis for negotiations. So I think, yes, the Iranians think that they have the strategic initiative. And it's quite likely, let's not forget, that any deal that's agreed to by both parties will be worse for the U.S. than the deal that President Trump could have gotten had he not gone to war. For example, we have a ceasefire because the Iranians agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz, which was open before the war started. And even in that, Iran agreed to keep it open with coordination with the Iranian military. So Iran is trying to institutionalize de facto control over maritime passage through the Strait of Hormuz, and indeed might be trying to monetize it. So, yeah, I think the United States has lost a lot in the last 5 to 6 weeks.
A lot of people, of course, will find it pretty bewildering, the fact that the United States chose to start this war in the first place, given the unpopularity inside the United States amongst Americans, the real lack of support there. Can you just walk us through, in your view, where the pressure points were that President Trump was ultimately feeling when he came to this decision? Obviously, on the one hand, you have the war hawks pressuring him to, keep going. On the other hand, you had some anti-interventionist forces in the White House. Where do you think the pressure points were that ultimately got him to agree to this?
Well, there's 2 pressure points. One is the upcoming midterm elections here in the United States. And two is the obviously rapidly worsening economy due to Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz. You know, you want to have a good economy going into elections, and the painful consequences of Iranian control of the Strait were just starting to kick in after 35 days as all the vessels that were on the water had reached ports and there was nothing behind them. So he had people telling him that this is going to get a lot worse very, very quickly unless you know, in a sense, declare victory, stop escalating, and just pick up the pieces, or more realistically, let other countries pick up the pieces. I don't think the two sides will be able to work out an agreement, but especially in 2 weeks, they'll probably need an extension. But what's important now is that the United States actually seriously negotiate to see if they can close some of the vast distances between the two maximalist positions of Iran and the United States.
Osama, the geopolitics behind all this is pretty fascinating. You know, in other recent conflicts, you'd have, like, say, the Qataris or the Turks, who were in a pretty good position to mediate things, or the Omanis, for instance. But in this case, you had the Pakistanis. Why were they sort of uniquely suited to mediate in this conflict?
But what you're seeing is the emergence of a new world order where the old lines are shifting. This was done by a quad. This was Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Turkey. This wasn't the Organization of Islamic Countries. This wasn't the Arab League. This wasn't the GCC. This is a new bloc which has influence in various spheres. Pakistan and Turkey share borders with Iran. Egypt has open lines of communication with Israelis as well as the Americans. Obviously, the Saudis have a lot of influence in the Sunni Muslim world. Pakistan is uniquely placed because it has the backing of the Saudi, it has open lines of communication with everyone else that I mentioned, and various levels of Iranians as well, because I've been speaking to people who tell me they were talking to the clergy, they were talking to the diplomats, they were talking to the IRGC people, the military men who have now taken charge. And then on top of that, Pakistan, immediately after the Quad meeting last week, went to China to get China on board on all of this. And we're hearing from various sources, somebody was telling me that because the Pakistani military leader was talking to J.D. Vance, who is not on board this war from the very beginning. And then there was Chinese influence on Iran as well to pressure them to this point. So there's a lot of diplomacy that has taken place. But this has changed the shape of things to come. The day after the war in the Middle East is going to look very different. You've got people who've said that they, like the Emiratis, who've said they're going to continue to double down on their partnership with the United States. And you've got people like the Qataris and the Saudis who are looking elsewhere for protection. So yes, the United States will have a standing for the foreseeable future, but now you're going to see the emergence of new alliances, new formations, new blocs, and new lines of influence, not just on the security sphere, but diplomacy as well as economics.
All right, Alan Iyer there for us in Washington, D.C. Osama bin Javed here with us in the Qatari capital. We appreciate the analysis and the expertise from both of you. Thank you. All right, well, oil prices have fallen after Trump announced the deadline extension for Iran. Brent crude, widely considered the international standard, is now trading at around $95 a barrel. That is still well above where it was at the start of the war. All right, I want to bring in our correspondents in Iran and the United States now. Mohammed Val is in Tehran, but first let's go to Mike Hanna at the White House. So, Mike, look, oil prices, some indications that they may start to come down. How much of a motivating factor do you think this ultimately was for the American side in trying to get some kind of a deal done?
Well, very difficult to see what was in President Trump's mind when he agreed to the ceasefire at the very last moment. But certainly the rising oil prices within the United States have had an impact on the American public. The increasing price of filling up a car with gas is something that's always been sensitive within the United States, particularly in a year of midterm elections. And no doubt President Trump was extremely conscious of this, having promised to bring down the price of oil, having promised to bring down the cost of living for the average Americans. His decision to go to war did exactly the opposite. So this, no doubt, somewhere in the background did have an impact on President Trump's decision, as well as with the general economy. The fall in the price of stocks is something that President Trump closely watches. We know that from his frequent media postings about the price of stocks and how powerful his administration has been in terms of winding them up on the local stock exchange and making life better for the average Americans, all of which did not happen, particularly not in the course of this particular war. So, yes, economic reasons did have a massive impact on President Trump. And I just must quickly mention that he has now posted something on his Truth Media page. It's a screen grab of the statement by the Iranian foreign minister announcing and the agreement to this 2-week ceasefire, but very interestingly, making the point that it is both an acceptance of the US 15-point plan and the Iranian 10-point plan, both of which were exchanged between mediators. So President Trump confirming all of this by putting up the screen grab on his social media page.
Can't make it much more clear than that. All right, I want to bring in, again, Mohammed Val, who's live for us in Tehran. And Mohammed, I just want to clarify one point, because our colleague Axel Zaimovich here in Doha said that in some pockets throughout the Gulf, you have seen air raid sirens sounding even after the U.S. president announced this 2-week ceasefire about 2.5 hours or so ago. What should we read into this? Is this just a matter of all of the factions within Iran not quite getting the message in time for those strikes to be halted?
Absolutely. I think that's the only explanation, because the understanding is that the Iranian leadership is on board for this ceasefire. There is no official announcement from the Iranian leaders that right now we have started the ceasefire. No announcement of that sort on TV or via their other statements, means of communication with the people. But the understanding, the general understanding, is that Iran is on board and that it has accepted this offer by the US president. And also we have seen a lot of calm here in Tehran, and we haven't heard any reports of any strikes on Iran since that announcement was made by the US president. And the understanding is that it's a matter of coordination with field commanders, because many of them, they don't have phones on them right now because of the assassinations and so on, and the country is vast. So the understanding is that it is just a matter of coordination in the field.
All right, Mohammed Val there for us in Tehran, Mike Hanna for us in Washington. Thank you both. We will be back in just a moment, though, with lives from Iran, the U.S., and countries across the Middle East with the latest on the 2-week ceasefire announced by Tehran and Washington. Of course, you can also stay posted to our website. It's aljazeera.com. There is also more news on there. We'll be back with you again in just about 1 minute from now.
On my left, you can see the thick column of the smoke. That is the continuation of the American and Israeli strikes.
Women, children killed in an Israeli strike that targeted southern Lebanon.
Continuing to hear the sound of sirens. According to Israeli media, one drone has infiltrated the borders.
There is a move in Congress to basically tie Donald Trump's hands and end the conflict. They say that's not America first, that's Israel first.
There is so much concern about what all this is going to do to energy markets, oil prices, gas prices, not just in the region, but around the world.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
Hey there, I'm Scott McLean. This is Al Jazeera with our continuing coverage of the war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. The U.S. and Iran have announced a suspension of all attacks for 2 weeks and to allow safe transit through the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. President Donald Trump says massive strikes on Iranian infrastructure will be suspended to allow a long-term peace agreement to be finalized. Now, Iran is claiming victory and says planned talks in Islamabad don't mean the end of the war is guaranteed. And there's been jubilant scenes in Tehran as Iranians taking to the streets, waving flags to celebrate the news. Plus, Al Jazeera reports from a synagogue in Tehran completely destroyed in an airstrike. Well, Donald Trump has agreed to suspend all strikes on Iran for 2 weeks if Tehran grants ships safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. In a post on social media 90 minutes before his deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz, he announced a 2-week pause that will allow a long-term peace agreement to be finalized. He had warned that a whole civilization dies tonight. That's a direct quote. If Iran did not agree to a deal by Tuesday evening, Washington, D.C. time. And Iran appears to have agreed to those terms. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi tweeted a short time ago that Iran would allow safe passage for shipping through the Strait of Hormuz for 2 weeks. Posting on Truth Social, President Trump said, quote, "I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized." All right, we have correspondents in Doha, Amman, Riyadh, Beirut, Tehran, and Washington, D.C. That is where Mike Hanna joins us now from the White House. So, Mike, what is the latest from Washington, and what has the broader reaction been to this in the United States?
Well, a lid was declared at the White House about 2 hours ago. That means that there will be no more formal statements coming out of the White House. So that does not mean that President Trump doesn't tweet or put messages on his social pages, which he has just done. In fact, he's put out a screen grab of the statement from the Iranian foreign minister, in which the foreign minister saying, yes, Iran has agreed to this 2-week ceasefire on the basis of the Iranian 10-point plan presented to the United States and the U.S. 15-point plan, which had been presented to Iran. These were discussed through the Pakistani mediators, and now it appears that both sides have agreed to both sets of proposals, or at least to discuss these sets of proposals. This confirmed by the fact that President Trump has now posted this information on his own social media pages. So agreement to a 2-week ceasefire on condition that Iran opens the Strait of Hormuz, which apparently it has agreed to do. But more importantly, perhaps, the tone of President Trump's statement in that this is not a ceasefire. This was one of the Iranian conditions in their 10-point plan presented to the Pakistani mediators, handed over to the United States negotiators, that this not be a temporary ceasefire, that it be a lasting ceasefire. This being agreed to by President Trump in his social media page, saying that the 2-week period will be used to narrow the differences between the U.S. and Iran and remove any remaining hurdle to a long-standing, long-term agreement ending hostilities and potential hostilities between these two nations. So the view from the White House, very clearly, this is not just about a ceasefire. It is about a new phase of negotiation aimed at establishing a lasting agreement between what have been these warring nations. Very significant in terms of the tone in President Trump's speech, given what you mentioned there. He was posting early this morning, but the whole civilization will die tonight. Well, it's a long movement from that to an agreement to a 10-point plan given by Iran, which had been dismissed by administration officials over the past 24 hours, now has been agreed to, according to President Trump in his social media posting. So a lot of movement within the period of this day.
All right, Mike, sit tight. I just want to read the statement from the Iranian foreign minister, who has responded again. And in that statement, he thanked the Pakistani mediators and went on to say, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations. For a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible. All right, let's go to Mohammed Val, who is live for us in Tehran. So, Mohammed, I just wonder, how is the news being received more broadly in Tehran? Surely people there were bracing for a night of real terror now some relief?
It's such a huge change. Here in Tehran, we have seen calm in the streets. By the way, most of the celebrations took place before the announcement by the U.S. president, because the Iranians every single night are celebrating what they consider the resolve and the steadfastness of their armed forces in this fight. It's very late in the night. We don't see much movement in the streets, but we understand that people are happy about this because they have been, as you said, bracing for a very different scenario during the late hours of this night. So the Iranians basically are happy, and they are talking about victory. They think that Iran has come out victorious in this war that has costed a lot of loss in lives, in leadership, and also in material damage. But they have been patient, and now they are reaping the rewards of that patience. They think that everything now is in favor of what Iran has been looking for, and that its objectives are going to be achieved by the end of these negotiations. They think that there will be leverage for Iran and a kind of control over the Strait of Hormuz in the future, that Iran will be able to levy some kind of fees on ships passing through the strait so that it compensates itself and pays for the reconstruction and the damage that has been visited or inflicted on the country. And also they are expecting for the sanctions to be lifted. So lots of benefits that the Iranians have not even been dreaming of before this war. Remember that the economy is at its lowest, real economic crisis, inflation at its highest, and this was before the war started. Now new prospects, positive prospects are there for Iranians for the lifting of sanctions, reducing the inflation, fixing the economy, reconstructing, and so on. Despite the damage, as I said, despite the loss and so on, they consider this a victory for the country. And we have seen calm. We haven't seen any bombardment on Iran since the announcement. There were like a couple reports about some launches from Iran. But we understand that that has to do with lack of coordination in the field. It's a vast country, and many field commanders, they don't have phones on them because of the assassinations and so on. So it's a very positive atmosphere here, even though it's late in the night, and we are waiting for the morning to see if there will be celebrations in the streets, because they are considering that Iran has gained the upper hand in this showdown with the Americans and the Israelis.
Yeah, and an important clarification that you just made there. Obviously, there is optimism here, Mohammed, for that this ceasefire over the next 2 weeks could turn into a more long-term deal. There are obviously some commonalities, some common ground that the Americans and the Iranians have found, but there are still details that need to be worked out. Are you hearing signals from Tehran and the Iranians that they will ultimately be willing to go back to war should the United States not ultimately agree to their red lines or what they cannot live without in this agreement?
Well, at least that's what they are saying. They are saying in one of the points that have been published by the Supreme National Security Council is that this is not, Iran considers that this is not the end of the war. It considers that this is a truce for 2 weeks, and that mistrust is still in place towards the Americans, particularly, and that they will see during these couple of weeks if the situation is going to be in favor of Iran, if Iran is going to have its terms accepted. They have been, by the way, saying for several weeks now that this war will end on Iran's terms, and that's what they are saying tonight, proudly. So for these 2 weeks, they don't consider it the end of the war. That means Iran is going to be making itself ready for a resumption of the war if the two sides do not agree on terms that are pleasing and convenient for Iran.
Yeah, a 2-week pause, but certainly not necessarily the end of the war. All right, Mike Hanna, let's go back to you in Washington. Let's talk about those next 2 weeks. You've already had, as you reported to us earlier, you've had Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, heavily involved in these talks mediated by the Pakistanis. Do we know who the Americans are likely to send to Islamabad to continue these talks and ultimately hammer out this final deal, if there is to be a final deal?
Well, from what President Trump has said in various interviews with U.S. outlets, those lead negotiators are indeed Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, his close advisors, who have been involved in this round of discussions through the mediators, as well as being involved with last year's discussions about Iran's nuclear capabilities. Now, part of the Iranian problem has been that these negotiators were negotiating through intermediaries at a time when all of a sudden the U.S. struck against Iran on 2 occasions, breaking off negotiations with no warning whatsoever. So there is a level of distrust about the persons who are taking part in these negotiations. The Iranians made clear their preference for dealing with somebody like Vice President J.D. Vance, who had not been involved largely in the rounds of negotiations before. But it appears that these are the people who President Trump trusts with continuing these ongoing negotiations. No doubt there will be an involvement by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, but the basis of these negotiations is not just about the ceasefire anymore, as President Trump expresses in his social media posting. It is about establishing a long-term agreement between the U.S. and Iran. Now, this covers a huge amount of ground, including those negotiations over Iran's nuclear capacity, its possession of enriched uranium, which Iran has insisted continually, backed up by U.S. intelligence, is for peaceful purposes for its power grids. But these are issues that could not be resolved before. President Trump is now indicating that this 2-week period is enough to narrow the gaps, to paper over these divisions that have bedeviled U.S.-Iranian negotiations, particularly under the Trump administration. So all of a sudden, what appeared to be intractable now appears, in the president's mind at least, to be possible. And the negotiators that he would appear to be favoring to handle this, as I said, are Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, his 2 close confidants who hold no official position within the administration apart from being advisors.
All right, Mike Hanna for us in D.C. and Mohammed Val for us in Tehran. Thank you both. Please keep us posted. Well, Iran has been hit by U.S. and Israeli strikes for nearly 6 weeks now. One of the strikes this week hit a Jewish synagogue. Iranian media reports the building was completely destroyed and Torah scrolls remain under the rubble. Ali Hashem has been to the scene.
This is one of many attacks at the Iranian capital. Since this morning, there have been attacks on the airport, Mehrabad airport, also on different areas. People are trying to find out whether there's anyone around on the rubble. Also, there are many people who live in the area.
I think they targeted it because they don't want our friendship or coexistence with the Iranian people to continue. Maybe they hit it so that we would be afraid and stop coming to these places. Because throughout the 12-day war and over the past 38 days until now, our synagogues and schools, everything has remained open. None of our places had been closed.
More people getting to their homes, maybe, to check what's left. At the end, it's just a reflection of what's going on in Iran on a daily basis. Ali Hashem, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
All right, Rob McBride is following the Israeli government's reaction to all of this from the Jordanian capital of Amman. So, Rob, last hour, our colleague Heidi Pett reported that even after this ceasefire news had been broken by the U.S. President Donald Trump, there were still strikes inside of Lebanon carried out presumably by the Israelis. Do we know what the Israelis have said about their intentions for Lebanon? Obviously, there are indications that they're going to go along with this ceasefire in Iran, but what about Lebanon?
Yeah, I mean, reportedly, Israel has accepted this ceasefire, that it has come into force. I think initially there were some comments from Israeli media that said that this wouldn't incorporate Lebanon. That's of real concern to the Israelis. They don't want it linked to the conflict with Iran. But for Iranians, it seems that this is a red line. They will not delink it. But now it's being reported that Israel seems to have accepted that the ceasefire does cover its operations in Lebanon, but that's still going to be a real issue moving forward. And when it comes to strikes back and forth, they have been continuing and right up until the moment of the deadline came into force just over an hour ago now. And in fact, some of the strikes happened after the deadline was meant to be enforced. But we know that the various missiles had taken off already from Iran because of the problems of communication there. But we did get confirmation in the past hour, for example, of various strikes across Israel at Petah Tikva and Bnei Barak. These are big cities in the very densely populated center of Israel that have often come under attack. There have been sporadic attacks throughout the day of Tuesday and into Wednesday morning. And then with news that an office building was heavily damaged in Tel Aviv. There was said to be a fire there. Also a strike in Beersheba down in the south. So these attacks have been continuing right up until the deadline and just past the deadline. There was also an alert about an incoming missile from Yemen because, of course, the Houthis are now involved. It does, lead you to look at the whole complexity of this, that it has escalated into this regional conflict, that it's going to be very difficult to disentangle. But this is obviously a very important start to that, the announcement of a ceasefire that Israel is going along with, it seems, and it is accepting that it would include Lebanon. But we're also getting news from Israeli media that they are reporting that there has been an ongoing strike in Iran, which we presume has been taking place in the last few minutes by Israeli Air Force against some of the missile sites that have apparently launched the latest missiles to strike Israel. This was part of the problem with the ceasefire that was announced to end the so-called 12-day war last June. It got very messy in its implementation. It was announced by US President Donald Trump that all sides had to agree to that. And both Israel and Iran accused each other of breaching the ceasefire, continuing to launch strikes. And it took the personal intervention of Donald Trump himself telling Prime Minister Netanyahu to back off, to turn his planes around finally, that brought that ceasefire into effect. So it does make you consider how this ceasefire is going to work, if it's going to hold, stay in place. From Israel's point of view, it is not happy about this ceasefire. Lots of people in Israel want to continue this conflict. They believe there is unfinished business to do, and that includes a majority of people in Israel itself, right up to and including Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
All right, obviously we will continue to watch those developments closely. More strikes inside of Iran, obviously potentially complicating things. Heidi Pett is standing by for us in the Lebanese capital of Beirut. Heidi, last hour, you said that there were also strikes on Lebanese territory even after this ceasefire deal was announced. Have there been even more strikes since then, or have things started to quiet down?
There have, in fact, in the last half an hour, we've been receiving local reports of 3 airstrikes targeting a village called Shatra, which is in southern Lebanon, in the sort of eastern sector towards the town of Hiam, where there's been intense fighting over this 6 weeks of war. We've also been getting reports of artillery shelling in the town of Hiam as well. So that is in addition to 2 other airstrikes since the announcement of the ceasefire. One of those hit near a hospital in the city of Tyre, and another hit the town of Mashgara, that's up in the Bekaa Valley, and that is the site of multiple airstrikes over the last couple of days. And in fact, the Israelis destroyed 2 bridges across the Litani River near there a couple of days ago now as well.
Okay, so another strike now in the last half hour, in addition to the ones that you outlined earlier. Obviously, some developments that we'll have to keep an eye on. I wonder, though, more broadly speaking, surely there is some reason for some Lebanese to be optimistic about the future. You've had more than 1 million people displaced either inside or outside the country. It's been a humanitarian catastrophe, as you have been reporting now for several weeks. I just wonder if you can give us a sense of the reaction of ordinary Lebanese people.
Yeah, I mean, we're even getting reports in unconfirmed at this stage that some people are trying to head back to South Lebanon. It's, you know, it's after 3 o'clock in the morning here, local time. But there is a note of caution in the response here. You know, we haven't had official confirmation from the US, from Iran, from Israel, or even Hezbollah that this ceasefire will be implemented. And as I was saying, we've seen continued Israeli strikes. What we have to go on at the moment is this statement from the Pakistani Prime Minister saying that the ceasefire will include Lebanon and that it's effective immediately, which obviously has not come to pass in the last 2 hours. And we still have an Israeli drone flying low and loud over the capital. So there is, you know, there is hope. There is a bit of relief. I've been speaking to first responders who have had an incredibly tough time in the last 6 weeks. The civil defence here in Beirut, who have been going to the site of airstrike after airstrike, and they certainly are looking forward to a break. But there is a bit of trepidation because before the ceasefire in 2024 was agreed, and in fact, in the hours before it was implemented, there were incredibly heavy airstrikes across the capital in Beirut. And we've also seen in that 15 months of ceasefire up until the war reignited here in the beginning of March, there were continued violations of that ceasefire by the Israelis. Hundreds of airstrikes, their continued presence inside southern Lebanon, assassinations by drone continued through that entire period. And so people are not yet ready to celebrate entirely. And there is, of course, the question of the humanitarian situation here in Lebanon, with more than 1 million people displaced. And Israeli leaders have been very explicit in the last couple of weeks, saying that the hundreds of thousands of those people who are from South Lebanon will not be able to return to their homes until the Israeli leaders deem that northern Israel is safe. And it's not yet clear whether this announcement of a 2-week ceasefire or delay while these talks happen is really going to meet that criteria. So it looks like many hundreds of thousands of Lebanese will remain displaced for some weeks yet.
Yeah, a lot of unanswered questions, a lot of course, people anxious to get home amidst all of this. Rob, look, the situation is obviously different amongst the public in Israel. A lot of support for this war, but there have also been disruptions. Schools have been canceled. There have been other ways that this has really affected people's daily lives, not to mention just the terrifying experience of having missiles flying overhead on a pretty regular basis. What is the public mood like right now inside of Israel?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is true to say there is a general war weariness in Israel. This has gone on now for over a month. When it began, the government was making all sorts of promises about the need for this conflict, about defanging Iran, about getting rid of the constant threat of these increasingly powerful and longer-range ballistic missiles that threaten the very existence of Israel. If you believe that in Israel, that this is worth the price that has to be paid and all of the deprivations of the war. But it has gone on for over 5 weeks. And the government, although promising to try to return to normalcy as soon as possible, it has kept on delaying the lifting of the special emergency wartime powers that have put restrictions on the operating hours of schools, on public gatherings, indoors and outdoors. In fact, these have now been extended until Thursday at least. So they keep on getting extended. And they have people keep on having to dash on multiple bases, multiple times every day from these missile alerts. And it has all happened in the past week or so during one of the most important events in the Jewish calendar, Passover. During the start of Passover last week, we saw some of the heaviest barrages by Iranian missiles since the very start of the conflict. Now, as we come to the end of Passover in Israel, we are seeing again heavy barrages throughout Tuesday. So it is of concern. But the people in Israel generally have been going along with this. They believe it is worth it. But there is a real concern now about what any future permanent agreement is going to mean, especially if these points such as the enrichment of uranium, the continued existence of missiles that Iran has, the continuing existence of this regime, if that still stands. Because there is there's a real concern that after all of this conflict, Israel might be left facing a regime in Tehran that is even more embittered, entrenched, more determined to try to continue this conflict at some point in the future. And it might be a future when it doesn't have such an obliging, compliant and supportive U.S. administration with all of its military might to assist it.
All right, Rob McBride for us in Amman and Heidi Pett for us in Beirut. Thank you both. Let's head over to Axel Zaimovich. He's live for us in Doha, monitoring all of the developments here in Qatar and across the Gulf region. So, Axel, what do you know?
Well, we have a confirmation from the officials here in Qatar in a very limited statement coming from the Defense Ministry saying that following the interceptions here by Qatari air defense systems here, 4 people have been injured, including a child, and all of them are being treated at a hospital. But also, not long ago, we received another message where residents in this country have been urged to stay indoors and follow security instructions because of potential threat coming from the outside. Meanwhile, we had this major update that the U.S. President Donald Trump has announced a key deadline extension. So that's a move that seems to be easing some of the pressure here across the region. But that's not really the case, because what we understand that there have been some alerts across the region. Sirens have been reported in some parts of Saudi Arabia, in the United Arab Emirates, in Bahrain, where everybody is being advised to stay indoors and follow security instructions as well. So speaking about the timing as well, there have been some major military actions in the hours before that announcement that came from the U.S. president. We've seen that in Saudi Arabia, 5 missiles have been intercepted. Also in Bahrain and Kuwait, the people are being urged to stay indoors. But regarding all of these developments, it's really important to say that what we're seeing right now, it could be the last phase of that earlier escalation rather than a response to these developments and to these announcements made by U.S. President Donald Trump.
All right, Axel Zaimovich for us here in Doha. And from the Qatari capital, let's head over to the Saudi capital of Riyadh, where Rasul Sardar is standing by for us. So, Rasul, I wonder, what are we hearing right now at this hour from Gulf leaders? And I wonder if you can just give us a sense of the broader reaction from ordinary people across this region.
Indeed, so here, definitely there is a sense of relief that in the coming hours and days there will be no attacks. However, up until an hour ago, we still have received the security alerts, and the government's asking the GCC residents and citizens to be cautious because of the incoming attacks still from Iran through the drones and the missiles. When it comes to the officials here, so we haven't seen the official reactions yet. And perhaps the reason for that, because there are lots of question marks. So the GCC countries overall, they have been quite clear that they want a solution to this conflict through the diplomatic force, and that the armed conflict needs to be resolved at the negotiating table. Particularly Qatar and Saudi Arabia have been quite clear about that, while there were some other countries who were adopting a little bit more hawkish approach and talking clearly about the retaliation if Iranian attacks continue. But overall, we can see that there is a cautious optimism here. So the questions that are causing this cautiousness are quite significant, because first, so the GCC countries are extremely concerned now about the status of the Strait of Hormuz. So it's not clear through the President Trump's statement or the statement that was released by the Iranian side through their Supreme National Security Council. So it's not clear whether throughout these 15 days there will be the toll fees being charged on the vessels that are going to get in the Strait and out. And overall, what will be the status of the Strait of Hormuz? Iranians are still insisting that they want to keep their control of the Strait of Hormuz, and the GCC countries are saying, well, that's not acceptable, because first, So 20% of the crude oil globally and 20% of the LNG is passing through that Strait of Hormuz, and overwhelming majority of that belongs to the GCC countries. But GCC countries are also having the reserve, 33% of the global oil reserve, 21% of the natural gas reserves. And so Iran keeping the control over Strait of Hormuz and charging the toll fees practically means charging the GCC countries. And GCC countries saying that, well, they will not allow any change in the status of Strait of Hormuz. Whether that's going to be addressed through the negotiations that are planned to be taking place in Islamabad or not, that's a huge question mark. And the second concern for the GCC countries, so they have seen throughout the war that Iran's missile program is actually quite dangerous and detrimental for the security of the GCC countries. Now they want the guarantees that this missiles program is not going to remain as a threat. And another concern are the Iranian allied groups, the armed groups, particularly those in Iraq, who have been constantly sending or firing drones toward Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. So these are the concerns, and they want at the negotiating table, these concerns to be properly addressed. That's why they're insisting that they want to be a part of the negotiations.
All right, Rasul Sardar for us live in Riyadh. Rasul, thank you. All right, you're watching Al Jazeera. Just want to reset quickly and get our viewers up to speed on our top stories in the situation at this hour. Donald Trump has agreed to suspend all strikes on Iran for 2 weeks if Tehran grants ships safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. president announced the pause in a post on social media 90 minutes before his deadline for Iran to open the strait. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Iran would allow safe passage for shipping through the Strait of Hormuz for 2 weeks. Pakistan's prime minister has confirmed Lebanon will be included in the U.S.-Iran ceasefire. Israel has invaded southern Lebanon and warned that residents will not be allowed to return. Well, oil prices have fallen after President Trump announced the deadline extension for Iran. Brent crude, widely considered the international standard, is now trading at around $95 per barrel. That is still well above where it was at the start of the war. Let's bring in from Singapore, Alex Holmes. He is the regional director for the Asia Pacific at the Economic Intelligence Unit, a business research and analysis group. Alex, thank you so much for being on the program today. So we have this 2-week pause, not necessarily an end to the war, but at least a 2-week ceasefire that a lot of people are hoping will hold beyond that. What does this mean, in your view, for oil prices over the next 2 weeks? How quickly might we see them come down?
I mean, markets have rallied and oil prices have come down, and this is a good sign. But of course, we can't, put too much certainty over whether this ceasefire will hold or not. So key to watch will be any signs coming from the Iranians, the Israelis, and other parties over whether this ceasefire will hold. The demands issued by either side are still kind of intractable, and there's going to be a lot of a big gap to be bridged in negotiations. So markets are still in wait-and-see mode now, and even though they have moved, obviously prices of oil are still a lot higher than they were in late February.
I wonder how you think this whole situation and this whole experience over the last 5-6 weeks, however long it's been, will change how oil gets to market from this region, or will it?
It's going to be a slow-moving change. Building oil infrastructure takes time. Obviously, Asian economies are very dependent on the Strait of Hormuz as a place to get their oil from, and they will be looking to diversify supplies, but there's a limit to how much they can do that. So it will be a slow-moving thing. Of course, countries will look to diversify supplies, and oil exporters will look to ramp up production to meet that demand.
What has been pretty remarkable to see over the course of this war is how these rising oil prices have affected even people who don't even have access to electricity, for instance. In Africa, almost half of the continent does not have access to reliable electricity, and yet they still saw a raft of changes and a raft of rising prices as a result of these rises in oil prices. I wonder whether you think that this will leave a lasting lesson for places like Africa, which have really underinvested in oil infrastructure, to try to get their act together should this happen again.
Well, that's one way of looking at it, is oil infrastructure, but the other way of looking at it is actually renewables infrastructure. And you know, China, for instance, is sitting in a relatively good position. For one of the reasons is it's invested in renewable capacity so much. So other countries will be looking at that resilience that China has, and thinking about, you know, do I buy more solar panels? Do I invest more in renewable infrastructure in order to give myself energy security, not just from, you know, an economic side, given the high cost of hydrocarbons, but also in terms of securing their energy supply. So we have seen a big surge in solar panel exports from China to places such as countries in Africa. That's probably only going to increase in the months and quarters ahead.
How much of a change will it have on the broader global oil market, the fact that you may see, as a result of this, a lot more Iranian oil going to market?
It's probably not going to move the needle too much unless there is a full lifting of sanctions on Iran as part of the negotiations. We see that as unlikely at this stage. Still, oil is going to carry a big risk premium. It's been demonstrated that Iran can kind of kneecap the global oil market by closing the straits, or effectively closing the straits. And the heightened risk of that will remain. So there's going to be a premium on oil prices for quite some time, even if there is kind of a peace deal reached.
Gotcha. All right, last question. I wonder, what about Russian oil? Obviously, this has opened up a lot of new markets due to just the demand for Russian oil in places like Africa, which traditionally have not perhaps bought as much of it. Do you think that Russia comes out of this as one of the big winners, or who do you think that the big winners will be once the dust settles from all of this?
Russia is somewhat of a winner, and certainly the markets that it's already selling to, such as China and India kind of got a reprieve from the ban on importing Russian oil, will demand more oil, given they can't get as much from the Middle East. That being said, Russia's export capacity has been damaged. There has been, as part of the Ukraine war, Ukraine have been upping their strikes deep into Russia's territory, and they've been destroying a lot of Russia's export capacity. So the windfall is going to be limited by the fact that Russia will not be able to get as much oil out of the country, even though prices are a lot higher. So there's lots of dynamics to look into. Other big winners are actually going to be natural gas exporters as well. Of course, the oil prices is one of the things that everyone looks at, but the gas prices have also jumped massively because of Qatar's inability to export LNG. So big natural gas producers such as Malaysia, Indonesia, Australia, if they can ramp up capacity and export capacity, then they stand to gain at the margin from this. Of course, they're still kind of net losers overall from all the instability that this conflict is generating.
All right, Alex Holmes joining us live from Singapore. We appreciate the analysis and expertise today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, joining us now from Washington, D.C. is Trita Parsi. He is the Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Also from the U.S. Capitol is Alan Iyer. He's a Distinguished Diplomatic Fellow at the Middle East Institute and a former senior diplomat on the U.S. negotiating team for the 2015 JCPOA, Iran nuclear deal. All right, Trita, first to you. I just want to ask you about what some of our correspondents have been reporting. You have Mohammed Val there in Iran saying that there have still been, in the last hour or so, strikes inside of Iran. You also have Heidi Pett, who is in Beirut, reporting that there have been multiple strikes inside Lebanon, all of this happening after this ceasefire was actually announced. What should we read into this?
Well, it very much, of course, depends on whether these were Israeli strikes or American strikes. there were some attacks against Iran after this deadline because there is an expectation on the American side that because of the decentralization of Iran's military structure as a result of the June war, it would take some time before the ceasefire would fully come into effect and going down to all layers of the IRGC. So some of those Iranian attacks on Israel may simply have been because of a lack of knowledge, and the Israelis may have responded to that. However, if this continues and the Israelis continue the attacks, the Iranians will continue the attacks against Israel. Now, whether that means that the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran breaks down is a different story. I think it would be a very bad situation for the Israelis if they were to face Iran completely alone without U.S. assistance, given the significant support the U.S. has to provide Israel in terms of air defense systems. I don't think the Israelis would fare particularly well if this war continued just between Israel and Iran without the U.S. involvement.
Alan, at what point do you think that we should be concerned that these strikes are continuing? Possibly, as Trita pointed out, possibly Israeli strikes. At what point should we be concerned that maybe this ceasefire may not last?
Well, Trita makes exactly the right point. I mean, the first few hours, it's understandable that there'll still be missiles flying back and forth. Within 24 hours, if it's still happening, and if Israel or Iran are not respecting the ceasefire, then that's a wholly separate issue, and that's more concerning.
Trita, I find it remarkable that the Americans, the Iranians, have agreed to end the war in Lebanon, a conflict that, at least ostensibly, neither of them are actually involved in. Do you think that it's likely that that conflict inside of Lebanon will actually end as a result of this ceasefire deal?
It all depends on whether Trump actually exerts the pressure that is necessary to get the Israelis to leave Lebanon and stop bombing it. I think the fact that the Iranians were making that demand is not a surprise, because at the end of the day, if the Israelis continue to bombard Gaza, continue to bombard Lebanon, the spillover risk is very significant. And we've already seen that since October 7th, twice, that conflict spilled over into Iran. And since the Iranians are adamant about getting an enduring end to this war, it in many ways necessitates that it also ends the war and the bombardment of Lebanon by Israel. So I think it all comes down to whether the Trump administration is going to be putting the necessary pressure on the Israelis for them to back down on their invasion of Lebanon.
Trita, why do you think that the Americans have taken sort of a, maybe for lack of a better term, hands-off approach when it comes to Israel's war with Lebanon?
Well, because at the end of the day, the Israelis have a tremendous ability to pressure the United States, and in many different ways, I think the administration doesn't want to expend the political capital on telling the Israelis no. This has always been the issue. It's not that the United States cannot say no to Israel. It can. It's just that it comes with a political cost, and oftentimes it's easier for administrations simply not to pay that cost.
Alan, do you agree with that?
I think that's partly the reason. I also think the reason that the U.S. doesn't care that much is because part of the reason the U.S. got into this war was due to Israeli insistence. Israelis sold the U.S. a narrative about how they could go in for a quick win and get out quickly and bathe themselves in glory, and that didn't include Lebanon. And so that's the rationale and the rationalization that the U.S. bought into that quickly turned out to be not the case, and we're suffering still from the quagmire that the U.S. administration got us into. But yeah, the U.S. has a very finite strategic attention when it comes to the Middle East. Israel focused it toward Iran, and now President Trump has realized that he needs to declare victory and get the heck out of there, and that's what this ceasefire is.
Alan, how much do you think that the details of this deal ultimately matter to the American public? Surely there's a lot of Americans who may not be able to even locate Iran on a map. Is it just a matter of Donald Trump making any deal, claiming victory, and getting out of there, or do the details also matter?
I don't think the details matter. What matters are the prices, and the key questions now going forward are going to be economic, which is even with a fully open Strait of Hormuz, with or without Iranian taxing each ship $2 million, how quickly and how extensively will the economic damage that Iranian control of the strait has had, how quickly will that ameliorate and get better? Because the economic analysis I've seen shows that even if the straits are fully open tomorrow, the strait is fully open tomorrow, it's going to take a long, long time for things to get close to normal.
Trita, what do you think ultimately a deal is going to look like here? And, you know, Mohammed Val there for us in Tehran made very clear that the Iranians are preparing to go back to war should the fine details of this not be hammered out. Do you think that the Americans are honestly also willing to go back to the war should they not agree on the fine details?
I think Trump will be very disinclined to go back into this war. I think he has gone for this exit ramp because somewhere inside of him, he's realized what a tremendous mistake it was to listen to the Israelis and allow them to convince him that this would be a quick and successful affair. So the idea that he would go back into it, I think he recognizes would be disastrous. Now, that does give the Iranians a lot of leverage at the negotiating table, and they would be wise not to overplay their hands. But I think it is very likely, in my estimation, that this transit system will end up in some shape or form becoming permanent. It's going to create a lot of tensions with some of the GCC states, but some of the GCC states may actually end up being part of it. But I think it is going to be likely a continued feature of the geopolitics of the region and a direct result of this war. But equally important, I think, will be for the Iranians to get some level of sanctions relief. They're demanding for all sanctions to be lifted. That's probably highly unlikely to happen, but that there's going to be some level of sanctions relief because the Iranians are going to need to rebuild their country. And if they cannot do it unless they get sanctions relief. And if they don't rebuild the country, they believe that that weakness will just invite the Israelis to attack them again.
Sorry, Trita, I just want to clarify what you said. You think that this transit system will remain in place. Should I take that to mean you think that the Strait of Hormuz effectively turning into a toll highway will continue?
I think there's a likelihood that that will be one of the outcomes of this war. And again, look, the Iranians are going to try to offer very low fees for these tankers. I mean, whether it's $1 million or $2 million, at this point, that would be 1% additional increase on each barrel, whereas just the insurance cost is 10 to 15%. So I think they will keep it very low just to get the pattern in place. And for most countries, paying that is nothing compared to the alternative, which is to go to war with Iran over opening the straits. If the United States was not willing to do so, I cannot see any other country doing so.
Yeah, Trita, Alan, Trita obviously talks about the pressures that the United States is on, and you've mentioned this as well, to ultimately get to a deal, whatever that deal is. You can see why this war was appealing to Israel, because it's extremely popular inside that country, but it has not been popular, barely at all, inside the United States. So can you help us understand, I mean, in your view, what was in it for the U.S. president to go down this route of war, given how unpopular it was?
I got to be honest, I cannot model the decision-making process of President Trump or this administration. To my mind, this was manifestly a massive strategic blunder that pretty much anyone could have foreseen, but we didn't. There are open press reports that, as I said earlier, Prime Minister Netanyahu convinced President Trump that they could get in there quickly, eliminate Iran's ability to project power past its border, which they have done for a finite amount of time, though obviously Iran is going to reconstitute its missile force and probably resupport its proxies. And again, let's not forget the original U.S. goals: extirpation of Iran's nuclear program, no indigenous enrichment, no enriched soil on Iranian borders, no missile defense for Iran. There's not talk of any of that now. So I think the key point here is any deal the U.S. gets now is far worse than the one it would have gotten had there not been a war.
Trita, we've seen public opinion when it comes to Israel inside the United States shift dramatically over the last couple of years, and since the outset of the war in Gaza and the October 7th, 2023 attack. I wonder, given that shift in public opinion and given, the way that this war has gone thus far and the unpopularity of it in the United States, do you think that realistically the relationship between Washington and Israel is going to change as a result of this?
I see no likelihood whatsoever that it won't change. I think it is inevitable at this point that it will change. Israel has lost an entire generation of Americans, both on the left and on the right. And in fact, some of the sentiments being critical of Israel on the right is even stronger than what it is on the American left. For a lot of people in the MAGA, particularly the ones who now define themselves as America first, They saw very clearly that only 1 month into Trump's presidency, the Israelis were knocking on his door, pushing for this Iran war. And from their standpoint, this means that Trump's bandwidth to address domestic issues, the key things that they voted for him to focus on, was derailed by this pressure from the Israelis to go into more wars. And already these folks were quite negative towards additional wars. And now it's not like the Iraq war in which there's some speculation as to what role Israel played. In this specific war, the Israelis played the absolute central role in getting the United States into that war. And as a result, I think this is going to cost the Israelis tremendously when it comes to the attitudes of the American public going forward.
All right, Trita Parsi, Alan Iyer, both for us there in Washington. It's a fascinating discussion. Certainly appreciate the expertise today. Thank you both. Well, earlier we spoke to Eli Bremer, a former major in the U.S. Air Force and a Republican strategist from Colorado, after Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire as Iran agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Here's what he had to say.
What we're seeing is just part of the story. There's clearly a lot of negotiations going on in the background. And like I've said before, I did not think that the United States and President Trump would blink unless they believed that they had gotten enough out of these negotiations and out of the war in order to justify sort of moving on, because I don't think President Trump wants to just kick the can down the road on this. So in reading his statement, it does look like President Trump has gotten certain assurances. It looks like Iran has agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which is their the main thing that they can actually do to inflict pain on the United States politically and on the rest of the world economically. So what we don't know is what's actually happened in the background. Clearly, there's a lot going on. I do believe this means that President Trump believes that Iran has credibly come to the table and is now willing to effectively disarm. I don't think he'd do this unless he saw that. President Trump doesn't like to bluff. He likes to be very direct with his negotiations. He's a pretty straightforward negotiator. So my guess is that if Iran doesn't come to the table and open up the Strait of Hormuz, that the consequences are going to be really dire. And that was probably why President Trump used such incredible hyperbole going into this, as he wanted them to know he was very serious about it. So, hopefully for the region, hopefully for all the parties involved, Iran is serious about it. They reopen the strait, and then that would be potentially the beginning of the end of the conflict.
Well, the potential reopening of the Strait of Hormuz will be watched closely across the world. In Latin America, rising gas prices are forcing many countries to reconsider their decisions to end fuel subsidies. Alessandro Rampieri has more now from Panama.
Gasoline prices have been raised multiple times in Panama since the start of the U.S. war in Iran, and locals are feeling the pressure.
I'm working all day to basically pay for gas. I'm only left with $5 or $6 of profit at the end of the day. It's tough. We need the government to bring in subsidies as soon as possible.
In a country that imports all its fuel, the impact is widespread, hitting transport, goods, and food. Buses and metro schedules have already been reduced to avoid raising fares. At the fish market, fishermen say costs per trip have jumped from $1,400 to more than $1,900.
We don't want to raise prices and hurt ordinary people, because if we increase prices, the ones who will suffer are the people, not the government.
President José Raúl Mulino, a Trump ally, initially ruled out subsidies.
I'm not considering subsidizing fuels again, given the chaos it caused last time. Panama will pay whatever price it has to pay. I'm sorry.
But within weeks, his government announced caps on public transport fares, electricity rates, and cooking gas, amid fears of unrest.
Here in Panama, diesel is now over $5 a gallon for the first time in history, greatly impacting people's life. And it's a surge that's spreading across the region, showing how even countries far from the conflict are deeply exposed to the global oil prices volatility.
We're realizing we're a lot more exposed than we thought. Who would have imagined that something like the Strait of Hormuz shutting down would hit us here? But it is. Just look at fuel prices. They keep climbing. And honestly, I don't see that changing anytime soon.
Across Latin America, from Chile to Argentina and here in Panama, fears of inflation are making it harder for governments to hold the line on subsidies they can't afford. Alessandro Rampietti, Al Jazeera, Panama.
All right, let's get some market reaction to the ceasefire between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. We're joined now by Jack Barton, who is live for us from Seoul, the South Korean capital. So, Jack, how are Asian markets responding to this news of ceasefire?
Well, we're seeing markets rise right across Asia. But as always, we're seeing the biggest jump and often the biggest falls we've seen here in South Korea, with the benchmark Kospi rising on opening trade around 5.6%, leaping so fast it triggered an automatic buy-side suspension. When trading began again, it has continued to inch up. So that raise has held. Now, some of that is on news of a record monthly trade surplus of more than $23 billion here, but most of it is to do with the news of that the 2-week ceasefire coming into effect and the optimism that is creating. So we've seen the market response, but we're still waiting for the government response. It's morning here. No doubt that will come in the day. No doubt it will be a positive response, but will the government alter many of the moves that it's put in place to try and sort of help the economy while it finds other solutions, or while it was looking for other supplies of gas and oil? Now, some of those measures include big restriction on the export of refined products. And while South Korea depends on almost all of its energy needs from external sources, and the bulk of it from the Middle East, it is the big refiner for Asia. And it put in place a ban on the export of many products, including regular petrol, diesel, kerosene, and aviation fuel. And that has really hurt the air industries in many other regional countries. The Philippines has declared a national emergency. Vietnam has been hard hit. Literally, they've been running out of fuel. Many flights grounded. Cambodia and Thailand also being heavily affected. And even here in South Korea, which in theory should have the stocks, we've seen the big national carriers, Korean Air, Asiana, and one regional carrier, putting themselves into emergency management and restricting some of the flights. Also, big restrictions on the export of naphtha, a key feedstock for petrochemicals, which are critical for industry here in South Korea, and big concerns about helium. Even though the ceasefire is in place, about 65% of South Korea's helium was imported from the big liquefied natural gas field in Qatar that was hit by Iranian strikes, and that is critical for making semiconductors. So those concerns still in place, but optimism around the ceasefire. But of course, everyone knows even if the ceasefire holds, the situation will not return to normal tomorrow. And ceasefires are, of course, fragile things, particularly this one, which perhaps raises more questions than answers.
Yeah, certainly the effects of this being felt far and wide. Jack Barton for us there in Seoul. Thank you. All right, stay with us. We will be back in just a moment with lives from Iran, the United States, and countries across the Middle East with the latest on the 2-week ceasefire announced by Tehran and Washington. Of course, there is always more on our website. It's aljazeera.com. My colleague Maleen Saeed picks up in literally 1 minute from now. Don't go away.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
This is the second time that we negotiated with Americans, and they decided to attack us right in the middle of negotiation.
This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat.
Donald Trump has just launched America into a full-scale conflict without a plan, without authorization for Congress, or even a debate in full view of the American people.
With tensions escalating, stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
Tehran, a city where centuries of history rise from its streets and monuments, now coming under assault. At the heart of the city stands Golestan Palace, more than 4 centuries old, a witness to coronations and major political decisions, but now damaged by American and Israeli airstrikes. International organizations like UNESCO warn about the impact of these attacks on our collective heritage.
They are UNESCO World Heritage Sites, priceless treasures that belong to all of humanity.
Many now fear that centuries of history could become another casualty of war.
Hello, I'm Marlene Saeed. This is Al Jazeera with our continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. The US and Iran have announced a suspension of all attacks for 2 weeks and to allow safe transit through the Strait of Hormuz. US President Donald Trump says massive strikes on Iranian infrastructure will be suspended to allow a long-term peace agreement to be finalized. Iran is claiming victory and says planned talks in Islamabad don't mean the end of the war is guaranteed. Plus, Al Jazeera reports from a synagogue in Tehran completely destroyed in an airstrike. Donald Trump has agreed to suspend all strikes on Iran for 2 weeks if Tehran grants ships safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. In a post on social media 90 minutes before his deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz, he announced a 2-week pause that will allow a long-term peace agreement to be finalized. And Iran appears to have agreed to those terms. The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi tweeted just a short time ago that Iran would allow safe passage for shipping through the Strait of Hormuz for a fortnight. Pakistan has invited Iranian and US delegations to Islamabad for talks on Friday. The Prime Minister says he hopes the talks succeed in achieving sustainable peace. Well, posting on Truth Social, President Trump said, "I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran, and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized." OK, we have correspondents in Doha, Amman, Riyadh, Beirut, Tehran and Washington, D.C., where Mike Hanna joins us from the White House. Mike, if I can begin with you, let's start with the very latest reaction from Washington.
Well, President Trump has just posted a message on his social media, which is in fact a screen grab of the message posted by the Iranian foreign minister, saying that the agreement's been reached on the basis of the 10-point plan submitted by Iran through mediators to the U.S. and the 15-point plan that the U.S. submitted through mediators to Iran. Now, the fact that President Trump has posted this would appear to indicate agreement with its content. So you have a situation now where President Trump, absolutely confident, it would appear from the tones of his earlier social media message, that there can be agreement forged within the 2 weeks of the ceasefire. It's important to note that President Trump himself, in the initial social media message confirming the ceasefire, saying that this is not just a cessation of hostilities, it is the beginning of a meaningful negotiation process. And we heard as well there in his message that there is the basis for a complete agreement to narrow the differences between Iran and the United States. So this is a massive way forward from the way President Trump was messaging earlier on in the day, in which he was threatening the whole civilization will die tonight unless Iran met his deadline, which was a couple of hours ago. But about an hour and a half before that deadline, President Trump put out that message on social media, accepting Iran's 10-point plan, agreeing that it is a basis for a good negotiation that could be concluded within a very short space of time, that 2 weeks that the ceasefire is due to go. There's many questions still to be asked, not least about Israeli agreement to this whole plan. The Iranian 10-point plan does specify Israeli actions in South Lebanon in particular, but still, this is a long way forward from the way the day began.
Indeed. Stay with us, Mike. I will come back to you. I just want to get more on the Iranian reaction. This Iranian foreign minister has responded with a statement where he thanked the Pakistani mediators and went on to say, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations. For a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible. Well, Tehran residents have been reacting to news of the ceasefire. Hundreds were seen taking to the streets to express their feelings about it.
America has shown its true colors 100 times. We were at the negotiating table twice when it attacked us, and this time it will be the same.
Whatever the Supreme Leader says, we stand by him. If he sees fit to have a ceasefire, then we accept. And if he doesn't, then we will stay in the streets and we will fight forever.
The game has changed now. The U.S. now understands Iran is the greater power. If it doesn't behave, we will deal with it.
Let's get reaction from Tehran. Our correspondent Mohammed Val is standing by. So no surprise there that those people in Iran reacting positively to the news of this ceasefire. What more do we know about how people are feeling? Presumably relief after weeks of conflict. But is there still skepticism about how this might play out?
Well, absolutely. There is a mixture of those two things at the same time. As you have just heard, those people expressing they still don't trust the other side. But at the same time, they trust their government. And if their government says the war is over or there is a truce, then they go along with that. We have seen celebrations here in the streets more than ever before during the night, even just a couple of hours before that announcement of a truce by the US president, which means that to the last minute, the Iranians were behind their government and supporting the military action that the government has been conducting in this war. And we have seen more of that. We have seen also support after the announcement of the truce and the acceptance by the Iranian government. Maybe today we will see more celebrations, more people going out in the streets and expressing their happiness, not just because of the government's decision, but also because Iran has been suffering tremendously in this war. It has borne the brunt of this war considerably. Consider the amount of damage and the number of schools, the universities, the civilian facilities that have been destroyed. So it must be a huge relief for the population in Iran to see an end, even if it is just a 2-week truce. Many people will, Tehran is almost empty. Almost more than half of the population are outside the city. You will see maybe more people coming to check on their homes, more life in the streets in the next few days. This is something that of everyone in Iran is happy with, of course. And also there is this feeling of pride among the leaders in their statements that as they promised their people, this war is ending on Iran's terms. That's what they are saying. Because before the war, Iran was under sanctions. Now, by the end of these negotiations, maybe the situation will be different. That means good prospects for the economy that has been at its lowest before the beginning of this war. If Iran will be allowed to levy taxes or some fees on ships that will transit through the Strait of Hormuz from now on to compensate for the destruction and so on, then that means Iran's economy is going to probably benefit tremendously from this. And this is something that I haven't been thinking about before the war. A lot of things, also the pride of the resistance and the continuation of the fighting till the end, and the possibility, the ability, the capability to inflict damage on the enemy every single day of this war. This is a source of pride for the Iranians, both among the public and the leaders here.
And Mohammed, Tehran, we know, has consistently been pushing back against this temporary ceasefire narrative, calling instead for a permanent end to the war. So how comfortable are they really with this 2-week window?
Yeah, that's the other element in this mix. The Iranians, at the same time that they are happy and proud of what they have achieved in this war, at the same time they are still talking with a skepticism about the other side. In those points that have been mentioned by the Supreme National Security Council, one of them is that we are accepting this truce for 2 days, but for 2 weeks. But at the same time, mistrust is still here. We are still looking with mistrust at the other side and their offers until they prove the contrary during the negotiations during these 2 weeks. So there is a feeling, a lingering feeling among the people here that maybe this is not the end, because they have seen that before many times. They have seen negotiations being used just to win time and to prepare for another war. And that's why they haven't been ready to accept a temporary ceasefire. What they are looking for is a comprehensive end of this war and guarantees that it's not going to be repeated in the future. And comprehensive means also that Iran's allies in Lebanon, in other countries, including Yemen, will be included in this ceasefire, not in this end of the war agreement, in a manner that also will guarantee the peace in those areas for a permanently, I mean.
OK, Mohammed, we'll leave it there. I want to go back to Mike Hanna at the White House. So, given the level of distrust, Mike, between the United States and Iran, how challenging will it be to reach any kind of meaningful agreement within just 2 weeks?
Well, it is very difficult because President Trump has made clear that his front negotiators are Mr. Kushner and Steve Witkoff. Now, both of these men have been involved in negotiations with the Iranians before on 2 occasions, and on both occasions the negotiations were called off by Iran after the US struck without warning against Iranian interests. So there is a history between the Iranian negotiators and Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. But it does appear that these are the people that President Trump has earmarked to conduct these negotiations. The Iranians, by agreeing to the 15-point proposal by the US, the US agreeing to the 10-point proposal by the Iranians, appear to all agree that they will be part of the negotiating team through the Pakistani mediators.
OK, many thanks to both Mohammed Val in Tehran and Mike Hanna at the White House. Thank you very much. Now, Iran has been hit by US and Israeli strikes for nearly 6 weeks. One of the strikes this week hit a Jewish synagogue. Iranian media reports the building was completely destroyed and Torah scrolls remain under the rubble. Ali Hashem has been to the scene.
This is one of many attacks at the Iranian capital. Since this morning, there have been attacks on the airport, Mehrabad airport, also on different areas. People are trying to find out whether there's anyone around on the rubble. Also, there are many people who live in the area.
I think they targeted it because they don't want our friendship or coexistence with the Iranian people to continue. Maybe they hit it so that we would be afraid and stop coming to these places. Because throughout the 12-day war and over the past 38 days until now, our synagogues and schools, everything has remained open. None of our places had been closed.
More people getting to their homes, maybe, to check what's left. At the end, it's just a reflection of what's going on in Iran on a daily basis. Ali Hashem, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
OK, let's speak to Rob McBride, who's following the Israeli government's reaction from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Rob, what has been Israel's official response to this ceasefire agreement?
Yeah, I mean, Israel has reportedly accepted this ceasefire. It has to accept this ceasefire, it seems. We are still waiting for an official response from the Israeli government itself. But I think it's true to say that there's an awful lot of people in Israel, up to and including Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who are far from happy with having to accept this ceasefire. Netanyahu was widely suspected of having derailed the last round of talks, those brokered by Oman Oman, and then steering US President Donald Trump towards the path of conflict, and in the intervening weeks has been very wary of the word ceasefire, has been looking out for any potential breakthrough that might lead to a ceasefire. And in fact, as recently as this weekend, apparently, in his phone call to Donald Trump to congratulate him on the rescue of these downed airmen inside Iran, used that opportunity to remind him once again about the folly, in Israel's view, of getting into a ceasefire. But it is something they have to accept. It is also, you get the sense that they have been caught wrong-footed by this, partly by surprise, with one official being quoted on Israeli media as saying that it's especially surprising after everything had already been decided, presumably referring to these elaborate coordinated plans for this escalation in the air campaign, targeting the wider critical infrastructure of Iran that Israel is very much still committed to. In fact, in the past couple of days, it has been expanding its own list of targets, and we just heard in the past day or so that it has been hitting a list of bridges, around 8 in number, and also road and rail links, as though it has already begun to work through its own list of dual-use infrastructure, with the justification that this can possibly be used by Iran's military. I think moving further forward, there is also the thornier issue of having to accept that it can no longer pursue its military goals in southern Lebanon, and its escalating conflict with Hezbollah, which does seem to be a part of the ceasefire. It's one of the terms of the ceasefire, and also it may be one of the terms that Iran will insist on being in any kind of permanent agreement.
Well, as you say, Rob, Lebanon, a critical front on this. Let's turn to Heidi Pett, who is in the Lebanese capital, Beirut. And just over the last few hours since the announcement of that ceasefire, strikes within Lebanon have continued. What has the reaction been there to the news of this ceasefire? Is there a sense of relief or uncertainty, given the situation remains so fragile?
I mean, it's a bit of both, right? There is certainly some relief and a great deal of uncertainty for people here in Lebanon. And part of that stems from the fact that we haven't seen any official announcements, really, from any of the parties involved. What we have to go on is this statement by the Prime Minister of Pakistan, who said that Lebanon would be included in the ceasefire and that it would be effective immediately. However, in the time since he made that announcement, and indeed in the hour and a half between that announcement and the announcement by President Trump in the US about this ceasefire, there were multiple Israeli attacks here in Lebanon. We saw a continuation of airstrikes. One hit near a hospital in the city of Tyre. There was also an airstrike in the town of Mashgara up in the Bekaa Valley, and a couple that hit the village of Shatra, which is in southern Lebanon as well. And so while obviously many people here welcome this news, there is a great deal of uncertainty about this ceasefire, and there is a generalized distrust about the concept of a ceasefire with Israel. We had a ceasefire in November of 2024 during the last round of hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah. Israel violated that ceasefire, according to the UN peacekeeping force, more than 10,000 times. And that was airstrikes, it was drone assassinations, it was continued violations of Lebanese airspace, and it was the maintenance of Israeli positions inside Lebanon. And that will be the big question here for many of the hundreds of thousands, in fact more than 1 million people who have been displaced, is what Israeli presence will continue to be inside Lebanon during this ceasefire, what operations they may continue to carry out. And indeed, when these hundreds of thousands of people who have been displaced from southern Lebanon can return to their homes, because we've had Israeli military and political leaders being very explicit in the last 2 weeks, saying that the people of South Lebanon will not be able to return to their homes until Israel deems that northern Israel is safe. And there's a big question mark as to whether this 2-week ceasefire, this delay while negotiations between the United States and Iran continue, whether that constitutes enough for people to return to their homes.
And what about Hezbollah in all this, Heidi? Have they signalled at all at this stage that they are prepared to scale back? Are they indicating at all that they might continue their operations despite the ceasefire?
We haven't had any official confirmation from Hezbollah either. None of the parties to the conflict here in Lebanon, nor the Lebanese government, indeed, have issued any kind of official statement in the last couple of hours since we've had this announcement from the US. And indeed, the news from the National Security Council in Iran saying that the 10-point proposal that they put to the US included this ceasefire in Lebanon, and we know that the US has said that that's a working basis for negotiations. So while things appear to be very much moving in the right direction here, we haven't got anything official from anyone who's really a party to the conflict. What we have is the fact that Israeli airstrikes have been ongoing in the hours since the ceasefire was announced. We had an Israeli drone circling over Beirut for many, many hours. In fact, it's only left in the last 20 minutes. And so there is a little bit of guesswork here for people in Lebanon. There is obviously a great deal of hope that this will hold because the humanitarian situation in this country is dire. More than 1,500 people have been killed, among them 57 medics, and we are getting reports that one of those airstrikes in the last couple of hours did target more paramedics in South Lebanon. And of course, the more than 1 million people who have been displaced, and the state is struggling to accommodate them. Aid agencies have signalled their concern about food security and particularly about their ability to get food to people who are in southern Lebanon who have been geographically isolated by Israel's systematic destruction of infrastructure in the south, including bridges across the Litani River. So people are certainly hoping for a pause, but we wait and see for any kind of official confirmation from the parties here as to what form that will take.
Right, as you say, Heidi, the level of destruction in the last 6 weeks across the country, the level of displacement in the south and elsewhere. Give us a sense of how vulnerable Lebanon is right now to further escalation, especially if talks break down over the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, as I was saying, the previous ceasefire, which lasted for about 15 months, was really anything but in the experience of people here inside Lebanon. And so the country is very, very vulnerable to further Israeli attacks. They feel that they don't have any real leverage. And, you know, it's safe to say that the reason that Lebanon was included in this ceasefire at all, we know that Israel didn't want that to be the case. We had Israeli political and military leaders very explicitly stating in the last couple of weeks that even if the war in Iran ended, that they planned to continue their campaign here in Lebanon until they were satisfied that Hezbollah was disarmed. And that they wanted to create this security zone up to the Litani River. And it seems that it is only Iranian pressure that has led to Lebanon being included in this at all. And so people here are very much waiting to see what will happen. And in the meantime, yes, the country's infrastructure has been in large part destroyed in the south. We've seen the wholesale destruction of towns and villages in the south, Israel going in, planting explosives, detonating homes. They're targeting the security cameras at UNIFIL peacekeeping bases, detaining UNIFIL peacekeepers in the south. So they have been operating with a great deal of impunity, not just in South Lebanon, but across the country. And so it feels a fragile delay here or ceasefire at all.
And Rob, if I could just come back to you, you talked us through the official response from Israel, but what is your sense behind the scenes of what the thinking is here by the Israelis at this point? Do you expect they will support a possible ceasefire?
Yeah, I mean, the majority of people in Israel, especially at a time of national crisis like this, do come together, will support generally the government in its war aims, if not the government itself. But I think there is a sense, especially after 6 weeks, 5-6 weeks of this conflict, a certain war weariness creeping in of having multiple alerts during every day and having to go to the shelters or take to safe rooms in the different apartments. Especially the past week or so, this has all been happening while we've had one of the most important feasts in Israel of the Jewish calendar, that of Passover. And last week, just before Passover was starting, we saw Iran launching some of the heaviest missile strikes since the start of the conflict. Now, as Passover comes to an end this week, again, we've had more ongoing strikes with the emergency measures that have been enforced since the start of the conflict, despite government promises that they would try to lift them and ease ease them as soon as possible. They have been extended through to the end of this week, and we have been having continuing strikes through Tuesday into this Wednesday morning on both sides of the implementation of this deadline. There were strikes around especially the very densely populated central area of Israel, around Petah Tikva, around Bnei Barak and Tel Aviv itself, with a fair amount of damage being reported on office buildings, some fires starting with some injuries. And indeed, we've also had an alert that happened just about the deadline of an incoming missile from Yemen, from the Houthis. And that gives you a sense of just how this has escalated, of how complicated this has all become, and how difficult it is going to be to untangle. And indeed, just after the deadline was meant to have come into force, we had confirmation of an Israeli airstrike on one of the missile sites in Iran that had launched the earlier missiles against Israel. So it does portend to some of the difficulties we're going to have in implementing the ceasefire. But for the majority of people in Israel, there is a sense that this is still worth the fight, especially if, as many Israelis do, they believe this is existential. If you have a nuclear-armed Iran, it has to be dealt with. Similarly, a strong Hezbollah launching daily rocket attacks from Lebanon. That has to be taken on. And there is a concern, I think, amongst many Israelis and also in the administration that after 6 weeks of this conflict, Iran still has missiles. It's still able to fire. There are concerns that it still has enriched uranium, and that may be protected if there's any permanent deal. And then, of course, the regime itself. If that stays in place, everybody knows that this will be, although weakened, it will be entrenched, embittered, and seeking revenge at some point in the future. That conflict at some point that would then seem to be inevitable. And of course, for Israel, there is the knowledge that it might not have such an obliging, compliant White House still in power, prepared to give the full force and might of US military.
OK, many thanks to Rog McBride there for us in Amman and Heidi Pett in Beirut. Well, earlier we spoke to Eli Bremer, a former major in the US Air Force and a Republican strategist from Colorado, after Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire as Iran agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Here's what he had to say.
What we're seeing is just part of the story. There's clearly a lot of negotiations going on in the background. And like I've said before, I did not think that the United States and President Trump would blink unless they believed that they had gotten enough out of these negotiations and out of the war in order to justify sort of moving on, because I don't think President Trump wants to just kick the can down the road on this. So in reading his statement, it does look like President Trump has gotten certain assurances. It looks like Iran has agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which is their the main thing that they can actually do to inflict pain on the United States politically and on the rest of the world economically. So what we don't know is what's actually happened in the background. Clearly, there's a lot going on. I do believe this means that President Trump believes that Iran has credibly come to the table and is now willing to effectively disarm. I don't think he'd do this unless he saw that. President Trump doesn't like to bluff. He likes to be very direct with his negotiations. He's a pretty straightforward negotiator. So my guess is that if Iran doesn't come to the table and open up the Strait of Hormuz, that the consequences are going to be really dire. And that was probably why President Trump used such incredible hyperbole going into this, as he wanted them to know he was very serious about it. So, hopefully for the region, hopefully for all the parties involved, Iran is serious about it. They reopen the strait, and then that would be potentially the beginning of the end of the conflict.
OK, you're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder for our top stories this hour. Donald Trump has agreed to suspend all strikes on Iran for 2 weeks if Tehran grants ships safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. The US president announced the pause in a post on social media 90 minutes before his deadline for Iran to open the strait. The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Iran would allow safe passage for shipping through the Strait of Hormuz for a fortnight. Pakistan's Prime Minister has confirmed Lebanon will be included in the US-Iran ceasefire. Israel has invaded southern Lebanon and warned that residents will not be allowed to return. OK, we have two guests joining us from Washington, D.C., Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Also in Washington, D.C. is Alan Eyre, a distinguished diplomatic fellow at the Middle East Institute and a former senior diplomat on the U.S. negotiating team for the 2015 JCPOA-Iran nuclear deal. So, Trita, if I could start with you, what is your reaction to this announcement? Does this look like a tactical pause, or is this a genuine diplomatic opening?
I think it has the potential of becoming a genuine diplomatic opening, but we're not quite there yet. I think at the end of the day, this war ended up becoming an absolute disaster for Trump. So Trump needed an exit, and he took it. He is using a language to make it appear as if he won this war. I think anyone looking at it objectively will see that he's not won, but rather that this was quite a defeat for him. But at the end of the day, there's nothing that has been finalized and agreed upon. So the next 2 weeks are going to be crucial. But even if talks fail, I have a hard time seeing Trump going back into this war in the manner that he has done so far, because the Iranians would still have the ability to close the straits and put a tremendous amount of pressure on Trump and on the global economy. So some of those fundamentals have not changed yet. So as a result, even if the talks fail, they will lead to some other form of a status quo, but not necessarily a return to the war with the U.S. in the lead.
That's interesting. We know that there is a lot of distrust between the two sides. What would it actually take, Trita, to take Tehran to believe that Washington will hold back this time?
I don't think there's anything that will make the Iranians believe. Rather, what will be needed are various mechanisms to make sure that the U.S. has enough incentives to live up to the deal and that the Iranians have the same incentives. Similar to what we saw in the JCPOA, that mechanisms were put in place to make it as costly as possible for either side to actually cheat on the agreement. I think one of those mechanisms, one of those elements, is the fact that I find it likely that there will be some other major powers involved in the talks or underwriting the talks in order to increase the cost for any country to start going back to military attacks in the midst of those negotiations. So China's involvement may be requested by the Iranians for that precise reason.
Alan, you've been at the negotiating table before during the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. How difficult is it to restart talks under this level of mistrust?
Well, again, trust is not a necessary element for negotiations. Friends don't negotiate with each other because they have trust. It's people who are rivals or competitors or enemies who don't trust each other who need negotiations. So I'm not unduly worried about the lack of trust. But as Trita said, you're going to have to construct a deal where it's in the interests of each side to maintain it. And so that's totally possible. But the U.S. is going to have to roll up its sleeves and negotiate in a serious and sustained manner, which is something this administration has shown heretofore that it's either unable or unwilling to do. Certainly not possible within 2 weeks.
Oh, that was exactly what I was going to ask you. I mean, how realistic is it, this sort of 2-week timeline? You were, as I said, involved in those previous negotiations. I mean, that took, what, years?
Well, I was part of the negotiations for the whole 5 years they went on. Now, the first 3 of those years were desultory and almost performative. But even once everyone on both sides agreed that it was time to get serious, it took about 2 years. I don't think this administration has 2 years of strategic attention it wants to devote to this issue. But at a minimum, I think it will take longer than 2 weeks.
Trita, Tehran is already framing this as a victory, saying that it has largely achieved its war aims. Are they right? What exactly has Iran achieved here?
Well, the fact is that the negotiations are going to be based on the 10-point plan that the Iranians put forward. The fact that during this ceasefire, the Iranians and the Omanis will continue to collect transit fees in the Persian Gulf. The strait will be open, but the Iranians will be controlling it together with the Omanis. The fact that we're no longer talking about missiles, getting the enrichment out, zero enrichment, regime change, all of those things seem to, at least currently, be off the table. undoubtedly the Iranians are going to view that as a win.
Iran's 10-point plan pushes for an end to attacks not just on its territory, but across the region, including allies like Hezbollah. How realistic is that demand?
Is that for me or for Alan?
Trita, if you could answer it first.
Sure. When it first was put out, I think a lot of people thought that this is just something the Iranians are putting out there because it's symbolic, because it's a way for them to show solidarity to the Lebanese people, etc. But when push comes to shove, they would back down from it. And perhaps they will. But the Pakistani prime minister has confirmed that Lebanon is encompassed by this deal. And again, I think the reason why the Iranians are doing this is not just to show solidarity. It is also because if that war continues, if the Israelis continue to bomb Lebanon and Gaza, the risk of that conflict spilling over into a U.S.-Iran-Israel conflict is still there. And since the Iranians are looking for an enduring end to the war, not just a ceasefire, it necessitates also then addressing some of these other conflicts that have that carry the risk of bringing the U.S., Israel, and Iran back into an open warfare again. So I understand why the Iranians are putting it forward. Now, whether they will be successful in getting the United States to pressure Israel to end this bombardment of Lebanon remains to be seen.
Alan, what do you make of this point on Hezbollah? How much of a sticking point is this going to be?
Well, again, I think it galls Israel that they had to stop this war before they brought about their main strategic aim, which is a failed state in Iran, sort of collapse in Iran. And I think that apart from whatever happens with Iran, Israel is keen to maintain and hold on to the gains it's made in its latest attacks in Lebanon in terms of security south of the Litani River. So I think it's going to be very hard for Israel to maintain the ceasefire. Israel historically has been very bad at maintaining ceasefires, and I think they have a lot more motivation to break this one in Lebanon than they do to break the one in Iran. So I think it's going to be a tough slog for Israel.
Alan, U.S. forces remain in the region, and the implicit threat of force hasn't obviously gone away. Does that undermine diplomacy even before the talks begin?
No, because just as I said before, you don't need trust and you don't need peace. I mean, President Trump sent forces there to make diplomacy a more viable option or a more attractive option for Iran. That didn't work, and I think Trita himself put on social media earlier today, one of the consequences of this war is that it's shown that U.S. military action is not the cudgel, is not the stick sufficient to force Iran to capitulate in what it sees as an existential battle. So having U.S. forces stay in the region, I don't think is a bar to reaching a negotiated solution, because Iran has pretty much taken U.S.'s best shot, or Israel's best shot, and still maintains sufficient deterrence in the Strait of Hormuz to force the U.S. to the table.
Trita, regardless of how the next 2 weeks goes, how has this crisis reshaped regional alignment, particularly among Gulf states that have so far managed to stay on the sidelines?
I think this is going to have a profound impact on the geopolitics of the Persian Gulf as a whole, but it's also very interesting to see how it has also ended up impacting the GCC as a whole. GCC has tried to maintain a unified front, but it's very difficult to do so when the UAE is clearly on Israel's side. Other states in the GCC are very upset with the UAE for the Abrams Accord, for the policies that it's been pursuing, for the rivalries that it has with the other GCC states. And at the same time, there's some annoyance with Oman, because Oman has gone forward and done its own deal with Iran, it appears. At least that's the perception of some of the other GCC states. Oman will be part of this transit fee mechanism. So I think the old type of a structure in which all of these GCC states nominally were united against Iran was never fully true. And after this, it's going to be very difficult to uphold that illusion. I think there's a very different geopolitical reality when you scratch the surface.
OK, many thanks to both my guests. Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, and Alan Eyre, Distinguished Diplomatic Fellow at the Middle East Institute and a former senior diplomat on the U.S. negotiating team for the 2015 JCPOA. Now, Trump's threats to bomb Iran were to force Iran to end its effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The strait, of course, is a vital waterway. 20% of the world's oil and gas passes through it, making it especially vital for Gulf economies. We have Rasul Surda in the Saudi capital, Riyadh. But first, let's check in with Axel Zimovic, who is in Doha. And Axel, there were strikes in Qatar overnight, just hours before that announcement on that 2-week ceasefire. We also heard from schools that they were to be shut again. Talk us through some of the latest strikes and what sort of a reaction we can expect to news of this deal.
Well, that's right. We have official confirmation coming from the Ministry of Defense here. 4 people have been injured in the aftermath of the interception of the Iranian missiles. What we understand that falling debris fell on a residential area. 4 people were injured there. And according to that statement that was put out by the Defense Ministry, we understand that all of these people have been treated in hospital. So that was the situation right before that announcement was made. The key deadline is being extended now. So a move that many consider here as a relief to the current pressure, the tensions across the region. So, but that wasn't really the case, because right after that, we see that we heard that the air raid sirens have been heard across the region in parts of Saudi Arabia, in the United Arab Emirates, in Bahrain, and people have been urged to stay indoors following these air raid sirens. And according to the officials there, we also understand that another air raid sirens have been sounded across the other parts of the GCC states, but it's really important to understand here that there's been a large number of attacks during the night here, just hours before that announcement was made. Again, in Saudi Arabia, 5 missiles were intercepted, but also in Bahrain, in Kuwait. And it really goes to show that, that these attacks appears to be seeing, what we tend to be seeing here is that, that these attacks seems to be part of that previous escalation rather than a response from the Iranians regarding this announcement made by U.S. President.
Let's bring in Rasul Surda, who is in the Saudi capital, Riyadh. What are we hearing from Gulf countries about this deal, Rasul?
Well, it was quite late after midnight when the announcement of the ceasefire has been coming from the United States. And so far, no official statements from any leaders of the GCC countries. So, and of course, that nearly after 2 hours of the announcement, still there were the early warning being issued by the authorities here due to the incoming missiles and drones from Iran. However, here, so we can see, talking to the people, that they're cautiously optimistic. And so there is a sense of relief here that in the coming hours and days, there will not be attacks, because throughout the last 6 weeks, they have received nearly 7,000 of projectiles fired from Iran. And so they hope that this is going to be over. However, they have the question marks, huge question marks here for GCC part. So the first biggest concern is the status of the Strait of Hormuz. So Donald Trump saying that it's going to be remaining open for the next 15 days. However, Iranians are saying that the control of Iran is going to continue, and that is a huge concern for the GCC because it is the economic lifeline of these countries. And they say, well, they will not accept any change in the status of Hormuz. So, and the second one, of course, Iranian ballistic missiles and also Iranian proxies in the region. They want these threats also to be eliminated and not posing threat in the future for the stability of the GCC.
And Rasul, the progress made through the Pakistanis came, of course, days after negotiations and diplomacy by the Gulf. Walk us through how we got here and what you believe are the sticking points now going forward.
Well, for the Gulf countries here, the first challenge for them was to come up with a unified position. So we are talking about 6 GCC members. They have the divergent positions. Qatar and Saudi Arabia were insisting on a diplomacy and saying any armed conflict must be resolved at the negotiating table, while the countries such as United Arab Emirates was more hawkish compared to these two countries, while Oman was completely in a different position, not that much aligned with the rest of the GCC countries. However, at the end of the year, so the biggest player in Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia was a part of that 4 countries that have been pushing for diplomacy: Turkey, Egypt, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia. However, here, for Saudis and overall representing the GCC, so the first, of course, goal here is to be at the negotiating table and to communicate their demands at the negotiating table and to make sure the day after is not going to be positioned against the interest of the GCC. So that is extremely important. And so far, we know that there are messages going between the GCC countries trying to unify their position in this incoming 15 days. And of course, if that is eventually going to lead to a lost in peace settlement.
Rasul Surda there from the Saudi capital, Riyadh. Many thanks. Well, joining us now from Washington, D.C. is Sahar Khan, a non-resident fellow and an independent researcher focusing on South Asia at the Institute for Global Affairs. Thank you for joining the programme. Sahar, how significant was Pakistan's role in getting this ceasefire over the line?
Thank you for having me on. I think it was quite significant. Pakistan, served as a bridge between all the stakeholders. And Pakistan is really one of the only countries that could have done or played such a role. With Iran, Pakistan has long maintained, a functional, if sometimes tense relationship, but it's included, border coordination and energy discussions. Crucially, it is not perceived as part of the anti-Iran coalition, unlike the Gulf states that are hosting U.S. bases. With Gulf states themselves, Pakistan has deep security ties, especially with Saudi Arabia. And of course, the economic dependence that Pakistan has with the Gulf states has allowed it to signal Gulf concerns to Tehran without escalation, which is really important. And then finally, Pakistan's relationships with the United States has improved since last year, which of course put it in a position of being able to, communicate even U.S. and American concerns to Tehran. So all of this put together, Pakistan was in a position where it could not only understand the red lines of all the states involved, but could actually translate those into a potential off-ramp.
Tell us a bit more about to what extent it played a coordinated role with countries like Turkey and others to get to this deal.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I don't think the way that this conflict has come out, I don't think that it would be possible for just one country to be a mediator. So I absolutely think that this was more or less a coordinated effort. And it is sort of in every country's interest to make sure that this war is not prolonged, especially in the case of Pakistan. Pakistan has major energy concerns. It shares a border with Iran. And so I think all states involved wanted to make sure that they could work together. But what makes this sort of ceasefire in this current stage right now so interesting is that it really shows the importance of regional coordination. And while it's hard to pinpoint one moment, I think there are a few things that become clear. The first is that, not every mediator had access to every single stakeholder. Not every mediator could understand the red lines and translate them properly. And finally, not all mediators had credibility with all sides. And so Pakistan sort of emerging as this bridge, I think, also shows Pakistan's improved position in geopolitics as well.
Yeah, on that point, how does this all fit into Pakistan's broader foreign policy, particularly its balancing act between the US, China, and its immediate neighbors?
Yeah, Pakistan has always been on the geopolitical stage. It's, over the past, I would say 20 years, or especially since the global war on terror, Pakistan was always viewed through a narrow lens, either through counterterrorism or through economic fragility. And of course, with the AQ Khan network and sort of its troubled history with nuclear weapons, all of that combined has always put Pakistan, I would say, at a disadvantage in geopolitics. But now, things are a little different. I think this conflict and the role that Pakistan has played in it, a lot of it for its own benefit. Again, I want to emphasize that it is not in Pakistan's interest for this war to continue on. So that is the key reason why it wants to be a bridge. But keeping that in mind, I think, this conflict allows Pakistan to recast itself as a responsible security actor. And I think in the context, especially of the Gulf states, when you think about Pakistan's bilateral relationships with Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Oman, etc., or when you just consider Pakistan's relationship collectively with the GCC, it always seems as if Pakistan has been just the recipient of Gulf aid, and it doesn't really provide anything else. But I think in this context, it's very clear that Pakistan is not simply a recipient of aid, but it actually provides strategic value to these countries as well. And I don't think that we can discount Pakistan's nuclear capability in all of this. Pakistan, because of its experience with India and the number of conflicts that it's had with India, it's very familiar with how quickly crises can escalate. And it's very familiar with the de-escalation as well. And I think that has put Pakistan in a very unique position to sort of, again, translate the red lines and to understand that this conflict can get out of control very quickly.
OK, good to talk to you and get your analysis. Sahar Khan, a non-resident fellow, joining us there from Washington, D.C. Thank you. Well, oil prices have fallen after Donald Trump announced a 2-week deadline extension for Iran on Wednesday. Brent crude, one of the most commonly traded types of oil, is now trading at around $95 a barrel. That's still well above where it was at the start of the war. U.S. markets have also been reacting positively to the news. Dow futures are leading gains, up around 900 points, the strongest among major indices. Asian markets are mostly higher in early trading. South Korea's Kospi is gaining in the latest session, surging over 5%. Let's go to Jack Barton, who is live in Seoul for us. So, Jack, talk us through some of this reaction from Asian markets. Obviously, investors liking this news.
Absolutely, and we've seen significant gains across Asia, as you mentioned, but the strongest gains in those economies which are industrialized and so heavily dependent on oil and gas from the Middle East, and that is Japan and South Korea. And at the moment, the Nikkei, the main benchmark index, is up almost 5%, and South Korea is now at 6%. And that rise was so fast this morning here in South Korea that a buy-side automatic suspension was triggered. And when trade resumed again, it slowed a little bit, but it has continued to rise. And the hope that the 16 South Korean tankers that have been stuck in the Strait of Hormuz since this conflict began can soon pass through. But the government giving a much more negative assessment. We've just heard from the country's prime minister, who has emerged from the country's third emergency meeting on how to deal with the economy in light of the events in the Middle East. And he said South Korea must still prepare for a prolonged conflict in the region. And they went ahead today with an odd and even number plate system for public parking places in order to try and get some cars off the road, and no sign that the government is going to back away from some of the policies it has put in place, like exports of refined petrol, diesel, kerosene and aviation fuel. South Korea is a major regional refiner for other countries, and this has had a big impact, particularly for the airline sector in countries like the Philippines, which have declared a national emergency around this, as well as Vietnam, Cambodia and Thailand, with flights being grounded and shortages even here in South Korea. So the markets, a very optimistic assessment, but the government here being much more skeptical about whether this ceasefire will be implemented and really what benefits can come from it in the long term if it is. OK, Jack Barton there for us in Seoul. Let's get more analysis on this with Alicia
Garcia Herrero, who's chief economist for the Asia Pacific at Natixis. She joins us from Hong Kong. Thank you for your time. So your reaction to this news, how significant is it, this ceasefire, this 2-week ceasefire, for global economic stability in the short term at least?
Well, the markets have reacted exactly as one would expect, given the importance of the ceasefire for Asia. We have seen a lot of reaction from RMB as well, strongest in the region, strongest mark. And why is it so? Because China was also suffering. We've seen a lot of supply chain disruptions across Asia. And therefore, I think we need to realize that this is big news. However, there's a lot of risks around this. One of it is, of course, that Israel may not follow the ceasefire. And the other one, of course, is that the Strait of Hormuz may not open in time, meaning immediately. All of this would actually go back to very strong fall in stock prices and a huge increase in oil prices in the region. So in that regard, I think we need to wait for 24 hours. What we're going to see is huge stockpiling of oil, helium, any other refined product in the region. So prices might actually go up rather than down very soon.
That's interesting, Alicia. Because we're still not clear, as you touched on, what exactly this means for the Strait of Hormuz. Iran suggesting that they will still have control over it and the parties who have to pass will have to coordinate with Iran. So potentially, what could the tolls that it might be placing on parties that need to pass through, what could all that mean for oil prices in the next few weeks?
Exactly. First of all, we can have very high tolls. I mean, we have already seen some of that, and it's not clear that the ceasefire will stop the tolls. The other issue is that everybody will try to stockpile, so the amount of orders will increase. And therefore, if the ceasefire is not as clear as it seems now on the headline, I think oil prices could go up again. That's the issue of a temporary ceasefire. It doesn't mean this is over. So any government in Asia will actually stockpile. And therefore, I think there will be increased pressure on oil eventually. Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow, especially if the Strait of Hormuz is not fully open, as we expect.
So what does this then mean for regional economies? Do they stand to gain? By regional economies, I mean in the Gulf, who have obviously taken a huge hit from this crisis over the last 6 weeks. Is this spell good news for them?
Well, I think we need to realize that this should be a windfall because oil prices, again, are going to stay elevated as for obvious reasons, stockpiling, uncertainty about the duration of the ceasefire. But they still need to build up their capacity, rebuild their capacity. So not everybody is going to be able to export as much as it used to. I think the best place is clearly Saudi. But, you know, we have a lot of damage in Qatar, in Bahrain, on aluminium. I think all of this is going to have a toll on their economies down the road, even if the ceasefire is successful. So I think we should be positive, but we shouldn't be over positive because the shock is very, very, very big.
And longer term, if the ceasefire does lead to a lasting agreement, do you think, is this going to reshape global energy markets, transition away from fossil fuels? Very briefly, if you could.
Yes. Yes, I think there will be a push, but bear in mind that before that happens, everybody's going to stockpile. I want to push on that, even coal. So the short-term beneficiaries are those that can offer whatever is available quick, and that is not necessarily green technology because it takes time.
I appreciate that.
So I would say wait for that.
Okay, Alicia Garcia Herrero, Chief Economist for the Asia Pacific at Natixis. Stay with us. We'll be back in just over a minute.
As the US-Israel war on Iran rages on, its impact has spread far beyond the battlefield. Energy prices are soaring as facilities and supply routes are targeted and vital shipping lanes choked.
We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the strait to come and help us.
Stay with Al Jazeera for extensive coverage and expert analysis as shockwaves continue to shake the global economy.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Diplomacy, yet again, was used as a ruse for war.
Critical debate.
Who betrayed the table? Who attacked the negotiations for the second time? For the third time during the talks we should be attacked? Who is talking about a greater country for itself? Israel, not Iran.
Iran has been a huge supporter of terrorism over the years. I really have to take exception to the idea that Iran is innocent in this.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
With fresh perspectives from lesser heard voices.
Humor basically packages things in a way that is more digestible for the people that aren't interested or resist the political conversation.
We explore the key issues of our times.
But the primary thing that we can do is actually get off US technology.
The Stream on Al Jazeera.
Hello, I'm Malin Saeed. This is Al Jazeera with our continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. The US and Iran have announced a suspension of all attacks for 2 weeks and to allow safe transit through the Strait of Hormuz. US President Donald Trump says massive strikes on Iranian infrastructure will be suspended to allow a long-term peace agreement to be finalized. Iran is claiming victory and says planned talks in Islamabad don't mean the end of the war is guaranteed. And Al Jazeera reports from a synagogue in Tehran completely destroyed in an airstrike. Donald Trump has agreed to suspend all strikes on Iran for 2 weeks if Tehran grants ships safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. In a post on social media 90 minutes before his deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz, he announced a 2-week pause that will allow a long-term peace agreement to be finalized. And Iran appears to have agreed to those terms. The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi tweeted a short time ago that Iran would allow safe passage for shipping through the Strait of Hormuz for a fortnight. Pakistan has invited Iranian and US delegations to Islamabad for talks on Friday. The Prime Minister says he hopes the talks succeed in achieving sustainable peace. We have correspondents in Doha, Amman, Riyadh and Beirut. First, let's turn to Mohammed Val, who is live for us in Tehran. So Iranian officials already framing this as a kind of victory. Mohammed, what is behind that narrative?
Well, behind this narrative is what they are describing as a number of factors here, particularly related to the points, to those 10 points that have been suggested by the Iranians. Most of those points President Trump has described as a basis for negotiations, and that the two sides have agreed on most of the points of contention. So the Iranians are saying, this is what we told you, addressing the Iranian people, we told you that this war is going to end on our terms. So they think that those points being accepted by the Americans is a proof that Iran has the upper hand and the last laugh in this showdown with the Americans. They say this war was not invited by Iran. It was imposed on Iran and on the region and on the Americans. The only beneficiary is Israel, and now, after almost 40 days of fighting, the Americans are realizing that this war is not in their favor and it's not beneficial to them, and they are coming to the negotiation table with readiness to accept conditions and terms and demands that have been presented by Iran. And that includes also the economic side. Even though Iran's economy and Iran's infrastructure have received heavy blows in this war, they are looking at brighter prospects for the economy, particularly if that point on the lifting of sanctions is going to be agreed on, and also if Iran will, as it has demanded, will be given the ability to levy some taxes from ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz for the foreseeable future to compensate for the losses and for the destruction that has been inflicted on Iran during this war. So lots of points there. And also the resilience and the patience and the amount of military defiance and the capabilities that Iran has shown and revealed in this war also are a source of pride for the Iranian leaders here and for the general public, that contrary to the perception on the American side that Iran is a weak country that can be destroyed in a couple of days. And also the Israelis have been telling the Americans that by decapitating Iran's leadership, then the system will crumble in no time. All of this has been proved wrong and false according to Iranians. So there is here a great deal of pride in what is going on right now, and they are considering that this war is going to end in a much better situation for Iran in the region.
Well, Tehran residents have been reacting to news of the ceasefire. Hundreds were seen taking to the streets to express their feelings about it. Let's have a listen.
America has shown its true colors 100 times. We were at the negotiating table twice when it attacked us, and this time it will be the same.
Whatever the Supreme Leader says, we stand by him. If he sees fit to have a ceasefire, then we accept. And if he doesn't, then we will stay in the streets and we will fight forever.
The game has changed now. The US now understands Iran is the greater power. If it doesn't behave, we will deal with it.
So, Mohammed, give us a bit more context about how people are feeling in Iran. We got a sense there that many are obviously relieved, but is there still a sense of skepticism that this could all fall apart within days?
Yes, there is that mixture of feelings about this announcement of a ceasefire for 2 weeks. We have seen the celebrations even before the announcement, because the Iranians have been day by day celebrating what they see as the courage and the resilience of their armed forces, and also what they consider the need to support the government during this war. So we saw that every single day, but also after the announcement, we have seen what you have just shown, people talking about this favorably and considering that it is a victory for the country. But also, on the other hand, there is a lingering feeling of skepticism and fear that this is not the end. And that is something that has been expressed even on the highest level by the Supreme Council for Supreme National Security Council, saying that we don't consider that this is the end of the war. We still don't trust the other side. And that mistrust will continue during these 2 weeks until the other side proves a different situation. So that thing is going to also be felt among the population. Many people have left the cities, particularly Tehran. Almost half of the population have left their homes. Now, probably in the next few days, they will be coming back to check on their homes, seizing the opportunity of this truce. But they will not be certain that this is the end of the troubles until they see a final deal being signed in Islamabad between the two sides. And also there is the fear that Israel is not going to consider this the end of the war, and it's not going to be cooperating with the Americans in the negotiations. That's also a factor of apprehension and fear here in Iran, that the Israelis are going to do anything they can to sabotage this effort for a conclusive and final peace in the region.
OK, Mohammed, with the very latest reaction from Tehran. Mohammed Baal there for us. Well, Donald Trump announced the 2-week pause of hostilities in a post on Truth Social, saying, "I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran, and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized." Mike Hanna has more now on how the Pakistan talks came about.
Well, shortly before the deadline that he'd imposed, President Trump released a statement on his social media page saying that he had agreed to a Pakistani request to postpone that deadline. He goes on to say in his message that this is on condition that the Iranians agree to open the Strait of Hormuz. Now, within his statement as well, he made very clear that the US had agreed with most of the points Iran had advanced to the US via the Pakistani mediators, a 10-point plan to reach some form of agreement. Now, this is exceedingly important because some 24 hours before, members of the administration were rejecting this 10-point plan. But now President Trump has accepted it, and also making very clear that that is not just a limited ceasefire, as the Iranians had demanded. It needs to be a longer-term negotiation, the beginning of longer negotiations. And President Trump actually making very clear and sounding confident that the differences between the US and Iran have been largely eradicated through negotiations to date and the acceptance of the various plans, and that within the next 2 weeks, a long-term agreement can be reached through further negotiations. So President Trump appearing to indicate that all these time of enmity between the two nations can be ended on a permanent basis through a few weeks of negotiations through the Pakistani mediators. And this is something that he appears very confident can be achieved. Now, just to throw our minds back to the message from President Trump at the beginning of this momentous day, saying that a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again if Iran did not meet his demands. Well, it's a long way from that threatening statement to a social media message insisting that negotiations are on track, a ceasefire is in place, and during the ceasefire, the two sides will be able to find common ground and reach a lasting agreement between each other. Mike Hanna, Al Jazeera at the White House.
Joining us from Washington, D.C. is Alan Ayer, Distinguished Diplomatic Fellow at the Middle East Institute and a former senior diplomat on the U.S. negotiating team for the 2015 JCPOA Iran nuclear deal. Thank you for joining us once again, Alan. So Donald Trump says Iran's proposal, 10-point plan, is workable. From your experience, what are the sticking points?
Pretty much all 10 points is based on what I've seen of the proposal. I think there's a huge distance between the U.S. and the Iranian positions, and I think President Trump will be faced with a choice. Either accept a deal that's much worse than the one he could have gotten before the war, or not accept a deal and risk resuming war. So I think that there's going to be huge sticking points. It's wholly unrealistic to assume that this can be done in 2 weeks. I think there'll likely be an extension of negotiations, but the essential prerequisite for any successful negotiation is sustained and serious negotiations from the U.S. administration, and that's something this administration has shown itself either unwilling or unable to do.
In those 10 points, there's nothing currently explicit about Iran's nuclear program. How significant is that omission?
Well, I don't think anything's changed. The original sticking point was that Iran was unwilling to forego indigenous enrichment on its own soil, unwilling to export all of its uranium, unwilling to dismantle its nuclear program, its nuclear facilities. That certainly hasn't changed. Iran will also be even more unwilling to give away its ability to reconstitute its missile and drone force, seeing how effective it was during this war. So on all the key issues that the U.S. is concerned about, Iran's ability to project power via either potential nuclear missiles or support for drones, again, I don't see how the U.S. can sustain the advantages it got by decimating those strategic deterrents now.
Iran is linking this ceasefire to a broader framework, potentially including sanctions relief and control over shipping routes, even economic reparations. How feasible is a long-term deal emerging, do you think?
You know, Iran wants two things out of this deal, or any deal. He wants security so this doesn't happen again, so 6 months or a year from now, the U.S. and Israel don't bomb them again. And it needs some source of income to help start rebuilding everything that's been destroyed. That can either come from toll on the Strait of Hormuz, or that could come from lifting of sanctions. But as a practical matter, with President Trump heading into an election year, I find it very hard to believe that he would agree to any deal that lifts sanctions on Iran in a major fashion.
And what about these talks of these mechanisms around the Strait of Hormuz, these toll-like arrangements? I mean, do you think that's going to be acceptable to the United States?
Well, that's certainly what Iran wants. And again, even in Foreign Minister Araghchi's statement, he says ships can pass with coordination with the Iranian military and given technical considerations. So that's certainly what they want. They don't want to return to the status quo of when all ships could pass freely. In terms of the United States, again, President Trump says for him the Strait of Hormuz is not important. We don't need it. So it's conceivable he would allow Iran to toll ships going through, especially if the toll was relatively low. But it's certainly going to irritate the rest of the world who depends on the strait, to include the Gulf countries.
Iran also specifies in its 10-point plan, which the U.S. or Donald Trump has said is workable, that its proxies shouldn't be attacked. But we're already hearing now from Israeli media, citing Prime Minister Netanyahu, that the ceasefire does not include Lebanon. That doesn't bode well, does it?
No, and again, you refer to a larger point, which is this is just a ceasefire, and those are very hard to sustain, especially when one of the parties is Israel, which has a historic disinclination to obey ceasefires and violates it routinely. So, yeah, I think that Israel sees its attacks now on Lebanon as something totally different, a whole different front than what it's doing with Iran, and it's going to be very loath to give up what it's achieved so far and what it hopes to institutionalize, which is control of Lebanon south of the Litani River.
What did you make of the role of Pakistan as a mediator here and getting this over the line? How important are having third-party mediators like this to getting a deal through?
Well, I praise Pakistan for all the efforts it's made. There are a number of countries who could have played such a role. There are certain variables that have to be met. Pakistan met them very well. They're doing a very good job. But at the end of the day, a mediator is essentially a facilitator, a tube, if you will, between U.S. on one side and Iran on the other. So Pakistan has a key role to play, don't get me wrong. But what's going to determine what happens next is what the U.S. and what Iran are willing to accept from each other and give to each other.
OK, Alan, fascinating to talk to you. Alan Eyre, Distinguished Diplomatic Fellow at the Middle East Institute. Thank you. Well, Iran has been hit by U.S. and Israeli strikes for nearly 6 weeks now. One of the strikes this week hit a Jewish synagogue. Iranian media reports the building was completely destroyed and that Torah scrolls remain under the rubble. Ali Hashim has been to the scene.
This is one of many attacks at the Iranian capital. Since this morning, there have been attacks on the airport, Mehrabad airport, also on different areas. People are trying to find out whether there's anyone around on the rubble. Also, there are many people who live in the area.
I think they targeted it because they don't want our friendship or coexistence with the Iranian people to continue. Maybe they hit it so that we would be afraid and stop coming to these places. Because throughout the 12-day war and over the past 38 days until now, our synagogues and schools, everything has remained open. None of our places had been closed.
More people getting to their homes, maybe, to check what's left. At the end, it's just a reflection of what's going on in Iran on a daily basis. Ali Hashim, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
OK, in a minute, we're going to be joined by Heidi Pett, who is in the Lebanese capital, Beirut. But first, let's go to Rob McBride, who is in Amman. And you've got the Israeli point of view, Rob. As I was just saying to our previous guest, Israeli media citing Prime Minister Netanyahu just in the last few moments, saying that a ceasefire will not include Lebanon. This likely to put a spanner in the works.
Yeah, it is a potential thorn, to say the least. But we have had this statement issued just in the past few minutes from the office of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. First of all, welcoming this ceasefire, saying that they are supportive of Donald Trump gaining this ceasefire, but also adding pointedly that they would also support him in longer-term dealings, securing that, making sure that Iran no longer poses, in its view, a long-term missile and nuclear threat. I think a reminder there that Israel will be watching extremely closely the course of any future negotiations and just what they may deal with and what they may agree to that Israel potentially will have to go along with. But the last line of this statement also adds that this 2-week ceasefire does not, in its view, cover its operations in Lebanon. That is extremely important for Israel right now, as it increases the momentum of its drive into southern Lebanon. It puts more forces in there. It commits more military assets in there, driving back Hezbollah and trying to create this buffer zone. That is becoming almost as equally, if not more important, than the conflict against Iran. It's been widely reported that the Netanyahu held a phone conversation with Donald Trump, where Trump informed the Israelis that this ceasefire had been agreed, and just to make sure that Netanyahu was going to go along with it. But I think it's true to say that Benjamin Netanyahu and many people in Israel will not be happy with this. The Prime Minister is generally suspected of having derailed previous attempts at long-term negotiations, has steered Donald Trump away from ceasefires. There's also, and I think many people in Israel, the military, the administration and the public at large had been all geared up to this deadline, to seeing this massive escalation in the air war against Iran. Indeed, one television station has been running a countdown clock, counting down the moments to when this would all start. So there is generally a feeling of disappointment, especially after so much collaboration and working out just where the targets would be and what they would hit inside Iran. And also, longer term, though, is the concern that any deal might include a longer term agreement for Israel not to be able to strike into Lebanon itself against Hezbollah.
OK, Rob, stay with us. I just want to turn to Heidi Pett now, who is in Beirut for us. So I can confirm that the Israeli Prime Minister has issued a statement saying that Lebanon is not included in this deal after the Pakistani Prime Minister said it is. How are Lebanese people going to react to that?
I mean, I can tell you how they've reacted over the last couple of quite confusing hours here, right? You know, as you mentioned, we had that statement from the Pakistani Prime Minister saying that the United States and Iran and their allies had agreed to an immediate ceasefire, including Lebanon, and that was the status quo for about 4 hours throughout the evening. And then we had this statement from the Prime Minister of Israel a short while ago saying that, in fact, Lebanon is not included. But even in that couple of hours, there was some measure of relief, but also a great deal of trepidation, because people here in Lebanon, even if there was a ceasefire announced by Israel, have learned not to trust it. We had a ceasefire agreed in November of 2024 that Israel violated more than 10,000 times, according to UN peacekeepers who are stationed in the south, whether that was airstrikes, drone assassinations, overflights and violation of Lebanese airspace, or indeed their continued presence in South Lebanon in violation of that ceasefire. And so while we have had some people from the south, talking in the last couple of hours about the fact that they wanted to go home and return to their towns and villages where they've been forcibly evacuated from due to these orders by the Israeli military, there was always a note of tension and trepidation and caution. And this will be met with resignation. And a continuation of the displacement crisis that has been ongoing here in Lebanon for the last 6 weeks. But it's not entirely unexpected, because in the hours since we had that statement from the Pakistani Prime Minister, and indeed since the announcement of the ceasefire by Donald Trump, there were continued Israeli strikes across Lebanon. We saw airstrikes on the town of Mashgara in the Bekaa Valley. We saw artillery shelling on the town of Hiam, which has been the site of fierce fighting in the last couple of weeks between Israel and Hezbollah. And we saw multiple airstrikes on the city of Tyre, one which struck shortly after the announcement by Donald Trump near a hospital. And just in the last 5 minutes, there seems to have been a drone strike on a car in Tyre as well.
And Heidi, what about the role of the Lebanese government here? Does it have any real influence over what happens next, or does it continue to be largely sidelined?
Yeah, the last 6 weeks have really emphasised the lack of control that the Lebanese state has over what has been happening in this country, right? Shortly after the outbreak of war here, we had a statement from the Prime Minister outlawing Hezbollah's military and security activities, trying to prevent them from firing rockets into Israel, saying that they were committed to the disarmament of the group. None of that has happened in the last 6 weeks. Hezbollah has demonstrated its continued capacity to fire rockets into Israel, to target Israeli troops here inside Lebanon with drones, with anti-tank missiles, with direct clashes on the ground. So they've demonstrated capacity, and every statement that we have had from Hezbollah throughout this war, whether it's from their MPs or indeed from their leader, Naim Qassem, has indicated their willingness to continue what they have described as a legitimate battle, and that they're prepared for a long war. And so this statement from the Prime Minister of Israel that the ceasefire does not apply to Lebanon will probably be met with a similar tone of defiance from Hezbollah. And we haven't had any kind of comment or confirmation, or indeed any statements from the Lebanese Prime Minister or the Speaker of Parliament, Nabi Berri, in the last hours either.
Rob, if I could come back to you. When we were talking earlier, you talked about how there's a feeling of disappointment in Israel about the ceasefire, that there was even a countdown clock about what was expected in terms of the US response, massive bombardment on Iran. I wonder if you could perhaps explain that view a little more deeply for us, how not just the Netanyahu government, but how people in Israel have support for this war in Iran, and what this is going to mean that we are now in these negotiations to potentially end the war.
Yeah, I think there is a sense of unfinished business here. I think it was generally accepted that what Israel and Netanyahu were pushing for was the wholesale weakening of the regime. I think they wanted to see initially regime change, but falling short of that, a permanent weakening of the regime, a debilitation of it, and if it resulted in maybe a collapse or some failed state kind of status, they wouldn't have been too bothered by that. So I think there is a general sense of disappointment. At the same time, I think there is also a growing war weariness in Israel at the constant alerts that go off multiple times throughout the day, people having to take shelter in their shelters or safe rooms in their homes, and also the extension of these emergency measures, that life has continued to be disrupted for well over a month, despite assurances by the government that they would be trying to return things to normal. And in fact, just around about the time that the ceasefire was announced and took hold, instead of the anticipated massive aerial bombardment by Israeli and US jets, we had a number of strikes on the central part of Israel. This is just before the deadline and just after the deadline. As a reminder of the ongoing air campaign, it caused a fairly widespread damage and fire, some injuries. There was also an alert just around about the time of the deadline from an incoming missile from from Yemen. The reminder of that the Houthis are now involved, which also indicates just how quickly this has become a regional conflict, and that complicates the untangling of it and the long-term dealing with it, returning to peace. And in fact, just after the deadline was announced, we had confirmation from Israel's military that they struck one of the missile sites in Iran that had launched the earlier missiles. Again, a reminder of just how fragile this peace ceasefire is going to be, and trying to achieve a permanent peace. But I think generally the majority of people still support the war effort in Israel, and it does raise questions now about just what happens to the missile threat that the Israeli government said it would deal with, and whether this leaves in place this regime, which, as everybody knows, Israel may be facing it for years to come, a regime that is more entrenched, more embittered, bent on revenge, and at some point it may well be in conflict with again, and at a future that it might not have such a compliant, an obliging White House to support it, prepared to devote the whole strength of the US military coming to Israel's defense.
OK, thank you to Rob McBride in Amman and Heidi Pett in Beirut. Earlier, we spoke to Eli Bremer. He's a former major in the US Air Force and a Republican strategist from Colorado after Trump announced this 2-week ceasefire. Here's what he had to say.
What we're seeing is just part of the story. There's clearly a lot of negotiations going on in the background. And like I've said before, I did not think that the United States and President Trump would blink unless they believed that they had gotten enough out of these negotiations and out of the war in order to justify sort of moving on, because I don't think President Trump wants to just kick the can down the road on this. So in reading his statement, it does look like President Trump has gotten certain assurances. It looks like Iran has agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which is their the main thing that they can actually do to inflict pain on the United States politically and on the rest of the world economically. So what we don't know is what's actually happened in the background. Clearly, there's a lot going on. I do believe this means that President Trump believes that Iran has credibly come to the table and is now willing to effectively disarm. I don't think he'd do this unless he saw that. President Trump doesn't like to bluff. He likes to be very direct with his negotiations. He's a pretty straightforward negotiator. So my guess is that if Iran doesn't come to the table and open up the Strait of Hormuz, that the consequences are going to be really dire. And that was probably why President Trump used such incredible hyperbole going into this, as he wanted them to know he was very serious about it. So, hopefully for the region, hopefully for all the parties involved, Iran is serious about it. They reopen the strait, and then that would be potentially the beginning of the end of the conflict.
You're watching Al Jazeera. Reminder of our top stories this hour. Donald Trump has agreed to suspend all strikes on Iran for 2 weeks if Tehran grants ships safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. The US president announced the pause in a post on social media 90 minutes before his deadline for Iran to open the strait. The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Iran would allow safe passage for shipping through the Strait of Hormuz for a fortnight. Israel says Lebanon will not be included in the 2-week ceasefire. Earlier today, Pakistan's Prime Minister confirmed Beirut would be involved in the pause in fighting. Israel has invaded southern Lebanon and warned that residents will not be allowed to return. Trump's threats to bomb Iran were to force Iran to end its effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The strait is a vital waterway. 20% of the world's oil and gas passes through it, making it especially vital for Gulf economies. OK, we have Rasul Soda in the Saudi capital, Riyadh. First, let's check in with Axel Zemovich, who is in Doha for us. Axel, so bring us up to date with the latest in Qatar and the GCC. We did have strikes in Qatar overnight, just hours before that announcement, also with the notification that schools were to be shut again. Talk us through all the reaction.
Well, that's right. We actually have official confirmation that 4 people have been injured after debris fell on a residential building here in central Doha, following those interceptions by Qatar's defense ministry. But also what we understand from a statement put out by this institution that all of these individuals are at a hospital and receiving treatment. Just hours after that, we received another message, another alert from the officials here urging residents to stay indoor and follow safety instructions as air defense systems have been activated throughout the night. But in the meantime, we have that major announcement, that a key deadline has been extended. So it's seen as a move that would ease pressure across the region in terms of these attacks. But that wasn't really the case, at least not immediately, because what we understand, the sirens have been heard in some parts of Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, in the United Arab Emirates, and people were also urged to remain indoors. But also, right after that, rather before that, there's been a spike. There's a large number of military activities across the region. Just hours before that announcement was made, several locations, civilian infrastructure was targeted across the region. But the way that we understand that these attacks, it's widely seen as the final step of those previous escalation rather than a response to these developments we have seen throughout the night.
Axel, thank you. Let's bring in Rasul Sardar, who is in Riyadh for us. What are we hearing from the Gulf countries about this deal from where you are?
Well, no official statements yet. First, it was after midnight when it was announced, the ceasefire was announced. And also, right after the ceasefire, there had been more drones and missiles being fired from Iran toward the GCC. So now, here, they're cautiously waiting for the clarity. So in the last 6 weeks, they have been subject of the Iranian attacks, which was nearly around 7,000 projectiles. So 83% of all the projectiles that were fired from Iran were aimed at the GCC countries. So now, they're quite cautious, but still optimistic. They do not want to be on the losing side of the war because there is a lot at stake for them. So the first and most important issue is the status of the Strait of Hormuz. So Iranians are still saying that they want to keep the control of the strait. The strait. They want new protocol. And for GCC, definitely, that is a nightmare because 20% of the crude oil globally and 20% of LNG is passing through the Strait of Hormuz. An overwhelming majority of that is being exported by the GCC countries. So Iran having control over the Strait of Hormuz practically means charging the oil and gas of the GCC countries. So that's why they're saying they will not accept any change in the status of this choke point. And of course, another major concern for them, as have they gone through this war, they've seen that Iran's missile program is actually a huge threat for their national security. And now they say in the future or in any peace settlement, this missile program of Iran should not remain as a threat. And the third concern for them are the Iranian proxies across the region, particularly those who are located in Iraq, because throughout the last 6 weeks, we have seen again and again drones and rockets being fired by them, particularly towards Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. So the GCC countries are quite clear at the negotiating table. They want this concern also to be addressed, and Iranian allies in the region, proxies in the region, not to jeopardize the stability of the GCC countries.
And I think it's worth also highlighting to our viewers how we got to this point, the progress that was made with the Pakistanis in terms of their negotiations and diplomacy. This was, of course, before the Gulf was also involved on this point. Walk us through how we got here.
Indeed. So for the Gulf countries, many countries have said from the beginning of that, indeed, even before the war, there were tremendous efforts from the Gulf countries to prevent this war because they knew that once the war breaks, so the first victim is going to be the GCC, and it is the most vulnerable one in this region. So, but the war has happened, and then they have paid the price. So immediately after that, they were engaged in diplomatic efforts, not directly mediating. However, they were saying that they are supporting it and facilitating, encouraging the parties to talk to each other. But it was that 4 countries that came together, the regional countries, 4 major regional countries, Saudi Arabia on part of the GCC, Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan. So they started to unify their position on March 19 here in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, trying to find a way how to join the efforts to force both sides to come to an understanding. And then last week, during the weekend, there has been second meeting of these countries over there. And so as a result, there has been messages conveyed between Tehran and Washington, and finally now they have agreed for a ceasefire. But Riyadh, particularly on the part of GCC, has played a crucial role, while Qatar also has been pushing for diplomacy, particularly aligning its policy with Saudi Arabia.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Rasul Soto, there for us in Riyadh. Okay, we're joined now by Ross Harrison, a senior fellow and book series editor at the Middle East Institute. Thank you for your time. Ross, first, let me get your reaction to this announcement of this 2-week ceasefire deal. Do you think this is a tactical pause or a genuine diplomatic opening?
Well, it's hard to know, Malene, at this early juncture. I think it's important to understand that the point at which we were in just a few hours ago, which was a very, very dangerous inflection point where the United States was threatening drastic measures on Iran, and Iran seemed to be standing quite firm. So I think in terms of sort of at least creating the opportunity, the possibility of off-ramps, I think this is a positive step. But I think it's also important to say that what the United States demonstrated is that it can escalate vertically. It can increase the stakes and threaten drastic action, military action on Iran, but that Iran has still had the option to escalate horizontally, which was to expand the nature of the war to the Strait of Hormuz and to the Gulf Arab states, and that there's still some options that the Iranians have. So I think it's positive in the sense that this was at least a temporary cessation of hostilities, but it demonstrates that both parties have options available to them, and hopefully those options will be used to de-escalate over the next 2 weeks to a final cessation of hostilities. But it's too early to say at this early point.
Let's talk in more detail about the Strait of Hormuz, because Iran's position, going by the 10-point plan, which Donald Trump has said is workable, suggests coordinated control of the Strait of Hormuz. We heard from Rasul Soto, our correspondent, earlier, saying for the GCC, if they have to pay tolls to get their oil through the Strait of Hormuz, that would be a nightmare. So how workable do you think this is going to be?
Well, it's hard to say, Malene, because I think we have a 2-week window, and what actually gets negotiated at the end of that 2 weeks could look very different than what we see today. I think what the Iranians have established is that even though they're agreeing to open the strait, they're going to do it on their terms. And for the Iranians, that's an indication that they've created a certain amount of deterrence and that they have helped shape the battlefield. What that looks like at the end of 2 weeks for a permanent cessation of hostilities, if in fact we get there, remains to be seen. But I think for the Iranians, it's important to say we've opened the strait, but we're doing it on our terms. And they may agree to negotiate further to open the strait on different terms at the end of the 2 weeks, assuming the proper signals are being given by Washington and Jerusalem. But that's something that we're going to only learn in the coming days and weeks.
How much of an issue is the point about Hezbollah going to be? Because, again, Iran has stated in its 10-point plan that its proxies in the region should not be attacked. Israel already coming out and saying that Lebanon and Hezbollah is a red line for it. Do you think that's going to be a massive issue going forward?
I think so. I mean, listen, what the Iranians have done over the last 5 or so weeks is they have made the chessboard, if you will, between the United States, Israel, and Iran a 3D chessboard, including that's where the geographic sort of horizontal escalation has come in. So trying to work through all those parts is going to be very, very tricky. The Israelis are notorious for not abiding by ceasefires, whether it be Gaza or Lebanon. So I think that's going to be very, very tricky. For the Iranians, I think what they're going to do in the 2-week period, if the Israelis do not abide by or do not agree to a ceasefire in Lebanon, I think a couple things for the Iranians. They're going to see whether there's any real distance between Washington and Jerusalem on this. And also, I think that becomes then a sticking point for a final cessation of hostilities. So I think that there's what's happened here is that there's potential for breaching ceasefires and all sorts of possible complications. But I think there's also hopefully kind of off-ramps as well, at least for the two main protagonists, which are the United States and Iran. And I think at the end of the day, Israel is going to have to come along, at least on the Iran side. The Israelis are going to have to basically abide by whatever Donald Trump negotiates. And how that plays into Lebanon and what kind of pressure Donald Trump is going to place on Israel and how that plays into Iranian calculations. Again, it's too early at this early hour to say.
And finally, if I could ask you, Ross, however this ceasefire plays out, whether it leads to a significant deal or not, I mean, how has this crisis reshaped Gulf states going forward and their alignments, really, geopolitically?
Yeah, well, we can't speak as, having just come back from Doha, I can tell you that the calculation coming out of Qatar is a very different calculation, perhaps, at the end of this war than will be coming out of Abu Dhabi or Manama, Bahrain, and even Kuwait. So I think it really depends. If the ceasefire does lead to a permanent cessation of hostilities, I think you will see possibly a eventual diplomatic pathway, or at least an attempt to a diplomatic pathway back at least to the states that have not been primary targets of the Islamic Republic, like, for example, Qatar. If the ceasefire breaks down and there's further vertical escalation, which was what was threatened by the United States, but also by Iran against the GCC states, it'll be a very difficult path. But I think I would look for some of the differences between and some of the tensions within the GCC states, both in the next 2 weeks and as we start, hopefully, to exit this conflict. I don't think we can speak about them in one as a monolith.
Okay, thank you, Ross. Appreciate your analysis. Ross Harrison, Senior Fellow and Book Series Editor at the Police Institute. Well, oil prices have fallen after Trump announced the 2-week deadline extension for Iran. Brent crude, one of the most commonly traded types of oil, is now trading at around $95 a barrel. That is still well above where it was at the start of the war. U.S. markets pushed higher after Tuesday evening's announcement. Dow futures are leading gains, up around 900 points after the announcement, the strongest amongst major indices. And Asian markets are mostly higher in early trading this morning. South Korea's Kospi is gaining in the latest session, surging over 5%. Let's go to Jack Barton, who is monitoring the Asian markets from Seoul. So talk us through how they are doing right now. Presumably investors enjoying this news, for now at least.
Absolutely. And as you say, we've seen the markets rising right across Asia with significant gains. But the most significant gains have been among the economies that are heavily industrialized, export-driven and highly dependent on Middle East oil and gas. And that is, of course, Japan and South Korea. Japan's main index rising around 5%, the Nikkei, but South Korea is now above 6%. And that rose so quickly this morning that a buy-side suspension was implemented for a little while. And when that was removed, it just kept on rising. By this time of the day, we would normally expect a little bit of profit taking or the market to dip down a bit. But again, it keeps rising, most significantly here and in Japan, but right across the region. A more negative tone coming from the government here in South Korea, though, after the Prime Minister emerged from the country's third emergency meeting on economic measures to try and buffer the country against the effects of the war on Iran. He said South Korea had to still plan for a long-term conflict. It had to diversify where it's getting its oil and gas from, and it had to keep restrictions in place. And today it even rolled out additional measures, and that is parking restrictions for government workers and for non-government workers to try and get some of the cars off the road. So optimism in the markets, but quite a bit of negativity we're hearing from the government here.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Give us a sense of what sort of impact this Iran war has had on Asian economies.
Well, it's had a huge impact, given that most of the oil and gas passing through the Strait of Hormuz is headed to Asia. And some of the countries here highly dependent, Japan, about 90% of its oil coming from the Middle East. So it's had a very big impact, and even if this ceasefire goes into play and it all goes well, it will continue to have a big impact. As I say, South Korea keeping its restrictions in place. This includes a ban on exports of refined petroleum products. It is one of Asia's biggest refiners. And so all types of petrol products going out, but particularly aviation fuel. This is already having a major impact in the Philippines, in Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand. Planes are being grounded, routes are being cut down, and even here in South Korea, the big airline carriers have gone into emergency management. Helium is another big issue. South Korea gets 65% of its helium from the liquefied natural gas field in Qatar that was struck by Iran, and that could take years to get back up to fully production again. That helium is critical for semiconductor production. It is finding other sources, like from the US, but it's very expensive and it is limited. So even if all goes well with this ceasefire, it's clear there are going to be big economic ramifications for Asia for some time to come. And that's probably why we heard that somewhat pessimistic or skeptical message coming from the South Korea government after that announcement.
And Jack, we're still not clear, are we, exactly what this could mean in terms of the Strait of Hormuz and Iran talking or suggesting that they will have control over it and the possibility of tolls that might have to be paid. How do you think Asian countries that rely on this choke point to get their oil and gas would react to that?
There are different reactions across different nations. For instance, Singapore has said it's not going to negotiate at all on this point because they believe that freedom of navigation is just a basic right. So talking about tolls or negotiating for ships is out of the question. They, of course, oversee the Straits of Malacca. And, you know, they say their point is there has to be freedom of movement. So that's their opinion on their choke point. They're not going to negotiate on the other. Other countries are taking a different approach. Japan has been negotiating with Iran. It has good relations with Iran, and it seems it has got passage for some of its ships. South Korea has 16 ships that have been stuck in the Strait of Hormuz since the beginning of this conflict. It has been negotiating with Iran. It hasn't yet got permission for the boats to go through, but probably from what we're hearing, it would consider the payment of a toll because it is so desperate for those supplies. So, you know, different reactions, but at least there is some optimism here that supplies that will start coming through now.
OK, Jack Barton there for us in Seoul. Thank you. Well, the potential reopening of the Strait of Hormuz will be closely watched around the world. In Latin America, rising gas prices are forcing many countries to reconsider their decisions to end fuel subsidies. Alessandro Rampietti has more from Panama.
Gasoline prices have been raised multiple times in Panama since the start of the U.S. war in Iran, and locals are feeling the pressure.
I'm working all day to basically pay for gas. I'm only left with $5 or $6 of profit at the end of the day. It's tough. We need the government to bring in subsidies as soon as possible.
In a country that imports all its fuel, the impact is widespread, hitting transport, goods, and food. Buses and metro schedules have already been reduced to avoid raising fares. At the fish market, fishermen say costs per trip have jumped from $1,400 to more than $1,900.
We don't want to raise prices and hurt ordinary people, because if we increase prices, the ones who will suffer are the people, not the government.
President José Raúl Mulino, a Trump ally, initially ruled out subsidies.
I'm not considering subsidizing fuels again, given the chaos it caused last time. Panama will pay whatever price it has to pay. I'm sorry.
But within weeks, his government announced caps on public transport fares, electricity rates, and cooking gas, amid fears of unrest. Here in Panama, diesel is now over $5 a gallon for the first time in history, greatly impacting people's life. And it's a surge that's spreading across the region, showing how even countries far from the conflict are deeply exposed to the global oil prices volatility.
We're realizing we're a lot more exposed than we thought. Who would have imagined that something like the Strait of Hormuz shutting down would hit us here? But it is. Just look at fuel prices. They keep climbing. And honestly, I don't see that changing anytime soon.
Across Latin America, from Chile to Argentina and here in Panama, fears of inflation are making it harder for governments to hold the line on subsidies they can't afford. Alessandro Rampietti, Al Jazeera, Panama.
OK, let's take a look at some of the world's other news making headlines. 3 gunmen are dead and 2 police officers wounded after an attack at the Israeli consulate in Istanbul. The gunfight broke out in broad daylight in one of the city's busiest commercial districts. Authorities believe that one of the attackers has links to the ISIL armed group. Al Jazeera's Sinem Kasolu has more.
Gunfire rings out for nearly 10 minutes as 3 attackers open fire outside the building that houses the Israeli consulate in Istanbul. The area is part of the city's main financial district, home to several diplomatic missions. Police quickly confronted the attackers. Security forces sealed off the area, blocking nearby roads as forensic teams arrived on the scene.
The sounds of gunfire came loudly. Then the sounds continued to increase. Bullets hit the walls and everything. Then the police were going around inside. They were going up and down.
The attack happened in the middle of the afternoon. The assailants were carrying assault rifles and wearing camouflage. Authorities say they traveled from the city of Izmit, about 100 kilometers from Istanbul, in a rented car. The Turkish Interior Ministry says one suspect is believed to have links to ISIL. The Israeli consulate is located on the 7th floor of one of these towers, and the attack took place right in front of a police checkpoint outside. Israel's foreign ministry says it currently has no diplomats stationed in Istanbul or in the Turkish capital, Ankara.
Israeli diplomats have left this building soon after the war in Gaza began in late 2023. Since then, protests and strained ties left Israel with no diplomatic presence here in Turkey and other countries.
Turkish, Israeli and U.S. officials have condemned the attack. The motive remains unclear, but officials say a large-scale investigation is underway. Sinem Kasolu, Al Jazeera, Istanbul.
Bangladesh is battling a measles outbreak that has killed at least 98 children in less than a month. Thousands more have been affected, most of them under the age of 5. The country has launched an emergency vaccination campaign to try to contain the virus. Tabit Chowdhury reports from Dhaka.
The measles virus is spreading fast in Bangladesh, especially in dense urban communities. Hundreds of young children are already being treated. Rehana Begum traveled from Faridpur to bring her 6-month-old grandson to hospital in Dhaka after he became ill.
He's much better now, with no fever, and has recovered from measles. He still has some mild congestion, but overall his condition has improved.
Health officials say routine vaccination could have prevented many of these measles cases. The virus can lead to severe complications, including pneumonia and brain swelling. Many children who became ill are never tested, meaning some die before they're even diagnosed.
It's a highly contagious disease, spreading through droplets from coughs and sneezes. The surge began during the Eid holidays when large crowds gathered and many people didn't take proper precautions. As a result, the outbreak spread rapidly.
Authorities say the surge has been driven in part by a gap in vaccination. In 2024, political unrest delayed the official immunization campaigns. And now an emergency response is underway. With support from United Nations agencies, the government is launching a vaccination drive. It is targeting more than 1.2 million children, starting in the hardest hit areas.
We will continue working without interruptions, standing with the people and carrying forward our vaccination efforts to prevent such outbreaks from happening again.
Bangladesh's health official warns without urgent actions, measles outbreak could spread further. A preventable disease now exposing a gap in protection and putting thousands of young lives at risk. The outbreak is a stark reminder of how quickly a vaccination gap can become a crisis. Tanvi Chaudhary, Al Jazeera, Dhaka.
Stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment with lives from Iran, the US and countries across the Middle East with the latest on the 2-week ceasefire announced by Tehran and Washington. And a reminder, you can keep up to date with all our news on our website, aljazeera.com.
Netanyahu is not interested in the interests of the Gulf, nor is he interested in the interests of the United States.
In Lebanon, we see Israel again targeting civilian areas and civilian infrastructure.
There's a concern that Israel will continue attacking Iran, even if there was a ceasefire in place, and the Gulf states are at the front line.